Chapter 2748, Better to Die on Your Feet Than Live on Your Knees. Neutral map, Crimson Rainforest. In a forest where crimson rain poured, a team of 1,000 Tier 3 players was frantically fighting a horde of over 10,000 level 120+ bloodthirsty beasts. Even the weakest of these bloodthirsty beasts were level 121 chieftains, while the strongest were level 126 Grand Lords. On the players' side, shield-wielding Guardian Knights and Shield Warriors stood in the forefront. On the bloodthirsty beast side, iron-armored beasts, whose strength lay in their defense, spearheaded a charge against the Guardian Knights and Shield Warriors. After the first group of iron-armored beasts completed their ramming attack, another group would immediately follow in an endless loop. Meanwhile, the Herculean beasts standing at the rear of the bloodthirsty beasts formation would uproot the crimson trees around them and hurl the trees at the players, the trees dyeing the sky an extra tint of red. The bloodthirsty beasts' terrifying formation was one that even Tier 3 players accustomed to group battles would be afraid of. Ordinary Tier 3 players wouldn't risk a frontal confrontation with these monsters. However, despite facing such a fierce and ruthless assault, the 1,000-man team fighting the bloodthirsty beasts remained unfazed. "We've attracted enough. Magical team, attack!" a valiant, long-haired woman standing near the front line of the team commanded as more and more bloodthirsty beasts gathered around the team. Immediately, the several hundred magical class players standing at the center of the team's formation began chanting complex incantations simultaneously. Every verse the players chanted drew more of the ambient mana, making it stronger and more violent. 4 seconds later, the ground began to shake violently. Huge cracks then appeared 500 yards away from these magical class players, right under the bloodthirsty beasts, causing the monster's formation to collapse instantly. Swordsmen and berserkers, open a path. Rangers and assassins, prioritize killing the bloodthirsty chieftains commanding the monsters. Upon seeing the bloodthirsty beasts' formations collapse, the long-haired woman had the team disperse into multiple units and prioritize killing the bloodthirsty beasts that led the horde. As for the long-haired woman, like a demon in the night, she instantly appeared behind a 7-meter-tall, level 126 Grand Lord. The next moment, she brandished the daggers she wielded, the weapons distorting space and repeatedly stabbing the Grand Lord's back over a dozen times. Every stab inflicted over -500,000 damage, the series of attacks instantly plundering nearly 8 million HP from the bloodthirsty chieftain. After the successful attack, darkness enveloped the long-haired woman's body. This cloak of darkness then expanded to envelop the Grand Lord entirely before rapidly recondensing in front of it. PSH. 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 Blood suddenly spurted from the bloodthirsty chieftain's 4 limbs. Not only did its mobility get reduced significantly, but its HP was even falling at a rate of 700,000 per second. The 3 level 124 Great Lord-ranked bloodthirsty guards nearby faced similar fates. Blood gushed out of their limbs, and their mobility plummeted as if their bodies had become frozen. After around 15 more minutes of battle, this bloodthirsty chieftain and 3 bloodthirsty guards collapsed to the ground, the life in their eyes vanishing. Meanwhile, the other bloodthirsty beasts on the battlefield were also mostly dead. The items they dropped were strewn all over the place. However, none of the combatants chose to pick up these items. Instead, they continued advancing deeper into the crimson rainforest in an orderly manner, leaving behind a few parties of assassins to clean up the battlefield. At this time, a level 119 female Guardian Knight approached the long-haired woman in command of the team. She then said quietly, "Vice Guild Leader, news just came from Zero Wing. They say they're willing to sell information on the Tier 4 promotion quest." "Oh, he's actually willing to sell the information?" Cold Shadow was surprised to hear Whitefeather's words. In her opinion, the information on the Tier 4 promotion quest was Feng's greatest trump card in God's domain. It was something he definitely would not sell to other people. "He is willing to sell, but the price he demands is incredibly high," Whitefeather said with an ugly expression, emphasizing the words incredibly high. "Incredibly high?" Chuckling, Cold Shadow asked, "How much does he want?" 5,000 units of 7 luminaries crystal, Whitefeather replied in a low tone. Feng obviously has no intention of selling that information. He's clearly just messing with us. 5,000 units? He really knows how to set a price, Cold Shadow said, smiling. I'm guessing that those superpowers are fuming at Zero Wing at this point. They'll most likely disregard all costs and take action against Zero Wing. That's for sure. There's no way those superpowers can afford to pay 5,000 units of 7 Luminaries crystal. If they want that information, their only option is to work together and declare war on Zero Wing, Whitefeather said, nodding. Feng was basically treating the various superpowers as fools by demanding such an exorbitant price. The various superpowers would be insane to go along with him. Fine. Go and notify Zero Wing that I'm buying it, Cold Shadow said, smiling. You're buying it? Whitefeather's eyes widened immediately as she stared at Cold Shadow in disbelief. Vice Guild Leader, that's 5,000 units of 7 Luminaries crystals we're talking about. While Mythology could indeed disperse 5,000 units of 7 Luminaries crystals, it would still suffer from the loss. Not to mention, the guild's higher-ups kept reiterating that the 7 Luminaries crystal was the guild's most important resource and must not be used randomly. That's right. I'm buying it. Cold Shadow nodded. She then asked Whitefeather, do you think Zero Wing's people are fools? After giving the matter some thought, Whitefeather answered, they shouldn't be, but they're still too arrogant. Yes. Zero Wing was arrogant to the bones. The guild was not taking the various superpowers seriously at all. That's enough, then. Since they're not fools, they should be aware of the consequences of pulling such a stunt. In a slightly resentful tone, Cold Shadow added, although I detest Zero Wing, the fact that Zero Wing has survived until now shows that the guild isn't as simple as we think it is. Even Sir Odin gave up on killing Feng. You can tell how extraordinary he is. But that's 5,000 units of 7 Luminaries crystal. Whitefeather couldn't help repeating herself. The guild definitely won't agree to this transaction. I already said that I would buy it, not the guild, Cold Shadow said, shaking her head. So, we don't need to worry about what the guild will say about this. Vice Guild Leader, if you buy it, you'll be giving away all the 7 Luminaries crystals you've saved to Zero Wing. Whitefeather was even more shocked at Cold Shadow's words. Hurriedly, she warned, in this case, I'm afraid you will have to postpone becoming the first Vice Guild Leader indefinitely. 7 Luminaries crystals had always been very important to Mythology. Hence, Cold Shadow had constantly been stockpiling the crystals since early on so that she could contribute them to the guild during a critical moment and have the guild recognize her value. However, if Cold Shadow used up her entire stockpile, gaining recognition would be difficult. While 7 Luminaries crystals are indeed important, getting promoted to Tier 4 is much more important right now. Gazing at the endless crimson forest ahead of her, Cold Shadow said seriously, the places Tier 3 players can visit are too limited. Only after reaching Tier 4 can players venture into more valuable locations. Hence, our first priority now is to reach Tier 4. Then, we can easily earn back those crystals. In reality, Cold Shadow felt extremely upset by Feng's actions. She wanted nothing more than to give him a few hundred deaths right now. However, in the current God's domain, only Feng knew how to get promoted to Tier 4 quickly and the exact details of the Tier 4 promotion quest. Getting her hands on this information would be equivalent to securing herself an absolute advantage. After all, she had reached level 120 already with Zero Wing's information. She could undoubtedly reach Tier 4 ahead of everyone else in the guild. She could be the first to venture into places that players currently considered taboo and continuously strengthen herself. At that time, even becoming the strongest expert of Mythology's younger generation wouldn't be impossible. I understand. I'll make the necessary preparations now. Seeing the determination in Cold Shadow's eyes, Whitefeather understood that there was nothing she could say to dissuade Cold Shadow from her decision. At present, the various superpowers should already have players at level 120. If Cold Shadow could reach Tier 4 ahead of everyone else, her authority in the guild would definitely increase. Of course, Cold Shadow was also making a gamble. She was betting that Zero Wing would not lose to the various superpowers and that Zero Wing could survive the upcoming battle. In that case, she would obtain an absolute advantage. However, Whitefeather wasn't aware of how crazy Cold Shadow actually was. In Cold Shadow's opinion, it did not matter whether Zero Wing could survive or not. She would be satisfied so long as she could get her hands on this opportunity. Orc Empire, Silverwing City, damn it. Zero Wing is clearly toying with us. That's right. We are kindly offering to purchase his information on the Tier 4 promotion quest, yet he's repaying us like this. Let's just join hands. So long as we join forces to hinder Zero Wing's operations, Zero Wing will have to yield to us. Yes. With our combined strength, there's no chance whatsoever that Zero Wing will survive. Many of the superpowers operating in Silverwing City secretly came to an agreement to suppress Zero Wing. They began targeting Zero Wing's members to force Zero Wing into obediently surrendering the information on the Tier 4 promotion quest. Meanwhile, inside Zero Wing's residence, Feng received a call from Yuan Taishin. Guild leader Black Flame, you've gone too far this time. Even if you want to sell the Tier 4 promotion quest's information, you could have just asked for 1,000 units. I believe most superpowers would be willing to pay such a price. You will also get to make a big profit. Why must you have Zero Wing make an enemy out of the superpowers? Yuan Taishin said in exasperation. For the various superpowers, paying 5,000 units of 7 luminaries crystals was akin to forking over their lives. However, a price of only 1,000 units would still be palatable to many superpowers. At that time, not only would Zero Wing earn a bunch of 7 luminaries crystals, but the various superpowers also wouldn't seek trouble with Zero Wing. It would be the best of both worlds. Yet, Feng had chosen to take the worst possible action. Make enemies. Chuckling, Feng said, I never intended to become enemies with them. Also, you're wrong about one thing, Elder Yuan. They are the ones forcing Zero Wing to sell information on the Tier 4 promotion quest. We aren't selling it because we want to. I've given them my price. If they can't afford it, how is it my fault? What you say is indeed correct. Yuan Taishin naturally understood Feng's take on this situation. However, Zero Wing's circumstances were inferior to the various superpowers. Meanwhile, having wealth without the strength necessary to protect it became a sin. But those superpowers won't share your way of thinking. They will definitely cooperate in secret to target Zero Wing's members. At that time, Zero Wing's members will shed a river of blood. The various superpowers might be incapable of breaking through the defenses of Zero Wing's guild cities right now, but having people target Zero Wing's members out in the fields would be a piece of cake. There was no way Zero Wing's members could avoid going out to grind for levels. There was also no way Zero Wing could have peak experts escort and protect every guild member. Once the various superpowers took action, Zero Wing would eventually lose members in large numbers. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. EU. As for Zero Wing retaliating against the various superpowers, the superpowers scheme wasn't going to be something as straightforward as a frontal confrontation. Instead, they would be taking covert action against Zero Wing. In that case, how could Zero Wing possibly determine which superpower was actually taking action against it? Moreover, even if Zero Wing managed to identify the superpowers responsible for the attacks, with there being so many superpowers, could Feng possibly win against them all? He would exhaust himself to death just by running about the numerous maps. However, in response to Yuan Taishin's words, Feng said calmly, "We'll shed rivers of blood, then." Chapter 2749, Tier 4 Promotion Quests Secret. This is madness. He has truly gone mad. After hanging up the call, Yuan Taishin fell speechless. He never thought that Feng would be so stubborn. Feng clearly could have settled things easily so long as he made some concessions, yet he had adamantly refused to do so. Uncle Yuan, many of those superpowers have already begun joining forces. When they find out that Zero Wing is unwilling to concede at all, they will definitely take action, Purple Jade said as she read the report her subordinate just sent her. Zero Wing's present situation could be said to be very bad. According to the report, over 15 superpowers had already agreed to work together to deal with Zero Wing. Forget it. He can do whatever he wants. The clash between the various superpowers and Zero Wing will most likely drag on for some time. After all, Zero Wing's 3 cities are too difficult to take down. We'll see who can last until the end, Yuan Taishin said, shaking his head. A glimmer of light then flashed in his eyes as he continued, also, we still have more important matters to deal with. If we succeed in this upcoming operation, the secret pavilion can thoroughly surpass the various superpowers. At that time, even the 5 great super guilds will have to fear us. Emit him. I'll make the necessary preparations, Purple Jade said, her eyes similarly filled with joy and excitement. Tier 4 had never been the end of God's domain. Instead, it was only the beginning. The secret pavilion had been waiting for this moment for far too long. Now, it could finally fulfill its long-cherished wish. Dark Knight Empire, Starlink's residence. Ha ha ha. Good. That's what Zero Wing should do. That's right. Go and thoroughly offend those superpowers. Lu Xingluo laughed happily when he received news of Zero Wing's actions. Previously, he had had a huge headache over how to deal with Zero Wing. However, Zero Wing had actually taken the initiative to offend even more superpowers. With this, he would have a much easier time destroying Zero Wing. As Lu Xingluo was celebrating in joy, a robust man covered in a black cloak and runic bandages suddenly entered his office. Sorry for the long wait, young Master Lu, the robust, middle-aged man said as he arrived before Lu Xingluo. He then continued in a low tone, we have resolved most of the troubles there already. We are only waiting for your side now. Good. You came at the perfect time. This time, even the heavens want Zero Wing dead. Lu Xingluo grew even more excited when he looked at the mysterious middle-aged man. Leave it to me. I'll definitely persuade those old fellows to give you their full help. Thank you, young Master Lu, the robust man said. So long as this operation succeeds, the lord of our household will also assist young Master Lu in quelling all your enemies. I believe you. After all, no one has a better understanding of God's domain than you guys right now, Lu Xingluo said, smiling. Be it this robust man or the person backing him, Lu Xingluo placed immense trust in them. In the eyes of these people, the various superpowers were negligible. Given enough time, these people could even take on the 5 great superguilds simultaneously. This was because the 5 great superguilds did not understand God's domain at all. What they knew now was only the tip of the iceberg. Orc Empire, Zero Wing's residence, guild leader, aside from one person, no superpower has stepped forward to purchase the information on the Tier 4 promotion quest, Yulan said. As she watched Feng casually sort the information on the Tier 4 promotion quest, her head throbbed. Judging by the other superpowers' actions, they don't plan to buy it. Since these superpowers had no intention of purchasing the information, their next action was obvious, they would fight for it. They would fight a war of attrition that would last days and weeks. Meanwhile, Zero Wing's opponent this time would no longer be just 1 or 2 superpowers. Instead, almost all of the Eastern Continent's superpowers would become Zero Wing's enemies. There's actually a fool trying to buy it. Feng was surprised when he heard Yolan's words. Truthfully, he had never once thought that any of the superpowers would purchase his information at the price he quoted. He was sorting through the information on the Tier 4 promotion quest only because his own guild needed it. After all, quite a few Zero Wing members already possessed the strength and level required to challenge their Tier 4 promotion quest. All they lacked was the knowledge of how to search for their respective Tier 4 legacy lands and the process of obtaining their Tier 4 legacies. Yulan was momentarily rendered speechless by Feng's response. After hesitating for a moment, she said, You know this person, guild leader. I know them. Is it the secret pavilion's Yuan Taishin? After giving the matter some thought, Feng felt that among his acquaintances, only the secret pavilion's Yuan Taishin could afford to purchase his information. As for Frost Heaven, the guild had just participated in the reserve seat competition. It definitely did not possess 5,000 units of 7 luminaries crystals at this point. No, it's mythology's cold shadow, Yulan said, shaking her head. She then asked hesitantly, Guild leader, are you really planning to sell it to her? Due to the reserve seat competition, Zero Wing was now on mythology's radar. If they sold information on the Tier 4 promotion quest to mythology now, it would be incredibly disadvantageous for Zero Wing. Of course. Why wouldn't I sell it? Feng answered without hesitation. We already announced our intention to do business. Since we said we would sell the information, we naturally can't go back on our word. Otherwise, the various superpowers will have even more reason to target us. He was in urgent need of 7 luminaries crystals right now. Although he had some methods for obtaining a large amount of the crystal, these methods required a lot of time to execute. He wasn't certain he could collect enough 7 Luminaries crystals to surpass the top 3 rankers of the upper zone's contribution competition within the next 2 months. At best, he could secure one of the top 20 positions. Gaining 5,000 units of 7 Luminaries crystal now would save him a lot of trouble. However, White Feather has stated that we cannot mention this transaction to anybody else, Yulan said. They want this to be a secret between only our 2 sides. They also want to sign a contract to this effect. That won't be a problem. Even if they didn't suggest it, we would have asked them to sign a confidentiality agreement that restricts them from sharing the information with outsiders, Feng said. Information on the Tier 4 promotion quest was like a hot potato right now. Anyone holding it would be struck with misfortune. Even a super guild like Mythology wouldn't be safe. Hence, it was very normal for Mythology not to want outsiders to find out about this transaction. Make a copy of everything here and give it to them, Feng instructed as he handed the compiled information on the Tier 4 promotion quest to Yulan. Everything? Yulan was surprised to hear Feng's words. The players of God's Domain were still ignorant of the Tier 4 promotion quest. In fact, even Zero Wings members knew nothing about it. If they sold all this information to Mythology, that would be akin to throwing away all their advantages. Everything. Feng nodded. Since the other party is willing to pay an astronomical price for this information, I naturally won't be stingy. Not to mention, the secret to the Tier 4 promotion quest isn't a secret at all. Once the various superpowers learn about it, we can let them know how ridiculous their fantasies about the secret are. Information on the Tier 4 promotion quest was indeed incredibly precious. At the very least, that was the case now. However, once one of the various superpowers experts successfully reached Tier 4, the information he was selling would be worthless. Yes. It didn't matter how much information he provided about the Tier 4 promotion quest. The real value of his information was simply in helping to produce the first Tier 4 player as quickly as possible. Moreover, the so-called information on the Tier 4 promotion quest couldn't actually be considered a secret. This was because locating the Tier 4 Legacy Land and resolving the problems one would encounter in the Legacy Land were both problems that players needed to resolve on their own. The only information he could provide was the method to search for Tier 4 Legacy Lands. Whether one could locate their Legacy Land with this information would still depend on their luck. After all, Tier 4 Legacy Lands did not have a fixed position. They would appear at random in God's Domain. The Tier 4 Legacy Lands were all located in spaces outside of the main continents. What players needed to do to visit these Legacy Lands was find the randomly occurring spatial nodes that could teleport them to these Legacy Lands. In addition to the information on how to search for Tier 4 Legacy Lands, the only other valuable information he provided was the process of learning one's legacy during the promotion quest. With this information, one wouldn't go into one's promotion quest blind. Even so, the amount of help this information could provide was limited because the process of learning one's legacy depended entirely on the individual. Outsiders couldn't help in this matter. Meanwhile, the method he provided to search for Tier 4 Legacy Lands was to venture into incredibly dangerous neutral maps of at least level 130. The more dangerous a neutral map was, the more likely one could find a Tier 4 Legacy Land. Only by searching in these maps would one have a greater chance of locating a Tier 4 Legacy Land. Aside from this method, there was no other way. If he excluded these bits of information, then the information on the Tier 4 promotion quest he sold would be nothing but a scam. After reading the information, Yulan was stunned. This is the Tier 4 promotion quest secret. Yulan suddenly felt the urge to laugh. The various superpowers were currently desperately trying to obtain information on the Tier 4 promotion quest. However, if they were to learn the exact details of the information, they would most likely lose their minds. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. EU. After all, in the information Feng compiled, there was nothing whatsoever that could increase one's success rate with the Tier 4 promotion quest. The funny thing was, the various superpowers thought that they could have an easier time producing Tier 4 players so long as they had this information. In fact, they were so staunch in their belief that they were waging war against Zero Wing. In reality, by targeting Zero Wing, all the superpowers were doing was wasting precious time when they could be improving themselves. That's right. This is the information on the Tier 4 promotion quest, Feng said, chuckling. I can even announce to those superpowers, right now, that they have already been eliminated from the struggle for hegemony in God's domain. As Feng and Yulan were conversing, Liang Jing suddenly entered the room. Guild Leader, Unyielding Soul and Crimson Emperor are ready. They can take action as soon as you give the command, Liang Jing said excitedly. Good. Have them start moving. Feng said, nodding. It's about time we let these so-called superpowers know how laughable their actions are. Chapter 2750, Daunting. Silverwing City, Business Plaza. Due to the news of the various superpowers targeting Zero Wing, the number of players occupying the city's business plaza declined. Many players were afraid of becoming collateral damage. The independent players that were initially planning on joining Zero Wing also began hesitating. And here I thought I could join Zero Wing and spread my wings after coming to Silverwing City. From the situation now, it seems I've made the wrong call. I heard that many Zero Wing members withdrew from the guild. The ones that chose to stay don't even dare set foot outside Zero Wing's guild cities. If I were to say which guild is the strongest right now, it would have to be Saint's Hand. Why don't we join Saint's Hand? If we do, we won't have to worry about those faux saint monsters. The players inside one of the city's bars inevitably discussed whether they should head to other places to develop themselves. At this point, they no longer held any hope for Zero Wing. Meanwhile, in a corner of the bar, several cloaked men listened quietly to these conversations. The younger men among them revealed sneers on their faces when they heard about Zero Wing's present situation. And here I thought the guild she joined was some powerful existence, a level 122, Tier 3 assassin youth, who radiated an aura that made even Tier 3 experts quail, said with displeasure. It seems we were being overly concerned. To think we even went out of our way to come to this backwater. Zero Wing isn't even comparable to one of the main continent's super guilds. I really don't know how it got so lucky to actually get her to join. Now, she's not even willing to join us. Old Six, don't say that. Although this place isn't much, I heard that those super guilds and super first-rate guilds have quite a few capable experts. We can use this opportunity to investigate these people and understand the standards of the experts here, a cool-headed, middle-aged man sitting at the head of the group said, chuckling. As for Zero Wing, we can just report the truth to the higher-ups once we return. At that time, she will definitely panic. I guess so. Smiling, the assassin youth said, if she's willing to join us, I wouldn't mind helping Zero Wing out a little. Just when the various superpowers and independent players thought that Silverwing City would become a ghost city, large groups of players suddenly appeared on the city's streets one after another. These players filled the main streets and alleyways of the city, easily numbering in the hundreds of thousands. Moreover, every one of these players was formidable. What's going on? Why are Crimson Emperors and Unyielding Souls members coming here? Are those two guilds planning to work together with Zero Wing to oppose the various superpowers? The players and powers residing in Silverwing City were momentarily dumbfounded, unable to understand what had gotten into the two super first-rate guilds for them to garrison so many of their members in Silverwing City. Moreover, this number was still increasing as time passed. In just half an hour, the two guilds had gathered over 3 million members in the city, livening up the previously desolate city significantly. Heart. Has your guild gone mad? You're actually betting all your chips on Zero Wing? Is Crimson Emperor trying to make an enemy out of us? In this situation, the various superpowers had to contact Unyielding Heart and Illusory Words, who were in charge of the operation this time. Although they knew that Unyielding Soul and Crimson Emperor could be considered Zero Wing's allies, Zero Wing was currently going up against almost all of the Eastern Continent superpowers. Standing with Zero Wing now was no different from suicide. Yet, to the various superpowers' astonishment, both Unyielding Soul and Crimson Emperor declared their intention to side with Zero Wing. Moreover, they even announced that they wouldn't sit still and do nothing should those superpowers take action against Silverwing City. However, Zero Wing's move was even more unexpected than Unyielding Souls and Crimson Emperor's. Zero Wing actually ordered all members above level 100 to gather in Silverwing City. More than 2 million Zero Wing members appeared in Silverwing City. At present, not only was Silverwing City far livelier than before, but the number of Tier 3 experts gathered in the city had also exceeded 10,000. This was more than what any other guild city on the main continent had. With more than 10,000 Tier 3 experts garrisoning Silverwing City, let alone the various superpowers, even the 5 great superguilds would have to be wary of the city. It was no exaggeration to say that with this kind of power, Silverwing City could trample the various powers operating in the Orc Empire. If the superpowers wished to create any waves in Silverwing City, they would have to disregard cost and dispatch a large number of Tier 3 experts into the city's surroundings. Anything less would be futile. Unyielding Soul and Crimson Emperor must have gone crazy. They're actually willing to go to such an extent just to help Zero Wing? When Cold Shadow received news of Unyielding Soul and Crimson Emperor's actions, she, too, was surprised. She had anticipated that Zero Wing had a trump card prepared. Otherwise, it wouldn't have dared to provoke the various superpowers. However, never had she expected Zero Wing's trump card to be something like this. At this moment, let alone Cold Shadow, someone who was hostile to Zero Wing, even Frost Heaven's 7 Wonders was dumbfounded. He never imagined that Zero Wing could make 2 super first-rate guilds bet all their chips on it. With the combined force of the 3 guilds, even the superpowers wouldn't dare mess around. After all, those superpowers had dared to target Zero Wing before only because the guild lacked background, resources, and funding. With their advantage in numbers and funding, they could easily suppress Zero Wing and make the guild submit. However, now that Zero Wing had 2 superpowers backing it, numbers and funding were no longer its weaknesses. If the superpowers wished to persecute Zero Wing, they would have to pay at least 10 times the price they had to pay before. The various superpowers weren't the only ones confused by this situation. Even Zero Wing's internal members were at a loss. Damn! Our guild was actually so awesome. But why did the guild gather all of us in Silverwing City? Are we going to occupy the Orc capital city? The assembled Zero Wing members speculated exuberantly. After all, the strength currently gathered in Silverwing City was no laughing matter. A force of 10,000 plus Tier 3 experts was more than enough to flatten the Orc capital city's inner area. They might even be able to put up a fight in the core area. Guild leader, all our level 100 plus members have arrived. The 2 guilds are also ready to set off for Sky Spring City at any time, Liang Jing reported excitedly. She had maintained her calm while everyone else in the guild was panicking over Zero Wing's predicament. This was because she had found out about the secret Covenant Towers matter ahead of time and Zero Wing's settlement into Sky Spring City. So long as Zero Wing sealed off Sky Spring City, outsiders would have difficulty setting foot out of the city. Meanwhile, Zero Wing's members could travel freely to the secret Covenant Tower to grind for levels. They wouldn't need to worry about heading elsewhere to level up. At that time, it would become almost impossible for the superpowers to harm Zero Wing's guild members. Not to mention, when the various superpowers members grinded for levels out in the fields, the interference of those troublesome NPCs would greatly reduce their leveling speed. This, in turn, would further widen the gap in leveling speeds between the superpowers members and Zero Wing's members. All right. Open the teleportation hall now, Feng said, nodding. Although things had developed somewhat differently from his original plan, it wouldn't affect the overall situation. Afterward, all Zero Wing had to do was watch as the various superpowers struggled to cope with the increasing number of NPCs and NPC forces. Understood. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. EU. With great excitement, Liang Jing instructed her subordinates to remove the walls and various camouflage buildings around the teleportation hall. The next moment, several 7- and 8-story-tall buildings along the city's main street disappeared. Not only did the disappearance of these buildings create a spacious plaza, but there was even a massive 5-story-tall building in the center of this plaza. When the players walking on Silverwing City's main street saw this building, they were immediately dumbfounded. The building sitting in the plaza was something very familiar to them. A teleportation hall? Chapter 2751, Number 1 city in the future. The teleportation hall was a 5-story building with the footprint of 3 sports stadiums. The massive edifice looked as if it were the heart of this area. Previously, the teleportation hall's teleportation array had been suppressed by a magic barrier. However, now that the restriction was lifted, the teleportation array instantly stirred the mana inside Silverwing City, exciting the mana to flow toward the building. This sudden change stunned the players on the main street. Why does Silverwing City have a teleportation hall? Crap. I never thought Zero Wing would actually play such a card. Amazing. Simply amazing. So, this is Zero Wing's true trump card? This won't do. I need to rent some shops in Silverwing City now. I must rent them no matter the cost. The many players on the streets who were originally planning to leave Silverwing City for greener pastures were now in a hurry. Some of the players who were quick to respond hastened to Silverwing City's City Lord's mansion immediately. Hurry up. We notify the commander right away. We can't let the commander rent a house in another guild city. We got tricked by Zero Wing. Meanwhile, the various adventurer teams members frantically contacted their respective commanders lest they ruin their future by being even a tad slower. As for the various large guilds members, their initial gleeful expressions were now replaced with gapes of disbelief. A teleportation hall. This was a building all players in God's domain were familiar with. Everyone knew just how valuable a guild city with a teleportation hall would be. Compared to high-ranking constructions or Tier 4 NPC guards, a teleportation hall was many times more valuable. After all, so long as a guild city possessed a teleportation hall, it would be connected with the countless NPC cities of God's domain. The addition of a teleportation hall to a guild city would be akin to a human living in the Stone Age instantly transforming into a human living in the modern era. The teleportation hall would elevate the standard of a guild city by several levels. When the various superpowers received news of this addition, they were momentarily dumbfounded. None of them ever expected Zero Wing to have such a card. Meanwhile, the Zero Wing members inside Silverwing City reacted with surprise and joy. The guild leader is awesome. Those superpowers must be stupefied after this move. With the teleportation hall, Silverwing City will definitely become the heart of the neighboring kingdoms and even the Black Dragon Empire. Now, even if the superpowers are powerful, they won't be able to stop players from streaming into Silverwing City. Eventually, Silverwing City will become the number 1 city in this region. Initially, Zero Wing's members all thought they were in for a bloody battle against the various superpowers. They never thought Feng would bring them such a surprise. Silverwing City was on a distant neutral map. With the addition of the teleportation hall to the city, adventurer teams and independent players could now save up on plenty of travel time by teleporting directly to the Orc Empire. Even though the teleportation fees would be exorbitant, many expert players would rather pay the higher fee than waste their precious time. The players of the neighboring kingdoms and empires were highly likely to visit Silverwing City. At that time, Silverwing City's player population might exceed 10 million, or even 20 million. The various superpowers' attempt to suppress Zero Wing economically had become an utter joke. The only problem remaining would be the superpowers covertly targeting Zero Wing's members. However, that problem could be easily resolved. Zero Wing's members could simply stop wearing their guild emblems and travel to other neutral maps to grind. Guild leader, just a moment ago, over 2,000 players visited the City Lord's mansion to lease shops from us. At this rate, it won't take more than half a day before we rent out all our shops, Liang Jing said excitedly as she read the statistics report she just received. Many NPC merchants had withdrawn from Silverwing City after Zero Wing implemented the ban on NPCs. As a result, many shops were vacant. However, with the current frenzy, Zero Wing didn't have to worry about finding tenants for these shops anymore. In fact, the number of players seeking to lease shops from the city outnumbered the NPC merchants that had left, by a factor of 10 or more. Now, Silverwing City's income surpassed even the previous total income of Zero Wing's 3 guild cities. Feng nodded, not at all surprised by this situation. However, we need to tweak the rates of our shops. Instead of just coins, anyone who wishes to lease shops in the city will also need to pay magic crystals, 1,000 magic crystals per week for shops in the city center and 300 magic crystals per week for shops in the outer area. Also, have the guild's members start making their way to Sky Spring City. In his previous life, any guild that gained the War God's Temple's recognition had practically been immune to economic suppression. The only way to hinder an official guild's development would be to destroy the said guild's guild city that housed the teleportation hall. Hence, the various superpowers had gone crazy fighting for the reserve seats. In fact, many powers would fight desperately just to secure a foreign aid position. Zero Wings becoming an official guild shortly after the first major update could be considered an incredibly fortunate matter. After all, the moment Zero Wing became an official guild, it was no longer competing on the same stage as the various superpowers. While it was indeed true that Zero Wing's current foundation was no match for that of the various superpowers, Zero Wing's potential was way above that of the superpowers. Now, all Zero Wing needed to do was completely seal the secret Covenant Tower and use it to rapidly develop the guild's strength before the NPC forces began their invasion. If everything went well, Zero Wing would just have to sit back, watch as the various powers got eliminated, and harvest the territories of these eliminated powers afterward. Now, Zero Wing was in a race against time. As for struggling against the superpowers, that was simply a waste of precious time. After all, in the past, less than 20% of the superpowers had survived the NPC forces' invasion. Since the first major update had taken place much sooner this time, the outcome would most likely be even worse. Meanwhile, after hearing Feng's orders, Liang Jing said excitedly, "I'll have them start heading over now." Afterward, the members of Zero Wing, Unyielding Soul, and Crimson Emperor in Silverwing City teleported to Sky Spring City one after another. The mass migration instantly flooded the desolate streets of Sky Spring City with players. This scene also surprised the original inhabitants of Sky Spring City. Subsequently, Unyielding Soul and Crimson Emperor made an announcement to every player in Sky Spring City, stating that their two guilds would be imposing a lockdown on Sky Spring City and that any unaffiliated players caught trying to leave the city would be killed without question. For a time, Sky Spring City's players fell into turmoil. Although Sky Spring City's various powers couldn't understand why Unyielding Soul and Crimson Emperor were doing such a thing, locking down an NPC city was child's play for the two super first-rate guilds. Hence, after receiving the announcement, Sky Spring City's various powers promptly fled the city, migrating their base of operations to other NPC cities. This, in turn, made Sky Spring City the exclusive haven of Zero Wing, Unyielding Soul, and Crimson Emperor. At this time, a gigantic black eagle circled above the city. Sitting on the Thunder Eagle's back, Unyielding Heart pointed at the dozen or so flying mounts patrolling nearby and said proudly, "Brother Black Flame, Sky Spring City is now sealed off completely. Our two guilds have organized a flying patrol squad to secure the skies. Now, not even a bird can fly out of the city. It is indeed amazing. Players can't fly out even if they want to." Feng felt a trace of admiration as he looked at Unyielding Souls and Crimson Emperor's flying mounts. He had to admit that the super first-rate guilds were indeed powerful. In an era where flying mounts were incredibly rare, Unyielding Soul and Crimson Emperor had actually managed to secure so many. Moreover, by the looks of it, these flying mounts were of considerably high quality. Even the weakest among them was at the advanced common rank, with 2 or 3 of them even reaching the basic extraordinary rank. If a player did not possess an advanced extraordinary rank flying mount, they wouldn't stand a chance against the coalition of these flying mounts. However, Illusory Words shook her head at Unyielding Heart's words. Unlike Unyielding Heart, she didn't have a very optimistic view of the situation. "I'm afraid the various superpowers will start paying even closer attention to us now. If we march boldly into the secret Covenant Tower, I believe it won't be long before news of it gets out. At that time, they will definitely do everything they can to investigate the matter. If that happens, the time we can keep the secret hidden will be very short. And once the various superpowers find out about the Tier 3 legacies, all of them on the Eastern continent will disregard all costs to contest over the tower. With the amount of time we have, I'm afraid we won't be able to secure many advantages from the tower. Under normal circumstances, their series of actions would have already caught plenty of attention. Now, They had even become the focus of the superpowers. Meanwhile, no secret could be kept forever, especially with massive organizations like their guilds. No matter how hard they tried to keep the secret Covenant Tower's secret hidden, the secret would eventually get out. The only way to prevent the secret from leaking would be to avoid informing the members of their guild and prevent their guild members from entering the secret Covenant Tower at all. However, they couldn't afford to take such an action. Indeed. Feng nodded. He very much agreed with Illusory Words' worries. Compared to Illusory Words and Unyielding Heart, Feng knew much more clearly just how much of an impact the secret Covenant Tower would have on the continent of God's domain. Once the tower's secret got out, the resulting struggle wouldn't be a simple competition between superpowers. Instead, it would be a fight to the death. Quite a few superpowers had even perished during the struggle back then. However, we have already acted. We can't possibly avoid entering the tower now, right? Unyielding Heart also understood that the secret would get out very quickly once they began sending their members into the tower. In fact, the secret would still leak even if they allowed only a small number of the guild's confidants into the tower's 30th floor and below. No. Feng shook his head. Smiling, he said, "We aren't exactly without options to take full control of the secret Covenant Tower. What other options do we have?" Unyielding Heart asked as he looked at Feng curiously. In his opinion, once the secret got out, their three guilds wouldn't be able to retain their monopoly of the secret Covenant Tower. The only thing they could do now was grind for as many Tier 3 legacies as possible before the inevitable occurred. Illusory Words also turned to look at Feng, a trace of confusion in her eyes. "You'll understand once you take a look at this," Feng said as he sent a document to the two people. He then added, "You must keep this matter a secret. You absolutely cannot let other people know about it. Otherwise, you will no longer have any connection with the secret Covenant Tower in the future. In contrast, if we succeed in this matter, your two guilds can each occupy 25% of the secret Covenant Tower's shares." "What is it? Is this thing you speak of really so amazing?" Unyielding Heart felt that Feng was indulging in hyperbole. The latter spoke as if the secret Covenant Tower was already in the bag. "You're not talking about the Tier 4 promotion quest information, right?" Illusory Words joked. Shaking his head, Feng said, "You'll understand once you see it. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World." Immediately, Unyielding Heart and Illusory Words stopped speaking and opened the file Feng sent them. However, as soon as they read the information, their jaws dropped, their eyes widened in disbelief, and their hearts pounded with shock. Looking at Feng, Unyielding Heart asked in a quivering voice, "Is this real?" The thing that Feng had just shown them completely exceeded Unyielding Heart's imagination. In fact, compared to it, the information on the Tier 4 promotion quest was worth less than dust. After all, the thing that Feng showed them could completely rewrite the status quo in God's domain. A small mobile fortress. Chapter 2752, Feng's Madness. "So, this is your true trump card?" When Illusory Words looked at the information displayed before her, she couldn't help finding Feng beyond her ken. First, it was the teleportation hall. Then, it was the secret Covenant Tower. Now, there was even a small mobile fortress. Not only did Feng reveal one secret after another, but every secret was also more amazing than the other. At this point, she even wondered whether Feng still had more astonishing secrets and trump cards hidden. She got the impression he was simply waiting for his enemies to come at him so that he could use them as zero-wing stepping stones. Simultaneously, she felt fortunate that Crimson Emperor did not oppose zero-wing. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. "Sort of," Feng said, chuckling. "May I know if you two are interested now?" In reality, even Feng coveted the small mobile fortress. However, although he had the design for it now, he barely had any of the necessary materials to construct it. Incidentally, he could pull two wealthy guilds into the endeavor. Taking a deep breath, Illusory Words turned to look at Feng and demanded, "Out with it. How do you want to do this?" Unyielding Heart also nodded in agreement with Illusory Words' question. He wanted to hear Feng's plans. "You've seen the small mobile fortress's basic information already. Smiling faintly, Feng said, "The wealth needed to construct it is astonishing. I can confidently say that even if we empty out your 2 guilds, we still won't have enough resources to build it." Neither Illusory Words nor Unyielding Heart refuted Feng's words. Although Feng did not show them the requirements for constructing the small mobile fortress, even a fool could tell that the cost of such a terrifying sky fortress would be astronomical. It definitely wasn't something current superpowers could afford. "I don't need you to pay for the fortress's construction cost. However, I will need your 2 guilds to pay 2 million magic crystals and 5 million gold coins each for the Secret Covenant Tower's shares. What do you think?" Elaborating on his point, Feng said, "Once we fully occupy the Secret Covenant Tower, we can collect entrance fees from other players. For example, we can charge 2 magic crystals or 1 gold coin. Your 2 guilds will each get 25% of the profits. Of course, before this, I still need your 2 guilds to lend me your help. Otherwise, it would be very difficult to accomplish this task." At Feng's words, Illusory Words and Unyielding Heart began pondering in silence. What Feng said was simply too astonishing. If they followed his plan, they would basically be declaring war on the Eastern continent's other superpowers. Moreover, it would be irreconcilable. Of course, if Feng's plan succeeded, Crimson Emperor and Unyielding Soul would stand at the top of the Eastern continent. To put it simply, this was a gamble. Feng was not at all surprised to see the two's reactions. In reality, he had planned to carry out such a plan since the very beginning. However, instead of revealing his full plan right off the bat, he had chosen to reveal it sequentially to the 2 guilds. Otherwise, they would most likely have rejected it then and there. Zero Wing wouldn't be able to become a true titan in God's domain in that case. Only by securing the Secret Covenant Tower could Zero Wing continually produce Tier 3 players in large numbers. After all, a complete Tier 3 legacy could be used only 9 times, at most. In other words, a Tier 3 legacy could, at best, produce 9 Tier 3 players. After a Tier 3 legacy's uses were exhausted, it would disappear automatically, and one would have to find another complete Tier 3 legacy. Hence, it was necessary to keep sending players to explore the Secret Covenant Tower. However, if Zero Wing held the tower for only a short period, the small advantage it would gain wouldn't be enough for the guild to undergo a qualitative transformation. Only by having complete control over the tower would Zero Wing build a foundation solid enough to dominate God's domain. Now that Crimson Emperor and Unyielding Soul had seen the preliminary parts of his plan coming to fruition, the 2 guilds would also have more confidence in Zero Wing. Meanwhile, Illusory Words and Unyielding Heart simultaneously contacted their respective superiors and secretly discussed the partnership Feng proposed. At this time, Zero Wing had given them 2 options. Moreover, they had to choose between these options right now. The first option was to give up on further cooperation and focus only on obtaining some benefits from the Secret Covenant Tower. Afterward, the tower would no longer have any connection with their 2 guilds, becoming the competition ground of the other superpowers, instead. The second option was to further their cooperation with Zero Wing, taking full control of the Secret Covenant Tower and making an enemy of every other superpower on the Eastern continent. If their plan succeeded, their guilds would gain an endless stream of resources and Tier 3 players. If they failed, it wouldn't be surprising if their guilds disbanded. This was a gamble that put everything on the line. After discussing for more than 10 minutes, Illusory Words and Unyielding Heart simultaneously disconnected their calls and looked at Feng. Guild leader Black Flame, Crimson Emperor has decided to take your gamble this time. However, we have a condition for doing so, Illusory Words said slowly. If you cannot agree to this condition, we cannot further our partnership. Brother Black Flame, it is the same for my side, as well, Unyielding Heart said with a bitter smile. You are playing with too big a fire this time. Our hesitation is natural. Go ahead. Feng wasn't at all surprised by this response. After all, the bet he proposed basically involved their guild's life or death. However, not everyone would have the opportunity to make such a bet, either. The 2 guilds should know this as well, which was why they did not refuse his offer outright. Instead, they had chosen to accept his offer while increasing their chances of survival as much as possible by adding conditions. In fact, it would be strange if they didn't do so. I'm guessing the requirement of our two guilds should be the same. With a helpless smile, Illusory Words said, if Zero Wing's plan this time fails, Crimson Emperor wants half of Silverwing City's profits. Unyielding Heart nodded in agreement. The price Feng was asking their two guilds to pay was no laughing matter. If the plan really failed, their guilds would be doomed for sure. However, if they had Silverwing City's income, they could more or less survive the ordeal. That won't be a problem, Feng answered without the slightest bit of hesitation. Since he had invited the two guilds into an alliance, he naturally had to provide them with a safe path of retreat. Otherwise, who would be willing to take such a risk? After all, even if Crimson Emperor and Unyielding Soul secured only a small advantage through the secret Covenant Tower, they could still become titans in God's domain, unlike Zero Wing. And even if the two guilds managed to gain full control over the tower, their situation would improve only slightly. They would be a step ahead of the various superpowers but still be no match for the 5 great superguilds. Feng's decisiveness stunned Illusory Words and Unyielding Heart. In their opinion, Silverwing City was Zero Wing's last path of retreat. It was also one of Zero Wing's main sources of income right now and would most likely remain so in the future. One could say that so long as Silverwing City remained standing, Zero Wing would continue to survive in God's domain. However, Feng had agreed to give its income away without hesitation. What the two of them did not know was that Feng had never once deemed Silverwing City or Stone Forest City that important. The small mobile fortress was the way to go. Even if his plan failed this time and he managed to gather only a small portion of the small mobile fortress's construction materials, he would have profited massively. In his previous life, guilds had been willing to exchange 3 main guild cities for one small mobile fortress, let alone a measly basic city. Even then, no guild had accepted the trade. Following this, Illusory Words and Unyielding Heart signed a guild contract with Feng on behalf of their respective guilds. As stipulated in the contract, Crimson Emperor and Unyielding Soul would do everything they could to support Zero Wing during this time. Both guilds would also pay 2 million magic crystals and 5 million gold coins to Zero Wing. In exchange, Zero Wing would have to give up all of Silverwing City's income to the two guilds should the plan fail. When the guild contract took effect, both Illusory Words and Unyielding Heart breathed out a deep sigh of relief. This was undoubtedly the scariest and craziest wager they had participated in their entire lives. Brother Black Flame, what do you need us to do next? Unyielding Heart asked Feng. With the contract signed, their two guilds would move according to Feng's arrangement. Moreover, Unyielding Heart was also curious about what Feng needed their two guilds' strength for. Although he didn't know what it cost to construct a small mobile fortress, the price definitely wasn't something even 5 superpowers working together could afford. Otherwise, mobile fortresses wouldn't be so rare in the various kingdoms and empires. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. EU. There's nothing much you can do now. Your two guilds just need to focus on locking down the secret Covenant Tower. At the same time, send some trustworthy members to explore the 30th floor and beyond to obtain as many Tier 3 legacies as possible. After giving the matter further thought, Feng said, in addition, I'll need your two guilds to organize a 100-man team of peak experts, which will follow me to a place. A 100-man team of peak experts? Feng's words shocked Unyielding Heart. Even working together, Crimson Emperor and Unyielding Soul wouldn't be able to form such a team. At best, they would be able to bring out 70 or 80 peak experts. Can you tell us where we're going? Illusory Words frowned at Feng's words. Peak experts were the pillars of their guilds. Fielding so many peak experts for one operation would place a heavy burden on their guilds. Chuckling, Feng answered honestly, the Ruined Mountain Range. Chapter 2753, Godslayers treasure the Ruined Mountain Range? Illusory Words and Unyielding Heart were stunned by Feng's answer, their complexions turning indescribably grim. The two of them were not unfamiliar with the name Ruined Mountain Range. On the contrary, this was a name that resounded among the various superpowers. The superpowers usually sent scouts to check out level 100+ neutral maps, which had many danger zones. Some superpowers would even investigate level 130 to level 150 neutral maps. Of the explorations conducted by the superpowers, none of the exploration teams they sent into the ruined mountain range had returned alive. Yes. Despite the ruined mountain range being only a level 120+ neutral map, none of the expert players that entered it had returned alive. In fact, they didn't even know how they died. After suffering such bizarre losses, the superpowers stopped attempting to explore the ruined mountain range. After all, the players capable of entering level 120+ neutral maps were incredibly strong experts, with even the weakest among them being at the flowing water realm. Even the superpowers couldn't afford to have too many of such experts dying. Due to this reason, the ruined mountain range had become a forbidden land for the various superpowers. Even though the superpowers already had level 118+ expert players under their command now, none of them dared make another attempt. After a while, Unyielding Heart asked nervously, "Must we go in there?" Peak experts were the main pillars supporting their guilds. Even the death of one of these experts would distress them. It would be an absolute nightmare if several dozen of them died. We must. Entering the ruined mountain range is the prerequisite for our success, Feng said, nodding. If possible, he wouldn't want to enter the ruined mountain range at this time, either. However, the ruined mountain range was his only option to secure a large amount of resources quickly. This was because the ruined mountain range was a true forbidden land with the lowest level requirement. Players had a chance of surviving in the neutral map so long as they reached level 120. Moreover, the ruined mountain range was also one of the most highly contested forbidden lands in his previous life. Although the ruined mountain range was labeled a forbidden land, it wasn't a forbidden land for all life. Instead, it was only a forbidden land for humans. Humans would face great danger when entering the ruined mountain range, however, non-humans wouldn't. Most importantly, the clue he had to the God Slayer led him to the ruined mountain range. After analyzing the map clue and with his understanding of the ruined mountain range, he felt it was highly likely that one of the God Slayer's treasures was hidden inside the forbidden land. The Earthfall Secret Land. This was something he had only heard of during his previous life. Although he didn't know who activated the Earthfall Secret Land, what he did know was that the 5 great super guilds had dispatched over 40 Tier 5 experts to contest for it. The struggle between these experts had very nearly flattened the ruined mountain range's outer area. As to what the Earthfall Secret Land contained, there had been all sorts of rumors about it in the outside world. However, nobody actually had a concrete answer. This was because shortly after the Earthfall Secret Land appeared, 3 of the 5 great super guilds had joined forces to monopolize that place. The 3 guilds had prohibited not only outsiders from entering but even their own internal members. The minimum condition to enter the Earthfall Secret Land had been being a Tier 4 core member. Nevertheless, one thing was certain: the Landfall Secret Land was a different dimension the God Slayer had created. The secret land had boasted an abundance of riches and/or veins. Magic crystals could also be found all around. It wasn't a place the outside world could compare to. Hence, Feng intended to take a look at the Earthfall Secret Land. However, the road leading to the Earthfall Secret Land was a treacherous one. After all, countless Tier 4 players had died in the ruined mountain range in his previous life. Even Tier 5 players had fallen in the map. It wasn't a place that lone individuals could easily traverse. Therefore, Feng planned to tap the power of Crimson Emperor and Unyielding Soul for this endeavor. The ruined mountain range is extraordinary. Not to mention, the 2 of our guilds don't even have enough people to form a 100-man team of peak experts. I'm afraid it's going to be difficult to survive there, Illusory Words stated. How about we include some additional Tier 3 experts? That will increase our chances. Compared to Tier 3 peak experts, ordinary Tier 3 experts were far less prized. If they came across dangerous situations, they could have the ordinary experts scout ahead instead of putting the peak experts at risk. This method was frequently employed by superpowers when exploring forbidden lands. No. Shaking his head, Feng smiled and said, "The ones participating in this expedition aren't just experts from your 2 guilds. Other experts will come with us, as well." Other experts? Are they safe? Illusory words and unyielding heart were confused by Feng's words. The operation this time was evidently a top secret. They couldn't afford to invite outsiders at all. Moreover, the operation had high requirements for players. They found it hard to believe that Zero Wing actually had other allies that could be trusted for this operation. They're safe. Their strength is also more than enough to participate in this operation, Feng said, chuckling. The Earthfall secret land was a place that the 5 great superguilds had considered a strategic resource. Once there, he naturally couldn't explore it together with Crimson Emperors and Unyielding Souls members. However, exploring the secret land by himself was also impossible. Hence, he needed to bring some other people with him. Only, outsiders did not know that these people were actually part of Zero Wing. Afterward, Feng had Illusory Words and Unyielding Heart gather their guild's peak experts while he contacted the Azura Adventurer team. As for the Secret Covenant Tower, he tasked Fire Dance and the rest of Zero Wing's main force to handle it. After all, the expedition to the ruined mountain range would take a lot of time. Since Fire Dance and the others could already challenge their Tier 4 promotion quests, it would be a loss for them to accompany him. Black Dragon Empire, Thousand Rock Town. Several dozen flashes appeared on the town's teleportation array as Unyielding Souls and Crimson Emperor's peak experts arrived in this desolate border town. Although Thousand Rock Town was known as a town, there were hardly any NPCs there, let alone players, because of the town's proximity to the ruined mountain range. The neutral map was so dangerous that even NPCs wished to avoid it. After glancing at the desolate street, Blue Gown eyed Feng, who stood nearby. She then asked Illusory Words curiously through a private conversation, "Big Sis Illusory, who do you think guild leader Black Flame invited?" In her opinion, their team, which consisted entirely of peak experts or better, was incredibly rare even in the entire God's domain. She found it inconceivable that Zero Wing could invite another team capable of rivaling theirs. Aside from the many peak experts, their team had Illusory Words and Unyielding Heart. The former was a cleric who stood at the pinnacle of God's domain, while the latter was a berserker with defense rivaling MT classes. There was also Blue Gown herself, who was the third-ranked Guardian Knight in Crimson Emperor's main force. At this stage of the game, only the 5 great superguilds would be capable of fielding such a team. I don't know. According to the information we gathered, only the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's Phoenix Rain might be of help. However, Phoenix Rain disappeared, so Zero Wing shouldn't have any other capable allies, Illusory Words replied, shaking her head. She, too, was curious about the allies Feng mentioned. Shortly after Illusory Words and Blue Gown spoke with each other, a dozen or so flashes appeared on the teleportation array once more. When these new arrivals walked out of the teleportation array, both Illusory Words and Unyielding Heart were shocked. Every one of these new arrivals radiated an astonishingly powerful aura. By the looks of it, not only had they unlocked their mana bodies, but their progress should have reached 100% as well. The callous man walking at the head of the group was someone even Illusory Words and Unyielding Heart had to be wary of. Lightning Demon Lifeless Thorn. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. EU Lifeless Thorn was a ruthless person who persisted in challenging the various experts of God's domain. Some time ago, he had even fought Stalwart Sky, one of the Battle Wolves' Wolf Kings, to a draw and was labeled by the Secret Pavilion as one of the Eastern Continent's top 10 rookies. At this time, Lifeless Thorn boasted not only a high level of 122 but also 7 pieces of epic equipment. And although he had hidden the glow effect of the spear he carried on his back, the archaic magic patterns engraved on it betrayed the spear's superiority to ordinary epic weapons. The Azura Adventurer team. Why are they here? Illusory Words and Unyielding Heart were dying of curiosity at the sight of Lifeless Thorn's group. After all, the Azura Adventurer team was currently a top adventurer team in God's domain. Moreover, it possessed an incredibly mysterious background. Not only did the adventurer team conquer many high-difficulty, large-scale team dungeons, but the adventurer team's members also possessed unfathomable strength. Many of the adventurer team's members had even reached the spiritualization realm, which allowed them to exhibit extraordinary combat power. Various superpowers had frantically tried to recruit the adventurer team. However, The Azura Adventurer team had rejected all the offers. Although many superpowers had sent teams led by peak experts in retaliation, none of these teams succeeded. Moreover, these teams usually returned with heavy losses. Everyone's here. Let's go. Chapter 2754, Forbidden Land for Humans. Everyone's here? Illusory words and unyielding heart turned to Feng in astonishment. Could it be them? Not only did the Azura Adventurer team possess a reputation on the eastern continent of God's domain, but according to rumor, the Adventurer team also controlled more than half of the Ice Crystal world. All of the Adventurer team's core members were incredibly mysterious. From time to time, unheard-of powerful geniuses would also appear in the Adventurer team. It was also bruited about that the Azura Adventurer team had an incredibly powerful commander. This commander was elusive and mysterious. Rumor had it that even Lifeless Thorn couldn't survive one hit from this commander, and that Lifeless Thorn was challenging the various superpowers experts so crazily because he wanted to challenge Azura's commander once more. This situation instilled fear in the various superpowers. For this reason, God's Domain superpowers suspected that the Azura Adventurer team had the backing of a mysterious and powerful force. In fact, they even suspected that this mysterious backer was someone from the upper zone's top layer. The Azura Adventurer team had arrogantly rejected many of the powers that wished to recruit it. This, in turn, resulted in many clashes between Azura and the various powers. And the more Azura fought, the more famous it became. Now, however, it was actually revealed that Azura had a good relationship with Zerowing. They'll be moving with us later on, Feng said. He then nodded at Lifeless Thorn and the others in greeting. Actually, even Feng was somewhat surprised when he saw Lifeless Thorn and the others. He never thought that they would improve so much in the time he hadn't seen them. Now, Lifeless Thorn and the others surpassed Fire Dance and Zerowing's other main force members in levels. Moreover, Lifeless Thorn's aura suggested that he was half a step into the domain realm already. Feng had to admit that the man was truly a battle maniac. Although his frenziedly challenging God's domain's various experts had earned him a lot of enemies, the experience he racked up allowed him to improve rapidly. As for Solitary 9, Yang Ya, Cleansing Whistle, and the others standing beside Lifeless Thorn, they, too, had made significant improvement. It was evident they were at the flowing water realm already. Moreover, they weren't all that far from reaching the void realm, either. If they received enlightenment now, they might very well break through to the next level immediately. Meanwhile, Feng's introduction of them rendered Lifeless Thorn and the others momentarily speechless. They nodded at illusory words and unyielding heart in acknowledgement, none of them showing any intention of speaking to the two strangers. At this time, Solitary 9 spoke to Feng excitedly through a private conversation, asking, "Commander, what do you think of the people we brought this time? Everyone's combat power is on par with peak experts. We didn't shame you, right?" "Indeed. I never thought you would manage to recruit so many talents," Feng said in astonishment as he studied Azura's team members. Quite a few of the Azura members present were people he was unacquainted with personally. However, he had heard of a few of these people in his previous life. All of them had been well-known solo experts in the game. Two of them had even reached Tier 5, only slightly inferior to Lifeless Thorn, who had reached the demigod standard. Feng truly had not imagined that Lifeless Thorn and the others would be able to recruit all these people into the Azura Adventurer team. Following this, Solitary 9 told Feng about recent events, mentioning that they had accidentally strayed into a magical place where time flowed at a completely different rate, and the players residing there were incredibly strong. In that magical place, refinement realm experts were considered third-rate. They were no big deal whatsoever. The players there were also very high-leveled, with some having even reached level 130 already. When Solitary 9 and the others visited that place, they had been utterly dumbfounded. During their stay in that magical place, they had frequently fought with the experts there. This allowed them to gain a lot of inspiration and improvement. Unfortunately, the system abruptly brought them back to the main continent for some reason. When they returned, their levels surpassed that of the superpowers peak experts by a large margin. Solitary 9's tale surprised Feng. He never thought that God's domain would actually have such a magical area. However, when he remembered that Gentle Snow and Aqua Rose had fought in a different world for 80 years, he concluded that the situation Lifeless Thorn and the others had found themselves in was nothing to fuss about. Meanwhile, Crimson Emperors and Unyielding Souls members also finished their preparations to set off. Following which, everyone got on their flying mounts and flew toward the ruined mountain range. The ruined mountain range occupied a huge area on the continent of God's domain. According to players' estimates, the entire ruined mountain range could rival the combined area of 5 or 6 empires and connected many places. The neutral map's level 120 region was only the periphery. If players wished to survive in the map's inner region, they would have to reach level 150 at the very least. As for the ruined mountain range's core area, only level 180 plus, Tier 5 experts could enter there. Even level 200, Tier 4 experts wouldn't survive. After flying for 7 hours straight, Feng and the others finally saw a stretch of majestic mountains on the horizon. Just the mountains in the ruined mountain range's periphery already reached heights of more than 30,000 meters. The sky of the mountain range was also shrouded in thunderclouds, and purple lighting arcs frequently appeared, bombarding the mountain range. Those seeing the ruined mountain range for the first time were inevitably stunned by the magnificent and destructive scene before them. "We're descending," Feng instructed everyone after taking a look at the mountain range ahead. Flying mounts couldn't fly into the ruined mountain range. If players wished to enter the neutral map, they had to rely on their own 2 feet. This was because even Tier 5 experts couldn't withstand the purple lightning. Even a level 200, Tier 5 Guardian Knight would fall after suffering 3 to 5 lightning strikes. Anyone who wished to fly inside the ruined mountain range would have to reach Tier 6 first. Only then could they endure the purple lightning. Shortly afterward, Feng and the others arrived in a forest near the ruined mountain range. They then stored their flying mounts one after another. "Once we enter the ruined mountain range, everyone must stick to the team as closely as possible. You must not split off from the team under any circumstances. Otherwise, you'll be responsible for the consequences," Feng said after everyone had finished organizing themselves. "Remember, even if someone beside you is asking for help, or I tell you to run for your lives, ignore everything. You must continue sticking to the team and advance. We also need to move as fast as possible." Upon hearing Feng's command, everyone present was surprised and puzzled. "Guild leader Black Flame, are we supposed to ignore even your commands after we enter the map?" Blue Gown asked, her eyes filled with questions as she looked at Feng. Feng had clearly stated before that they needed to listen to his every command. Yet, now, he was telling them to ignore his commands once they entered the ruined mountain range. His instructions were simply incomprehensible. "Yes. Once you enter, you can ignore any of my commands temporarily. You can also ignore everyone around you until the team comes to a halt," Feng said, nodding. "Why?" Illusory Words was also slightly confused by this situation. "Is there an illusion inside?" "I'm not sure, either. In any case, the environment inside is very special. You will suffer from hallucinations once you enter. However, despite being hallucinations, everything you see isn't an illusion, but real instead. Nobody can tell what is real or fake once inside. You can treat everything as real, and you can also treat everything as fake," Feng said calmly. "The only thing I am certain of is that stopping inside means death." This was also why he had Crimson Emperor and Unyielding Soul dispatch only peak experts for this expedition. Anyone capable of becoming a peak expert would possess a firm mindset. Meanwhile, only with a firm mindset could one pass through the ruined mountain range's periphery. "How can there be such an environment?" Blue Gown was shocked at Feng's explanation. As far as she knew, Forbidden Lands were merely places with harsh environments and strong monsters. Yet, the ruined mountain range was actually a place that subjected players to hallucinations. At this moment, let alone Blue Gown, even Illusory Words and Unyielding Heart had grim expressions on their faces. Suddenly, they understood why the various superpowers experts had died unawares after entering the ruined mountain range. In fact, it would be strange if they knew how they died. In this world, the scariest thing was the unknown. Meanwhile, the ruined mountain range undoubtedly fulfilled this condition. Although they didn't know whether there were any monsters in the ruined mountain range's periphery, just the unique environment alone made it a scary place. In fact, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to call it the scariest place they had visited since entering God's domain. The ruined mountain range truly deserved its reputation as a forbidden land for humans. "Alright, let's head inside," Feng said after seeing that everyone had digested his words. "Remember, stick to the team." Afterward, Feng led the team to a mountain path that led into the ruined mountain range. The mountain path was relatively close by. Tier 3 players would take only a few minutes to cross the distance on foot. Less than 10 minutes later, the team of 100+ players entered the ruined mountain range's perimeter. The moment everyone set foot into the neutral map, their mood grew solemn. They also followed Feng's command and stuck close to each other. The team advanced at a slow pace. Even the Tier 3 magical class players of the team managed to keep up easily. The ruined mountain range's environment was surprisingly better than everyone imagined. The map did not constantly sap their stamina or concentration. In fact, very little foreign energy invaded their bodies here. Around half an hour later, the team still had not come across a single monster. The whole mountain range was surprisingly safe and peaceful. Unlike what they imagined, the map wasn't infested with monsters that could easily trample over Tier 3 players. "It seems the ruined mountain range isn't a big deal, after all," Blue Gown said as she observed her surroundings. Under the circumstances, her initial expectation had disappeared completely. At Blue Gown's words, everyone in the team also started to feel that Feng had blown things out of proportion. He had only made them needlessly anxious. "Blue, I'll have to rely on you once monsters start appearing later on," a level 119 female summoner said to Blue Gown. "Sure, no problem. I'll make sure no monster gets near you," Blue Gown said confidently. The female summoner felt relieved at Blue Gown's assurance. "See. The next moment, the sound of something splashing suddenly entered everyone's ears. The smell of blood also quickly spread into the surroundings. Meanwhile, everyone in the team stared at the female summoner and Blue Gown in shock. "You. Why?" The female summoner stared at Blue Gown in consternation. Before anyone realized it, Blue Gown had stabbed the female summoner with her long sword, causing the latter to lose HP continuously. Blue Gown stared at the female summoner in confusion. A bright smile appearing on her face, she asked in a dissatisfied tone, "Why?" After saying so, Blue Gown slashed the female summoner's throat, killing her. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. EU. What's going on? Immediately, the people standing behind Blue Gown stared at her in shock and confusion. They couldn't understand why Blue Gown would suddenly attack a fellow teammate. Moreover, the smile on her face was unspeakably strange. The gaze she used to look at them also seemed as if she wasn't looking at humans. "What's the matter with you guys?" Blue Gown asked in confusion when she saw everyone looking at her warily. "Why are you looking at me like that?" However, despite her words, Blue Gown had an indescribably calm expression on her face. As if she had just stepped on an ant by the roadside, she was completely oblivious to the fact that she had just killed one of her teammates. Chapter 2755, Monster? Did Blue get possessed by a monster? What should we do now? Anyway, let's step back and keep our distance. Everyone slowly backed away from Blue Gown while staring at her in confusion. After all, Blue Gown possessed extraordinary strength as well as a hidden class for Guardian Knights. If they allowed her to get close to them, they would meet a similar fate to that female summoner. Meanwhile, upon noticing the players behind her stepping away, Blue Gown slowed her pace and looked at her teammates in confusion. "What's the matter with you guys?" While Blue Gown asked this question, the long sword in her hand bloomed with a dazzling light. The surrounding space even began to twist from the weapon's power. "Not good. Be careful. She's using a Tier 3 legacy skill. We'll definitely die if we get hit," a Tier 3 expert familiar with Blue Gown warned Unyielding Souls experts. Afterward, this person dashed straight into the nearby forest. The next moment, several other peak experts from Crimson Emperor also hid in the nearby forest one after another. Upon seeing this, Unyielding Souls experts couldn't help hesitating over whether to fight or hide. On the other hand, Blue Gown was confused when she saw Crimson Emperor's members fleeing, turning toward the female summoner who should have long since been dead. Blue Gown asked, "T, what do you think is wrong with them? Why did they look at me like that just now?" "I don't know, either," the female summoner named Clear T answered, shaking her head. With a confused expression on her face, she said, "Why don't we follow them and take a look? It'll be bad if they move too far away from the team." "I guess you're right." Blue Gown nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, when Illusory Words, who stood some distance ahead of Blue Gown, noticed Blue Gown splitting away from the team, she promptly slowed her pace. "Blue, what are you doing?" Illusory Words shouted at Blue Gown in dissatisfaction. "Also, who have you been talking to all this time?" "Me." Turning toward Illusory Words, Blue Gown answered, "Haven't I been talking to Clear T all this time?" "Clear T?" Looking at Blue Gown strangely, Illusory Words said, "Isn't T at the front of the team?" "The front?" Blue Gown immediately turned to look at Clear T. However, before she realized it, the female summoner whom she had been chatting with merrily just a moment ago was nowhere to be seen. Where did she go? Wait, why have so many of our members gone missing? Illusory Words asked in confusion. "I don't know what got into them, but they suddenly retreated into the forest over there," Blue Gown said, shaking her head. She, too, was confused at this situation. "No. We were fooled." Illusory Words' complexion darkened when she saw that the entire rear section of the team had disappeared. "Black Flame never planned to bring us into the ruined mountain range. He must have been planning to use the ruined mountain range's power to annihilate our peak expert." This, Blue Gown was momentarily stunned. "Now that we've suffered such severe losses already, if we continue following him, he'll definitely lead us to our death. Our only choice is to kill him now," Illusory Words said in a whisper to Blue Gown while looking at the front at Feng, who was leading the team. "I'll assist you. With your strength, even if you can't kill him in one hit, you should still be able to injure him heavily. At that time, I'll land the finishing blow on him. This despicable Black Flame. I knew he wasn't anything good." Blue Gown nodded in agreement to Illusory Words' plan. Blue Gown made her way toward Feng at a quick pace. When less than 100 yards separated them, Blue Gown suddenly disappeared, then reappeared behind Feng, a dazzling brilliance bursting out from the longsword she wielded. She swung her sword at the defenseless Feng. The next moment, countless spatial cracks appeared before Blue Gown and extended up to 100 yards away. "Blue Gown, what are you doing?" Unyielding Heart was startled when he saw Blue Gown suddenly attacking Feng. However, Blue Gown paid no attention to Unyielding Heart at all, launching another ruthless attack immediately after her first one. However, after executing her second attack, Blue Gown was dumbfounded. Where did he go? Looking ahead, Blue Gown failed to see anyone standing on the road before her, and she froze in stupefaction. By the time Blue Gown reacted to the situation, Feng was already standing beside her and looking at her quietly. At this time, Unyielding Heart also took action, grabbing Blue Gown's wrist, preventing her from attacking again. "Blue Gown, what are you doing? Why are you attacking Guild Leader Black Flame? Have you lost your mind?" Unyielding Heart questioned. "Don't stop me, he's trying to kill us," Blue Gown said as she glared at Feng. "He's trying to annihilate our peak experts using the ruined mountain range. If you don't believe me, look behind. Everyone at the back has disappeared already." Disappeared? Startled by Blue Gown's words, Unyielding Heart automatically turned to look to the team's rear. Upon seeing that fewer than 20 people remained in the team, Unyielding Heart paled. "Guild Leader Black Flame, are you really?" In this situation, even Unyielding Heart couldn't help doubting Feng's motives. "Are you really trying to annihilate us?" Before Unyielding Heart finished speaking, Feng had already unsheathed the abyssal blade. Slash. Before Blue Gown could react, Feng had cleaved Unyielding Heart in half, killing the latter instantly. "You." Blue Gown was momentarily stunned when she saw Unyielding Heart getting killed. She then bellowed at Feng, "You really are trying to annihilate the peak experts of our two guild. I'll fight you to death." After Blue Gown said so, the intensity of her aura skyrocketed until it rivaled that of level 120 mythic monsters. However, before she could take action, Feng used Darkness Bind. Several dozen chains promptly appeared and restricted Blue Gown's movements. Despite her strength rivaling Tier 4 mythic monsters, all she could do was glare at Feng. She couldn't move her body in the slightest. Looking at Blue Gown, Feng said evenly, "You need to calm down." "Calm down? You want me to calm down?" Blue Gown's eyes burned with a fiery rage. "You killed Vice Guild Leader Hart, yet you want me to calm down? Take a clear look at the situation," Feng shouted while releasing his killing intent and directing it at Blue Gown. The intense killing intent instantly shocked Blue Gown out of her anger. And as if having realized something, she then gawked at her surroundings. "What the hell is going on with me?" Before Blue Gown realized it, more people had appeared around her. Unyielding Heart stood among these new additions and was currently staring at her with a confused look on his face. "Blue, what's gotten into you? Why are you trying to kill Guild Leader Black Flame so desperately?" Illusory Words asked, similarly surprised by Blue Gown's actions. Everyone had been advancing carefully before. Yet, for some reason, Blue Gown had suddenly charged up to Feng and attacked him. Fortunately, Feng had reacted quickly and dodged her attack in time. "An illusion? I got caught in an illusion?" Blue Gown was stunned by this situation. Everything she experienced before felt too real, so real that she didn't even notice that something was amiss. "What's going on here?" Unyielding Heart asked in surprise. "Does this mean you'll get trapped in an illusion even if you're just walking?" However, before Unyielding Heart and the others could figure out what was going on, Feng suddenly stabbed the abyssal blade into Blue Gown. "What are you doing, Guild Leader Black Flame?" Illusory Words asked, startled. Feng was a Tier 4 Sword Emperor. Any random attack of his could reap millions of HP from mythic monsters. Killing Blue Gown, who had less than 3 million HP, would take no more than a hit. However, what occurred next made everyone's jaws drop. This was because Feng's attack failed to kill Blue Gown. A damage value exceeding 4 million had appeared above Blue Gown's head, yet the Guardian Knight's HP bar had fallen by only a small chunk, losing barely 3% of her HP. How is this possible? Unyielding Heart couldn't help doubting his eyes. For Blue Gown to lose only around 3% of her HP despite suffering over 4 million damage, her maximum HP had to exceed 200 million. A player having 200 million HP? Did a monster replace Blue? Illusory Words was also stunned by this situation. This was Illusory Words' first time seeing a monster transforming into a player. Moreover, the Blue Gown before her looked identical to the real one. However, before anyone could snap out of their surprise, Feng suddenly appeared beside Illusory Words and slashed at her with the abyssal blade. -6,434,654. Damage exceeding 6 million appeared above Illusory Words' head. However, similar to Blue Gown, Illusory Words lost less than 3% of her HP from the attack. Illusory Words looked at Feng strangely, failing to understand why Feng had attacked her all of a sudden. Meanwhile, Unyielding Heart, who saw all of this, was at a loss. He simply couldn't figure out what was happening right now. "Guild Leader Black Flame, what exactly are you doing?" After suffering an attack, Illusory Words hurriedly stepped back and used a healing spell on herself, instantly replenishing her HP back to full. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. What am I doing?" Chuckling, Feng said, "Of course, I'm getting rid of you monsters." "Monsters? What kind of joke are you making? How am I a monster? I'm a bona fide player," Illusory Words protested, her eyes wide with confusion as she looked at Feng. She then explained hurriedly, "There must be a problem here." When everyone on the team saw that Illusory Words did not retaliate, combined with the sincerity in her voice, they had to nod their heads in agreement, feeling that there was definitely a problem here. If Illusory Words really were a monster, she should have retaliated after Feng attacked her. She wouldn't be trying to explain herself. In the meantime, Blue Gown looked at herself in shock. She couldn't believe that she had transformed into a monster. Am I actually the transformation of a monster? Chapter 2756, True Forbidden Land. Blue Gown and Illusory Words' bizarre performance and words stunned everyone. Were Blue Gown and Illusory Words monsters or not? Previously, when they came across monsters, all they needed to do was attack the said monsters. If they couldn't defeat the monsters, they could just run. Now, however, they couldn't even tell whether the monsters they faced were actual monsters. What were they supposed to do in this situation? Immediately, a deathly silence fell over the entire team as everyone turned to look at their teammates, afraid that the one standing beside them was actually a monster in disguise. Illusory Words and Blue Gown also warily eyed each other. This weird scene was definitely a first for everyone. However, after this strange atmosphere lasted for several seconds, the sunny sky suddenly darkened. Lightning and thunder filled the surroundings. Before Blue Gown realized it, the people around her had disappeared. Simultaneously, a 6-meter-tall monster with a huge mouth and ethereal body had appeared beside her, and it had devoured half of her soul already. Despite having noticed this monster, she could only stare at it quietly like an immobile puppet. She couldn't move her body even if she wanted to. However, the next moment, a magic blade pierced the heart of this monster. The monster let loose an ear-piercing scream that made Blue Gown feel as if her head would burst. What's going on? Blue Gown, whose body currently resembled an ethereal soul, was all at sea. Right now, she truly could not distinguish what was real from what was fake. It was as if she had woken up from a dream, only to end up in another dream. Before she could react to the situation, the injured monster pounced on her once more, intending to devour the delicacy before it. Meanwhile, Blue Gown, who had returned to her physical body, was utterly powerless against the monster. Just being close to it petrified her and gave her a pounding headache. She couldn't put up any resistance whatsoever. Soul Devourer, Soul Monster, Great Lord, level 124 HP 440 million. However, before the Soul Devourer could reach Blue Gown, several magic swords shot through it in rapid succession. -71,514,654. -35,164,412. Several dozen terrifying damage values flashed above the Soul Devourer one after another, the Great Lord's HP zeroing out straight away. The monster then dispersed into particles of light, leaving behind a dozen or so crystal fragments in its place. Black Flame. Blue Gown looked at Feng in confusion, having fallen into a mentally weakened state, her voice tremulous with uncertainty. You sustained some mental attacks. Nearly half of your concentration was consumed, as well. It's best if you don't move around recklessly, Feng said as he looked at Blue Gown. Fortunately, you managed to walk out of that area. I wouldn't have been able to save you otherwise. Mental attacks. Blue Gown was taken aback. How is this possible? This was her first time hearing this term. Moreover, everything she had experienced before felt real. Such a situation was simply unheard of. She had experienced earth-shattering battles in God's domain before, but never such a terrifying illusion. She found it hard to imagine that a monster was actually capable of executing such an attack. Nothing is impossible in God's domain, especially in this forbidden land for humans, Feng said as he met Blue Gown's incredulous gaze. Shaking his head, he said, monsters in God's domain aren't limited to physical and magical attacks. They have many unknown ways to attack and lay traps. Even if a player possesses combat power far surpassing a monster's, the player will still get killed if they aren't careful. Take these monsters that are capable of employing mental attacks, for example. Even if you have superior basic attributes, so long as you get caught in their mental attack, if you don't have incredibly strong willpower and the concentration to break through their mental bindings, you will still get killed. This was also why it was important for players to improve not only their basic attributes but also their concentration. During the early stages of God's domain, players would rarely encounter mental attacks. Those that did wouldn't notice it due to their ignorance of mental attacks. However, past level 120 and after the first major update took place, mental attacks would appear much more frequently. Meanwhile, if players did not possess sufficiently strong willpower, they would still be helpless against mental attacks even if they had incredibly powerful basic attributes. Take Blue Gown, for example. She had been trapped inside the Soul Devourer's mental space and couldn't escape at all. Fortunately, she did not die inside the mental space. Otherwise, even if he managed to save her from the Soul Devourer, all he would have saved would be an empty husk. In God's domain, dying inside a mental space was no different from dying in the outside world. To put it simply, one would suffer a soul death. This was also why most players in his previous life dared not offend Tier 5 NPCs, as some of them wielded mental attacks. Meanwhile, suffering a soul death was much worse than a physical death. Worst-case scenario, one would lose one's account and have to start all over again. After Feng finished speaking, he resumed controlling his magic swords to rescue the others. This is a true forbidden land. As Blue Gown looked at the death and destruction in her surroundings, she finally realized that the ruined mountain range was much scarier than she thought. Compared to the battles she had experienced before, the one just now was on an entirely different level. Moreover, she had never thought that there would be such forms of combat in a virtual reality game. Despite the Soul Devourer's basic attributes being inferior to hers, she had been utterly helpless against it. When that Soul Devourer approached her earlier, she had suffered an intense headache. Her head had hurt so much that she couldn't control her body, let alone fight. Blue Gown wasn't the only victim of a Soul Devourer's attack. Several dozen other people had been caught as well. Of those present, only 19 people managed to avoid the Soul Devourer's attacks. Of the 19 people, the Azura Adventurer team had an overwhelming advantage in numbers. 8 of the Adventurer team's members were unscathed, compared to the 5 members each of Crimson Emperor and Unyielding Soul. At this time, everyone was desperately trying to save those who had been caught. However, some of the victims were beyond rescue already. The devouring speed of the Soul Devourers varied. Some were slow to finish their prey, while others were quick. Evidently, some players had stronger resistance to mental attacks, while other players had weaker resistance. Those with weak resistance didn't have much of their souls left at this point. When Blue Gown noticed Azura's cleansing whistle, who was roughly the same age as herself, fighting a Soul Devourer, she was stunned. Am I that much weaker than her? Blue Gown couldn't help her surprise and confusion as she watched Cleansing Whistle. She considered herself one of the best among her peers. Her guild even recognized her as one of the top 3 talents of the younger generation. Yet, she was actually inferior to Cleansing Whistle, someone whose combat standard hadn't even reached the Void Realm yet. However, before Blue Gown could recover from her shock, she felt a chill envelop her body as if something was staring directly at her soul. What? This is a lie, right? How can we fight such a thing? Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. Blue Gown wasn't the only person who felt this sensation, everyone experienced it. When Illusory Words and Unyielding Heart looked in the direction of this feeling's source, they trembled in fear. A 30-meter tall, 3-headed monster loomed over the team, and every step it took made everyone's soul shudder in fear. Tedelia the Soul Singer, Realm Lord, Superior Mythic, Level 128 HP 20,500,000,000. Chapter 2757, 15 Second. Everyone gasped at Tedelia's appearance. A Realm Lord was an existence close to rivaling world bosses. Not to mention, Tedelia was a Realm Lord of the ruined mountain range. Its strength was most likely on par with that of world bosses in the outside world. This is the terror of a forbidden land for humans. Mu Lingshaw smiled wryly at the sight of the Soul Singer. She finally understood why none of the various superpowers expert teams managed to make it out of the ruined mountain range alive. It would be strange if they did. At this time, not only was half of their team dead, but they also had to fight a large number of Soul Devourers. Although the Soul Devourers weren't particularly strong, most of the surviving members of their team couldn't fully exhibit their combat power, either. The Soul Devourers dealt astonishingly powerful mental damage. Even after players broke free from the Soul Devourer's mental shackles, the mental damage still existed, affecting their brains. The consequent headaches prevented the players from executing delicate actions, which, in turn, lowered their combat standards by 2 ranks on average. Now, Void Realm experts could exhibit combat standards only at the Refinement Realm, while Domain Realm experts' combat standards were at the Void Realm. On the other hand, the Soul Devourers all had combat standards at the Trial Tower's 6th floor. They could undoubtedly be considered first-rate experts, not much inferior to ordinary Tier 3 experts in combat standards. With the addition of a Realm Lord, there was no way their team could get out of this situation alive. Among those still standing, only Lifeless Thorn, Solitary 9, Yang Ya, and Cleansing Whistle remained relatively calm, continuing to systematically slay the soul devourers troubling the players around them. 9, Thorn, and Yang Ya, help me hold the boss for 15 seconds. Feng said after saving another person from the soul devourers. Upon hearing Feng's command, Illusory words and unyielding heart couldn't help doubting their ears. They're still going to fight in this situation. Their opponents consisted of several hundred soul devourers and one realm lord. The only thing they could and should do now was run away. The battle recovery of a monster of Tedelia's rank allowed it to regenerate 2% of its HP every 5 seconds. In other words, the realm lord could recover 410 million HP per 5 seconds. That was basically killing a great lord of the same level every 5 seconds. If they couldn't accomplish that, they wouldn't even be able to get Tedelia's HP below 98%. Meanwhile, their team currently had fewer than 30 people alive, nearly half of them in a mentally weakened state and incapable of combat. With Tedelia's defense as a superior mythic thrown in, their team's attacks would, at best, give the realm lord an itch. 15 seconds. After briefly calculating their chances, Solitary 9 nodded and said, "No problem. However, 15 seconds really is the most I can do." Tedelia's mental influence was too powerful. Even Solitary 9 felt a little overwhelmed. "No problem. If you can't handle it, I'll take over," Lifeless Thorn said, excitement flashing in his eyes as he looked at the approaching soul singer. Previously, killing monsters for EXP had been a chore for him. After all, none of the monsters he fought allowed him to improve. He was killing them solely for the sake of leveling up. However, after setting foot in the ruined mountain range, he finally felt that he was truly fighting a battle. Previously, he would get the exhilarating feeling of having one move decide his life or death only when fighting peak experts. Now, however, the soul devourers were giving him the same feeling. It was simply wonderful. As for Tedelia, the Realm Lord was an existence that could even terrify him. This was the kind of opponent he had been hankering for. "Alright, let's hurry up and head over. If we wait until the boss arrives, the others might get dragged into the fight," Yang Ya said, her head aching slightly when she saw Lifeless Thorn's excited expression. Solitary 9 and Lifeless Thorn activated the power of darkness, boosting their basic attributes by a large margin. Now, both of them were comparable with Tier 4 existences. The next moment, the two melee players turned into streaks of light as they charged at Tedelia. Meanwhile, Yang Ya, a druid, chanted an incantation and flew toward the Realm Lord. Simultaneously, she cast a layer of life protection on both Solitary 9 and Lifeless Thorn, the spell capable of absorbing some of the damage they took and converting it into HP raw. Tedelia bellowed in anger when it saw two ants charging at it, its roar echoing throughout the ruined mountain range's outermost area. As its roar spread, an invisible mental attack struck everyone. Aside from Feng, everyone present groaned in pain. "Good. You really are powerful." After suffering Tedelia's mental attack, which was much stronger than its ever-present mental influence, Lifeless Thorn turned deathly pale. However, when he looked at the 30-meter-tall Realm Lord, not only did he not grow fearful of the boss, but the fighting spirit in his eyes even burned brighter. He raised his spear and transformed into a lightning bolt shooting at Tedelia. Tier 3 legacy skill, Lightning Flash. With the power of darkness's buff, this attack pierced through space itself. As if he had teleported, Lifeless Thorn instantly appeared before the Soul Singer. So fast. This scene surprised Unyielding Heart. There had been a 200-yard gap between Tedelia and Lifeless Thorn, yet the latter had crossed this distance instantly. Unyielding Heart wasn't sure he could react to such a speed even if he activated his Berserk skill. Boom. A deafening boom echoed throughout the mountains. The next moment, a black shadow fell from the sky and struck the ground heavily, the impact of the collision creating a crater over 24 meters in diameter. Inside the crater, Lifeless Thorn stood, propping himself up with his spear. His hands on the spear trembled, and blood leaked out from a corner of his mouth. It was evident he had sustained a major blow. His HP had fallen by more than 460,000. What happened? Blue Gown, who was watching the clash from a distance, was dumbfounded. Lifeless Thorn's attack carried incredible power and speed. Even an actual Tier 4 mythic monster should have suffered a serious injury from it. Yet, not only did Lifeless Thorn fail to inflict any damage on Delia, but he had even taken damage. Moreover, Lifeless Thorn had lost close to 10% of his HP despite the life protection cast on him. At this rate, without additional healing, he would definitely die after 6 or 7 more exchanges. Is this monster really just a superior mythic? Everyone couldn't help doubting their eyes as they stared at the intact Soul Singer. They had seen superior mythic monsters before. Some of them had even killed one before. However, compared to those superior mythic monsters, Delia was like a completely different creature. However, when Feng, who was currently incanting, saw this scene, he wasn't surprised at all. The early stages of God's Domain served to let players adapt to God's Domain's combat style. The main God system had not only provided players with many benefits but also weakened the monsters in the game. In fact, even the level 100+ monsters that players felt were strong weren't actually at their peak condition. They were still suppressed to a certain degree. However, that was not the case for the monsters in Forbidden Lands. The monsters in these locations weren't subject to the main God system suppression and could exert 100% of their combat power. In Forbidden Lands, mythic monsters were beyond the capabilities of ordinary Tier 3 teams. Tier 3 players would need top-quality equipment and various support tools to even stand a chance. Moreover, the team would also need many experts with berserk skills. Otherwise, only one outcome awaited the team: annihilation. Not to mention, Delia was a bona fide superior mythic. If Feng himself fought Delia right now, he definitely wouldn't have an easy time. They would need at least 6 Tier 4 players to defeat this boss. Otherwise, challenging the Realm Lord would be sheer suicide. This was why he had tasked Lifeless Thorn's trio with only holding back Delia for 15 seconds. Asking them to hold the Realm Lord back for even a few seconds more was a luxury they couldn't afford. Subsequently, Solitary 9 and Lifeless Thorn activated their life-saving skills one after another to defend against Delia's attacks. Even Yang Ya, who served as the healer of the trio, had to activate her power of darkness. Without the additional basic attributes, she would have died from any random stray attack that hit her. One time, to defend against Delia's trampling, Solitary 9 activated his Tier 3 shield wall and interposed himself between the Realm Lord and his 2 companions. However, even with his life-saving skill activated, the resulting shockwave still sent the trio flying several dozen meters away. Both Lifeless Thorn and Yang Ya lost over 1 million HP from the attack, whereas Solitary 9 lost over 3 million HP. 5 seconds. 10 seconds. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. Every second of battle placed immense pressure on the trio. Every moment they fought Delia felt as if death would claim them in the next second. The players spectating from afar were stupefied at this scene. This was the first time they truly understood how terrifying a superior mythic monster could be. If not for Lifeless Thorn's group having activated their berserk skills, the trio would have most likely been killed instantly. "Commander, are you not done yet?" Solitary 9 asked Feng through a private conversation. Previously, he thought that it would be a joke if he couldn't hold Delia for 15 seconds. However, he now realized that 15 seconds was truly a long time. Good job. At this time, Feng had also finished chanting the final verse recorded in the Bible of Darkness. "Leave the rest to me." Chapter 2758, Bible of Darkness's true power. Upon hearing Feng's words, Solitary 9, Lifeless Thorn, and Yang Ya promptly stopped attracting Delia's attention and dashed over to Feng. They chose to run to him because only their commander had a way to hold Delia back. If they ran in any other direction, Delia would definitely chase them down and crush them. Delia strode toward Feng step by step. Not only did Delia shake the ground with every step it took, but the mental influence it exerted over the rest of the team also increased. Some of the resting players, such as Blue Gown, even started holding their heads in pain. "Are we going to fight it?" Illusory words couldn't help frowning at this situation. She simply couldn't see any way for their team to defeat Delia. Not only did Delia possess over 2 billion HP, but its combat standard was superior to ordinary refinement realm experts. Its speed was so fast that even a domain realm expert like herself could barely keep up. Such speed simply wasn't something Tier 3 players could cope with, and even a Tier 4 player like Feng would, at best, just match its speed. Moreover, Tedelia's strength was something only Tier 4 MTS could hope to stop. If a swordsman like Feng tried to tank one of the Realm Lord's attacks, he would definitely end up miserable. However, when Tedelia was only 3 steps away from Feng, the connections completed. Feng smiled as he closed the Bible of Darkness and looked at Tedelia. Let's start the second round, then. As soon as Feng closed the Bible of Darkness, the stormy skies above the valley shattered and transformed into a dark space covering thousands of yards. Looking at the darkness, everyone present could faintly sense that it was connected to an ancient and terrifying space. Just the aura leaking out from the dark space was enough to roil the valley's mana. The next moment, a gigantic stone door several hundred meters tall fell through the dark space and smashed into the valley, causing powerful tremors to spread throughout the valley. When Tedelia looked at this ancient door, a deep sense of fear appeared in its eyes. How can there be such a terrifying existence in this world? Unyielding Heart was shocked as he looked at the massive stone door before him. This door was undoubtedly the most terrifying item he had seen in God's domain thus far. Just looking at it allowed him to understand just how scary it was. Every magic pattern and rune engraved on the door functioned to seal its power. Whatever existence stood behind the door could most likely obliterate him with just a small strand of its power. For a moment, he even had the feeling that the opening of this door would mark the beginning of all disasters. He's not planning to open this door, right? Illusory words eyed the stone door nervously. The door before her looked far too ominous. Its appearance alone filled her with an indescribable aversion and terror easily 100 times stronger than the fear she felt for Tedelia. However, before Illusory words could continue this line of thought, the door began opening by itself slowly. Darkness, silence, and despair. For a moment, it felt as if all the negative emotions in the world were pouring out of this stone door, and even Feng felt uncomfortable in this situation. As for everyone else, their faces paled, and they knelt on the ground involuntarily, none of them daring to look at the stone door directly. Who, mans? No. You're not. Suddenly, words spoken in the abstruse demonic language flowed out of the door. Although none of the players present were knowledgeable of the language of demons, they understood what the spoken words conveyed. For a time, everyone was confused. I never thought that after so many years, you existences would be the next to summon this door. Following these words, a 3-eyed, 10-meter-tall, humanoid demon clad in black armor walked out of the stone door. The instant Tedelia saw this demon, horror overwhelmed it. It was as if the Realm Lord had just seen death itself. Actually, Feng himself felt dread at the humanoid demon's appearance. He never dreamed he would summon this demon. The Dark Abyss had a total of 108 demon princes, one, who stood at the peak of the great demons. All of them were existences second only to demon kings, and they could be considered half-step demon kings. Meanwhile, the humanoid demon standing before him was Froboro, the Lord of the Dead. His strength ranked 21st among all great demons. Weak. How weak? Froboro muttered as he looked at himself, his voice filled with dissatisfaction. He then looked at Feng, who held the Bible of Darkness, and said coldly, "You should know what you have done. That book isn't something you should possess, so hand it to me. This is also your only way out. Otherwise, what awaits you is eternal death." As soon as Froboro finished speaking, a powerful sense of oppression descended on Feng, one so uncomfortable that his expression turned ugly. As expected of one of the 108 demon princes. Its mental oppression is on par with Tier 5 existences, Feng sighed ruefully. Although he had long since known that the gap between Tier 4 and Tier 5 was massive, he still couldn't help feeling helpless when experiencing the might of a half-step demon king. Luckily, Feng wielded the Bible of Darkness, which restricted the methods Froboro could use to target him. Otherwise, the demon prince could have killed him instantly. Meanwhile, as Froboro subjected Feng to his mental oppression, the Bible of Darkness also sensed the offense. Immediately, chains appeared around the demon prince's body. The instant these chains appeared, Froboro's mental oppression weakened drastically. Now, the mental oppression no longer posed any threat to Feng whatsoever. This damned contract. I will break free from this binding one day and obtain true freedom. Froboro bellowed in rage as he glared at the pitch-black chains wrapped around his body. He then looked at Feng and said coldly, although that book prevents me from doing anything to you, don't think that you have full control over me. I can tell that you don't have much time left, based on those curses and bindings on your body. That book cannot save you. Only I can help you. That won't be necessary. I will only become your puppet if I believe you, Feng said, shaking his head while smirking contemptuously. After reaching Tier 4, he had gained an inkling about the problem plaguing his soul. Initially, he thought that with the benefits from his promotion, the problems he faced would stabilize. However, it turned out that wasn't the case at all. His problems were far greater than he imagined. This feeling became even more obvious after he had used the Bible of Darkness. The Bible of Darkness had been secretly eroding his soul all this time. He couldn't help but admit that this godlike item truly couldn't be controlled easily. It was much more dangerous than magic weapons. However, it was also impossible for him to abandon the Bible of Darkness. The road to reaching higher tiers was incredibly difficult. Only by grasping every available opportunity would he have a chance of becoming a god. Otherwise, everything he did would be for naught. One example would be the soul mark he received from a faux saint devourer he defeated some time ago. It was precisely because he had exploited this opportunity that he had managed to strengthen his soul, which, in turn, strengthened his resistance to that mysterious NPC's soul curse. Otherwise, he wouldn't have survived until now. Feng then looked at Froboro and said, I might not be able to control you completely, but you should know that as your summoner, I can forcibly control part of your power. The Bible of Darkness was his greatest assurance in venturing to the ruined mountain range this time. Venturing deep into the neutral map with just his personal strength was impossible. After all, Tedelia alone was already more than enough to make him flee. You'll regret this. Controlling the power of demons is beyond you. The more you use it, the deeper you will sink, until eventually your soul is consumed completely. Thank you for the warning, but don't think you demons will have an easy time devouring me. After saying so, Feng used the Bible of Darkness to erase Froboro's consciousness and gain control over a portion of the Demon Prince's strength. A level 135 Demon Prince. Even with just 70% of Froboro's strength, he could roam about the ruined mountain range's outer area without any worries. The conversation between Feng and Froboro lasted for only a short moment. Hence, Tedelia, who had been petrified by the stone door and the Lord of the Dead, was still idle. However, after Feng took control of Froboro's body, Tedelia immediately noticed something amiss. The Demon Prince's aura and mental oppression had weakened significantly. Moreover, Froboro could display hostility toward it now. After realizing what had just happened, Tedelia pounced on Feng without hesitation, sending one of its mountain-sized claws smashing ruthlessly at the tiny human. Feng immediately felt as if the space around him had compressed 100-fold. Not only did his body feel a lot heavier, but even time had started slow. Tier 4 innate skill, Sundering Earth. This was the first time Tedelia had resorted to a skill. Previously, when fighting ants like Lifeless Thorn, it couldn't even be bothered to use skills. However, the only thing on its mind right now was to kill Feng as quickly as possible. Under intense pressure from the space around him, Feng looked up at Tedelia and smiled. You're too late. Even before Feng finished speaking, Froboro, who stood in front of Feng, waved his hand abruptly, and a pitch-black spear of flames condensed in his hand. He then swung the spear at Tedelia's approaching claw. Although Froboro's spear was made of flames, it did not feel scorching at all. On the contrary, it gave off an extreme chill that froze the surrounding space. Time itself seemed to freeze momentarily. Boom! Space shattered and turned into nothingness. The impact of the collision between the two attacks caused the ground to sink. With the exception of Feng, the resulting shockwave also sent everyone flying over 500 yards away and inflicted damage on them ranging between tens of thousands to hundreds of thousands. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. EU. As for Tedelia, its massive body shot backward over 100 yards, leveling the terrain in its path. The next moment, Illusory Words, Unyielding Heart, and the others, who got blown away, gaped in shock as they looked at Tidelia. Chapter 2759, Half-Step Demon King. Is this the real trump card Black Flame has been hiding all this time? Illusory Words and Unyielding Heart were shocked as they stared at the three-eyed demon hovering proudly in the sky. At the same time, they revealed bitter smiles on their faces. Froboro, Lord of the Dead, Demon Prince, level 135 HP 13 billion. They had long known that people like Feng would always keep a trump card hidden. Otherwise, he wouldn't have come to the dangerous ruined mountain range even though he had reached Tier 4. However, they never imagined that Feng's trump card would be this terrifying. The man had actually summoned a demon prince from the dark abyss and controlled it like a puppet to fight for him. A demon prince was an existence capable of rivaling Tier 5 existences. In terms of life rating, a demon prince was above even superior mythic monsters. Not to mention, Froboro was even a demon prince with a title. Calling him a half-step demon king wouldn't be an exaggeration. If the various superpowers were to find out about this power, they would most likely have very ugly expressions on their faces. Any demon prince that possessed a title had earned their title by slaughtering countless people in God's domain. In fact, these titled demon princes were responsible for the destruction of some kingdoms in God's domain. For an existence capable of single-handedly destroying an entire kingdom, destroying a super guild's guild city would be child's play. In reality, Feng himself had also entertained the same fantasies as Illusory Words and Unyielding Heart. However, these thoughts remained merely thoughts. After his promotion to Tier 4, both his concentration and mana perception had gained a qualitative improvement. Thanks to these improvements, he discovered a small trace of dark energy lingering around his soul. The Bible of Darkness possessed incredible power. In fact, some legendary items would even seem weak compared to it. This situation was inconsistent with God's domain's rules. In God's domain, one had to pay a price corresponding to the power gained. This was the balance of God's domain. However, the Bible of Darkness didn't seem balanced to him. The power it offered its wielder was far greater than the cost of using it. Now, the Bible of Darkness's detriments were thoroughly revealed. His soul had become tainted with dark energy. Although the dark energy lingering around his soul was incredibly weak, its purity was exceptionally high, equal to the energy found in 7 luminaries crystals. Ordinary power couldn't expel it. And the more he used the Bible of Darkness's power, the stronger and purer this dark energy became. Particularly, when he summoned Froboro, the rate at which this dark energy grew had skyrocketed. Hence, unless absolutely necessary, he didn't dare casually use the Bible of Darkness's power for now. Meanwhile, as everyone was stunned by Froboro's power, Tidelia, who had been knocked backward, let loose a deafening roar like an enraged beast. Tidelia's originally translucent body turned blood red and enlarged significantly. Now, the Realm Lord easily reached a height of 50 meters. Simultaneously, a ripple of power spread from its body, reaching 500 yards away and causing the ground to sink. What a strong gravity domain! Feng frowned when Tidelia's gravity domain reached him. Despite his mana domain and Tier 4 physique, moving inside Tidelia's gravity domain was actually difficult. Now, he couldn't even exhibit half of his normal speed, let alone his strength. If Tier 3 players stood within this gravity domain right now, they would most likely be crushed to death. Fortunately, Froboro, whom Feng controlled, wasn't particularly affected by this gravity domain. His speed and strength had been reduced by only 20% or so. He still held an advantage over Tidelia. So, this is the Demon Prince's power? Feng was astonished by this situation. Despite both him and Froboro being Tier 4 existences, there was a tremendous gap between them. He only had basic control over Froboro's body, utilizing Froboro's mana and frightening concentration was beyond him. While these two aspects might not seem very important, they were crucial for Tier 4 existences to maximize the use of their basic attributes. At this time, Feng couldn't exhibit even 10% of Froboro's true combat power. Despite that, Froboro could still overwhelm Tidelia. All Feng needed to do now was control Froboro and have the Demon Prince pin down the Soul Singer. If everyone else helped out in attacking Tidelia, Slaying the superior Mythic wouldn't be impossible. However, Tedelia had no intention of letting Feng realize his plans. Chanting an incantation, the Realm Lord repeatedly shattered the ground around itself and gathered the scattered rubble. In just 3 seconds, a meteorite with a 400-yard radius had formed in midair. A Tier 4 curse. Feng's complexion darkened when he saw the meteorite. A Tier 4 curse cast by a superior Mythic would possess power at the Tier 5 standard. A single strike from such an attack was more than enough to demolish a city's defensive magic array. As a Tier 4 player, if he got struck by this attack, he would die without question. At this time, let alone Feng, even Illusory Words, Unyielding Heart, and the other players standing over 500 yards away were stunned by Tedelia's attack. Helpless smiles appeared on their faces. Once this Tier 4 curse landed, none of them would survive. They couldn't even interrupt the spell. Damn it. Why can't I use his mana? Feng felt a huge headache in this situation. If Froboro were to rely on only his physical body, the Demon Prince definitely wouldn't be able to shrug off a Tier 4 curse. Moreover, even if Froboro could endure the attack, both Feng and the rest of his team couldn't. Escaping was also impossible at this point. After all, the activation of a Tier 4 curse would place a seal on the space of the affected region. Aside from shattering the Tier 4 curse directly, the only other way to survive a Tier 4 curse would be to endure it. However, neither of these two options were viable for Feng. If he couldn't control Froboro's mana, he wouldn't be able to use any of the Demon Prince's skills or spells. He could only have the Demon Prince fight hand-to-hand. While Feng was thinking about how to resolve this Tier 4 curse, Tedelia completed the incantation for the Tier 4 curse meteorite collapse. Boom! The next moment, the enormous meteorite that had taken shape fell from the sky like a real meteor. Damn it! Seeing the descending meteorite, Feng gritted his teeth and began calling the dark energy hidden in the depths of his soul. It's all or nothing now. As a tool capable of controlling all demons, the Bible of Darkness shouldn't be limited to turning demons into simple meat puppets. Feng believed it could exert further control over them. Meanwhile, a demon's power wasn't limited to just mana. They also had access to the terrifying power of darkness. In other words, the power of darkness was the source of strength for demons. Yet, when Feng used the Bible of Darkness, he could perform only simple manipulation of demons. This obviously didn't seem right. The instant Feng manipulated the strand of dark energy within his soul, it actually formed a connection with Froboro's source of power. This is... Feng was stupefied. At this moment, he felt that he was Froboro. He now could see what Froboro saw and feel what Froboro felt. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. EU. Is this what it feels like to be in existence approaching Tier 5 Demon Kings? Not only did Feng not feel the slightest bit anxious or fearful of the descending meteorite, but it even looked like a toy to him. Be it the surrounding mana, terrain, or sky, he could now perceive everything with extreme clarity. Even the operating principles of the profound magic elements looked far less complex in his opinion. Meanwhile, just when everyone else on the team shook their heads and gave up, Froboro suddenly raised a hand under Feng's control and directed it at the massive meteorite. The next moment, a gigantic hand made of mana appeared out of thin air and grabbed the meteorite, then lightly squeezed. Boom! A deafening explosion occurred in midair, and the meteorite, which was over 400 meters in radius, instantly shattered into dust. Space around the hand also transformed into a black void. Chapter 2760, Illusory Sword slays Realm Lord. The sky shattered, and the resulting void storm dyed the sky black as it threatened to devour everything on this land. The void storm was so powerful that even Tier 4 players would suffer severe damage or death if they got too close. So strong. He crushed a Tier 4 curse with his hand. Is he really just a Tier 4 demon? Everyone present gasped at the power of the demon Prince Feng controlled. Froboro's might had thoroughly shattered their perception of Tier 4 demons in God's domain. In fact, even Feng himself felt shocked by this outcome. Amazing. A demon prince can actually control mana to such a terrifying level. No wonder they're known as half-step demon kings. Their actual combat power is definitely at the Tier 5 standard. Previously, Feng had merely thought to use Frobero's mana to resist Tedelia's Tier 4 curse. However, the mana hand the Demon Prince conjured had actually shattered the Tier 4 curse. The Demon Prince's power was beyond his imagination. Nevertheless, the most amazing aspect about Frobero would have to be the mana he could condense. The strength of the condensed mana surpassed even Feng's mana when he executed Holy Devour. Meanwhile, Frobero had already exhibited such astounding mana just by casually condensing it into the shape of a hand. Had the Demon Prince executed a mana technique just now, the result would have definitely been mind-blowing. The power of the attack might even reach the intermediate Tier 5 standard. Usually, if a superior mythic monster used a Tier 4 curse, the spell's power would only be at the entry level of Tier 5, not even reaching the basic Tier 5 standard. However, the mana hand Frobero manifested just now was undoubtedly at the basic Tier 5 standard. If the attack's power reached the intermediate Tier 5 standard, the resulting spatial storm would have had a radius of several thousand yards instead of just several hundred yards. Feng couldn't help reveling in Frobero's power. After all, the feeling of wielding such power was simply wonderful. This was especially true for Frobero's perception of and affinity for mana. When controlling the Demon Prince, Feng could feel his comprehension of the operating principles of mana becoming a lot clearer than before. This wasn't a sensation he could experience with just an ordinary Tier 4 physique. If I can maintain this state, I can probably break through my mana body's 100% threshold in just 1 or 2 hours. My control of mana might even improve, and getting promoted to a Grandmaster Magician would be far less of a struggle. The gap in physique and life rating wasn't something that basic attributes could compensate for. If the effects of basic attributes on one's combat power were calculated by addition and subtraction, then the effects of physique and life rating would be calculated by multiplication and division. This was also why the dragon race stood at the apex of all races. Even with the same basic attributes, a dragon would be many times stronger than a human. For the same reason, dragons, fallen angels, and such creatures were invincible among those of the same tier, with some even capable of transcending tiers. Based on the power Frobero displayed, the Demon Prince's life rating was probably close to rivaling dragons. However, as Feng was savoring this wonderful moment, a stinging pain came from the depths of his mind. He paled in agony and almost staggered and fell to the ground. Sure enough, the system won't allow players to be immersed in this feeling for long. Feng smiled bitterly when he sensed the state of his concentration and the taint on his soul. He had manipulated Frobero's mana for less than 3 seconds, yet not only did he expend 10% of his concentration, but the dark energy in his soul had also grown significantly stronger. The corrosive effect of manipulating Frobero's mana was 1/3 of summoning the Demon Prince himself. Meanwhile, Tedelia, who had initially cowered after seeing its Tier 4 curse shattered, narrowed its 6 eyes when it noticed the intensity of Feng's aura plummeting. It could tell that Feng was no longer in his best condition. Immediately, Tedelia's 3 heads began chanting another Tier 4 curse, intending to kill Feng while he was weakened. "Do you think I'll give you another chance?" Upon noticing Tedelia's actions, Feng connected the dark energy in his soul with Frobero's source of darkness once more. Frobero's aura recovered to its peak. The Demon Prince's aura was so terrifying that even Illusory words and the others, standing several hundred yards away, trembled reflexively. "Stay down." Feng had Frobero brandish the fire spear without hesitation, gathering both mana and power of darkness for an attack. In addition, Feng even executed Light Shadow for this attack. However, as he was executing the mana technique indirectly, through Frobero, he failed to execute the complete Light Shadow. Even so, the resulting attack was still magnitudes stronger than the earlier mana hand. The next moment, illusory spears rained down from the sky and bombarded Tedelia's heads. The attacks were so quick and powerful that the Soul Singer couldn't dodge them in time, its body getting pummeled into the ground. Cracks extending several thousand yards formed on the ground due to the impacts. The violent trembling of the earth toppled everyone on Feng's team and forced them to sit on the ground. By the time the land stopped shaking, a crater with a 300-yard radius had formed in Tedelia's position. As for the Realm Lord itself, its body had sunk several dozen meters into the ground, only its 3 heads remaining above ground. -1,165,446,428, a damage value exceeding 1 billion emerged slowly above Tedelia's head as its HP bar fell by a significant chunk. Even its life aura had weakened slightly. Crap. The commander is insane. He actually managed to summon such a demon. Solitary 9 was secretly astonished when he saw the damage and destruction Froboro caused. At this rate, the fight could end in just another dozen hits or so. The boss monster that previously filled their minds with only thoughts of escape had been beaten down like a dog. The heavy injuries Tedelia suffered had also caused it to lose 30% of its basic attributes. There was simply no comparison between Tedelia and Froboro. Alright, stop daydreaming. All of you activate your berserk skills and fight the boss together with the demon prince. We must get rid of the boss now. Otherwise, none of us will get out alive. Feng ordered weakly through the team chat as he sat down on the ground. He had used his full power to launch that previous blow. He had even executed a partial light shadow. As a result, he had expended 30% of his concentration and further enhanced the dark energy in his soul. Now, he was in an incomparably weakened state, and just controlling Froboro required all his focus. If they allowed Tedelia to recover and use another Tier 4 curse, they would team wipe. Hence, they needed to finish Tedelia while the Realm Lord was still weakened. They definitely could not afford to give it a chance to catch a breather. Upon hearing Feng's weak voice, Unyielding Heart immediately understood their situation. Hurriedly, he shouted through the team chat, "Everyone from Unyielding Soul, follow me. Everyone from Crimson Emperor, attack together. Activate your berserk skills." Illusory words also commanded her subordinates to take action. She, too, understood that now was not the time to hold back. Immediately, 20-plus peak experts from Azura, Unyielding Soul, and Crimson Emperor activated their berserk skills and rushed toward Tedelia simultaneously. However, the Soul Singer also realized the precarious situation it was in right now. After dragging its heavily injured body out of the crater, it fled without hesitation. Don't even think of getting away. Feng did not give Tedelia any opportunities to escape. Controlling Froboro, he had the Demon Prince launch another attack at the Realm Lord. However, as Feng could execute only simple attacks with Froboro right now, Tedelia managed to defend against the Demon Prince's attack despite being heavily injured. -94,376,414, a damage value nearing 100 million appeared above Tedelia's head when its claw collided with Froboro's fire spear. Disregarding the damage, Tedelia immediately jumped into the air to flee. However, Feng was no ordinary expert but someone at the peak of the Ascension realm. Even though he was in a mentally weakened state and couldn't get Froboro to exert his actual combat power, he could still use the Demon Prince to pin down Tedelia. Every one of the attacks he executed with Froboro targeted Tedelia's vitals, forcing the Realm Lord to defend itself. Meanwhile, Unyielding Heart and the others arrived within attack range and immediately joined the battle. All of them possessed power rivaling Tier 4 mythic monsters. Although they still couldn't afford to face Tedelia in a frontal confrontation, the damage they inflicted was significant. The next moment, normal attacks dealing over 2 million damage each, coupled with the occasional Tier 3 skill reaping over 10 million damage, landed on the Realm Lord one after another. As Tedelia was already struggling to deal with Froboro, it was utterly powerless against the 20-plus players' assault. It could only let the players bombard it with attacks as they pleased. 83%. 72%. 54%. Time passed quickly, with one side sticking close to the other. One side was fleeing desperately, while the other side was pursuing and attacking ruthlessly. Fortunately, Feng and the others dealt sufficiently high damage, dragging Tedelia's HP down continuously. After 3 minutes into the battle, Tedelia's HP hit 30%. However, at this time, the peak experts on Feng's team lost the berserk skills effects one after another. Immediately, the team's overall DPS plummeted to just barely over Tedelia's battle recovery. At this rate, they wouldn't be able to finish the Realm Lord quickly. 10 minutes. 15 minutes. 20 minutes. When Tedelia's HP fell to 8%, its aura suddenly changed. The Realm Lord had finally recovered from its weakened state and was now back in peak condition. Die, humans! Tedelia bellowed in human tongue, a hint of madness and contempt appearing in its eyes. It then began casting a Tier 4 curse. Damn it! We still didn't make it. Unyielding Heart's complexion sank when he saw another meteorite taking shape in the sky. They had fought for more than 20 minutes, yet they still failed to slay the weakened Tedelia. Now that the Realm Lord was casting another Tier 4 curse, the raid was as good as over. The one who's going to die is you. Some distance away from the battlefield, Feng stood up abruptly, a glimmer of light blooming in his eyes. He then manipulated the dark energy in his soul once more. Compared to the two previous instances, Feng was much more familiar with manipulating Froboro's power this time. The next moment, Froboro wielded his spear like a great sword and entered the stance for executing Light Shadow. The mana around the Demon Prince began rampaging. Simultaneously, an illusory sword 100 meters long appeared in midair. Die. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. EU. At this moment, Feng had exhausted every bit of concentration he had left to have Froboro execute Light Shadow. Boom. The illusory sword descended instantly. For a moment, everyone even had the misconception that the sky had been split apart. 1 second later, Tedelia's 50-meter tall body divided into two halves and collapsed to the ground. The Realm Lord's HP zeroed out, the boss becoming deader than dead. Chapter 2761. Level Skyrockets. It's dead? That was close. For a moment there, I thought we would all get flattened. I am never going to go near superior mythics ever again before reaching Tier 4. These aren't things Tier 3 players like ourselves can do anything against. After everyone saw Tedelia bisected, they slumped down to the ground and breathed out a sigh of relief, rendered speechless by this narrow escape from death. However, many people also felt fortunate about their survival and couldn't help laughing happily. As for Illusory Words and Unyielding Heart, both were too tired to pay attention to Tedelia. They only wanted to sit down, rest, and relax their minds. However, before anyone could catch their breath, divine sounds descended from the sky and echoed throughout the valley, so melodious that everyone felt intoxicated. As expected of a first kill in the ruined mountain range. Even without divine providence, the loot's quality can actually trigger a divine hymn. Feng, who was lying on the ground, was a little surprised by this situation. He never thought that the first kill of a Realm Lord would yield such excellent loot. Initially, he had been thinking of using divine providence and personally dealing the finishing blow to Tedelia. However, the situation at the end did not permit him to do so. As a result, he could only rely on Froboro to finish the Realm Lord. While the divine hymn resounded in the valley, bright rays of light enveloped all the survivors. Feng, who was initially at 78% of level 125, leveled up twice and reached 4% of level 127. Everyone else leveled up at least 3 times, with some even leveling up 4 times. The abundance of the EXP awarded utterly dumbfounded everyone. A superior mythic boss actually awards so much EXP? If it were before, we wouldn't get this much EXP even after killing 30 superior mythics. With this, we save at least half a month of grinding. It's a pity that everyone else died. If not, they would have saved on plenty of grinding time as well. Everyone couldn't help sighing over the abundant EXP from Tedelia. On one hand, they felt grateful that they could save plenty of time. On the other hand, they felt guilty for those who died. Not only did the dead players not receive any EXP from the raid, but they would even lose 1 level after resurrection. And even if Illusory Words and the other healers of the team resurrected them, they would still lose nearly half a level's worth of EXP. Only Feng remained unfazed by this situation. Setting aside that this raid happened after the first major update, just the fact that Tedelia was both a superior mythic monster and a Realm Lord already meant that the EXP granted upon its death would be incredibly lavish. The descent of a divine hymn would also increase the EXP awarded. Furthermore, Tedelia was a level 128 monster, whereas most of the players on the team hadn't even reached level 120 yet. The bonus EXP these players received would be significant. However, it would be almost impossible for them to level up so quickly again in the future. After all, each region of the ruined mountain range had only one realm lord, which took 5 natural days or more to respawn. Moreover, the realm lords for each region weren't fixed. Hence, although their team had secured information on Tidelia the Soul Singer, this information would be useless because the next realm lord that spawned in this region would probably be some other superior mythic monster. It was almost impossible for players to come across the same realm lord multiple times in forbidden lands such as the ruined mountain range. Every boss that spawned would be new. Hence, players couldn't prepare for specific bosses and could only rely on brute strength or tools to secure victory. New. Standing up slowly, Feng looked at his teammates and commanded, "Start resurrecting the others. Thorn, you guys patrol the surroundings. Make sure no monsters come ambushing us." Although Froborough's presence had scared the surrounding monsters into fleeing and the likelihood of an ambush was low, it never hurt to be careful. After all, whether it was a forbidden land for all life or a forbidden land for humans, a single mistake was all it took to team wipe. "Leave it to us." Lifeless Thorn nodded before leaving to patrol the surroundings together with Cleansing Whistle and the others. As for Yang Ya, Illusory Words, and the other surviving healers, they began resurrecting the team members killed by the Soul Devourers. Although these people had died because they had their concentration sucked dry, their souls did not get damaged. Hence, resurrection was still possible. Only, they would be in a weakened state for several hours after getting resurrected and wouldn't be able to participate in battle right away. While the others were busy with their respective tasks, Feng slowly made his way to Tidelia's corpse and waited for the loot to appear. Regarding Tidelia's loot, none of the members of Unyielding Soul or Crimson Emperor gave it much thought. After all, Feng was the organizer of this team. Before they went on this expedition, they had already agreed that all discoveries made and items obtained would belong to Feng. This was the basis for the cooperation of their 3 guilds. Moreover, even without the agreement, both Unyielding Souls and Crimson Emperor's peak experts would be too ashamed to ask for any loot. From start to end, they had merely played a supporting role and barely did anything during the raid. In fact, if not for Feng landing the finishing blow, they wouldn't be alive right now. They also wouldn't have leveled up 3 or 4 times and gained a 15-day leveling advantage over the outside world's peak experts. One could say that the EXP harvest alone already made their trip to the ruined mountain range worthwhile. Not to mention, they also got to learn about the ruined mountain range and find out just how dangerous the neutral map was. With this information, their 2 guilds would have a much easier time exploring the neutral map in the future. Let's hope the loot isn't too bad. I'd even settle for just 1 or 2 Tier 4 skill books or a legacy guidance fragment, Feng prayed inwardly when he saw the dark clouds in the sky gradually scattering. Compared to the outside world, the ruined mountain range was impoverished. Unlike what most people of the outside world imagined, the ruined mountain range wasn't a place where one could just kill a few random mobs and get rich quick. On the contrary, be it forbidden lands for humans or forbidden lands for all life, both were scarce in material resources. Instead, the reason players and NPCs deemed forbidden lands to be rich in resources was the legacy resources found there. In the current God's domain, the kingdoms and empires controlled Tier 3 legacy resources. In the case of Tier 4 legacies, though, even the kingdoms and empires barely had any, some had none at all. However, the various forbidden lands still contained a considerable number of legacies for Tier 4 and above. Hence, forbidden lands were far richer in legacies than the maps in the outside world. Meanwhile, after players reached Tier 4, there were 3 ways they could improve themselves. The first and simplest method was upgrading their weapons and equipment. Such items were readily available in the various kingdoms and empires. The second method was significantly more difficult, obtaining Tier 4 skill and spell books. After reaching Tier 4, aside from spending legacy skill points to obtain Tier 4 legacy skills, the only other way players could obtain Tier 4 skills was through skill books. However, the monsters in the various kingdoms, empires, and standard neutral maps almost never dropped Tier 4 skill books. Only the monsters in forbidden lands would drop these items. Moreover, only monsters at the mythic rank or above dropped them, and the drop rate was incredibly low. Tier 4 skills and spells were crucial in deciding a Tier 4 player's strength. Oftentimes, The result of a duel between Tier 4 players could be predicted based on the number of Tier 4 skills and spells the two sides held. This was because Tier 4 skills were magnitudes stronger than Tier 3 skills, with some capable of instant killing players of the same tier. Therefore, after reaching Tier 4, acquiring Tier 4 skillbooks was key to increasing a player's strength. The improvement players could gain from a Tier 4 skill could rival fragmented legendary items. Moreover, unlike fragmented legendary items, learned skills and spells didn't have a chance of dropping upon death. The third method to improve one's strength was also the most difficult one, obtaining legacy guidances for Tier 4 or above. After players reached Tier 4, levels would no longer be as important as before. Even if players reached level 150 and fulfilled the minimum condition for promotion to Tier 5, they wouldn't necessarily reach Tier 5. Getting promoted to Tier 5 was far more difficult than reaching Tier 4. For the Tier 4 promotion, players only needed to find their Tier 4 legacy land and learn a Tier 4 legacy skill within the allotted time. However, there were no such challenges for the Tier 5 promotion. Players weren't required to complete a troublesome promotion quest, nor did they need to search for some random location. Instead, getting promoted to Tier 5 was a very straightforward process. Players just had to raise their concentration to the Tier 5 standard, then reconstruct their own mana bodies, which would allow their essence to achieve a qualitative improvement. This was how one became a saint. Upon reaching Tier 5, players would no longer be an ordinary human. Their life rating would reach an extraordinary level. This was why very few players and NPCs would ever manage to reach Tier 5 in God's domain. Those who did would be dragons and phoenixes among men. The first step to reaching Tier 5 was breaking through the limits of one's mana body at Tier 3. While this might seem like an insignificant step, it would provide players with great help when they tried to reconstruct their mana bodies at Tier 4. The most difficult step was going from 0 to 1. Meanwhile, Violet Cloud had already taken the first step on the path to Tier 5. Meanwhile, legacy guidances could aid players in understanding the operating principles of mana because they recorded the comprehensions of ancient powerhouses on mana and the methods to utilize mana. Some even contained methods and experiences for constructing mana bodies. This was also why Feng had chosen to receive the Crimson-Eyed Sword Saint's legacy guidance without hesitation. At Tier 3, despite receiving samples of mana bodies, players still faced incredible difficulty constructing their mana bodies. If players wished to get promoted to Tier 5, they would need to construct a mana body that was at least 10 times stronger. The difficulty of this feat was simply unimaginable. Hence, legacy guidances were incredibly important. Only by continuously learning about mana and mana bodies could players construct a mana body rivaling Tier 5 existences. Otherwise, they would remain at Tier 4 for the rest of their lives. However, obtaining legacy guidances was easier said than done. Legacy guidance fragments were no less rare than fragmented legendary items. Generally, only the bosses of Forbidden Lands at the Realm Lord status or higher would have a small chance of dropping this treasure. This was also one of the reasons very few independent players ever managed to reach Tier 5. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. EU. After all, let alone soloing superior mythics of the same level, even soloing superior mythics of a lower level was impossible for Tier 4 experts. Normally, raiding such monsters required the cooperation of multiple Tier 4 players. Moreover, even if players killed a superior mythic, they wouldn't necessarily obtain a legacy guidance fragment. And even if a fragment did drop, how many people would get a share of it? In addition, the guilds would frantically contest for these bosses, which further increased the difficulty of reaching Tier 5 for independent players. Unless one possessed a sufficiently strong backer or heaven-defying talent, Tier 5 would forever be beyond one's reach. Meanwhile, as Feng was praying and looking to the sky with an exhausted expression, dozens of dazzling items descended around him. The appearance of these items immediately attracted the ambient mana from several hundred yards around. When Feng spotted a strange stone sculpture of a monster among these items, his eyes instantly lit up. He even rubbed his eyes, thinking that he had seen wrong. An ancient beast sculpture? Did this monster swallow an ancient god's treasury? Chapter 2762, Ancient Treasure. While the strange beast statue held Feng's attention, the other players patrolling and resting in the distance noticed the several dozen items falling from the sky. Their eyes immediately widened in shock. Crap! What's up with this loot? I've never seen so many epic items and legendary materials dropping at once. The boss is a level 128 superior mythic, so the epic items it dropped can definitely be used up to level 150. Despite making so many contributions to the guild, I only managed to get a pair of epic braces that can be used up to level 130. With all those epic items, I could probably fully gear myself in epic items. Despite everyone being peak experts or better, they still grew envious when they saw Tedelia's loot. Rather, it was inevitable that they would be envious. Although epic weapons and equipment had become a lot more common in the current God's domain, the majority of them could be used only up to level 100. Those that could be used up to level 120 were few and far between. As for epic items that could be used up to level 150, even the various superpowers wouldn't have more than 30 pieces. This wasn't because the various superpowers were slacking on killing level 100 plus mythic monsters, but because mythic monsters only had a tiny chance of dropping epic weapons and equipment that could be used up to level 150. Now, however, Tedelia had dropped over 10 epic items. Needless to say, every one of these epic items would be good up to level 150. After all, Tedelia was a level 128 superior mythic. According to their past experiences, the epic items dropped by level 120 plus superior mythic bosses would almost certainly have their level limit set at 150. However, the epic weapons and equipment dropped were only the tip of the iceberg. What truly made everyone's eyes glow were the legendary materials in the loot. Legendary materials could be used to create customized epic weapons and equipment, which would definitely be top tier among epic items. However, like level 150 epic items, the drop rate for legendary materials was pitifully low. Even level 100 plus superior mythics would, at most, drop inferior legendary materials. More often than not, they would drop only epic materials. Nonetheless, Tedelia had dropped as many as 7 legendary materials. In other words, one could produce 7 customized epic weapons and equipment with a level limit of level 150. Not to mention, the 20-plus inferior legendary materials Tedelia dropped could also be used to produce top-tier epic weapons and equipment. In other words, Tedelia alone had essentially dropped over 30 level 150 epic weapons and equipment, more than enough to fully arm 2 players in level 150 epic items. This was something impossible even for the various superpowers at this stage of the game. As expected of a forbidden land. Just the loot of a superior mythic boss here equals the loot of 3 or 4 superior mythic bosses in the outside world. The loot's quality is also significantly better. Unyielding Heart also couldn't help his astonishment at this scene. At the same time, he resolved that once he reached Tier 4, he would absolutely bring a team here to explore the ruined mountain range. However, unlike everyone else, Feng paid no attention to the weapons, equipment, and materials Tedelia dropped. Instead, he stepped forward, collected a 1-meter-tall beast statue, and stored it in his epic spatial bag without hesitation. In Feng's opinion, even the combined value of all the other items Tedelia dropped couldn't compare to the value of this beast statue. Sacred beast statue, soul-devouring beast, epic rank, unique item, one of 12 stone sculptures of sacred beasts made by Skyrockets. It holds incredible power. One shouldn't underestimate the beast statue just because it was an epic item. For Tier 4 players and above, this beast statue was easily 1,000 times more valuable than legendary items. An ancient god in God's domain, Skyrockets was known as the god of elements by everyone. Legend had it that he could control all magic elements, and he was incredibly strong even among the ancient gods. In God's domain, any item belonging to a god would already be an amazing item, let alone an ancient god's possession. The 12 sacred beast statues were one of Skyrockets' earliest creations. To both gods and ancient gods, these statues were trash. However, to Tier 4 players, these statues were priceless treasures. On the surface, the 12 sacred beast statues were only intended as room decor. However, if one placed these statues in areas with incredibly dense mana, the statues would generate a special signal. This signal allowed players inside the room to perceive the operating principles of a particular magic element. Although the granted perception was vague, it was still much better than blindly trying to feel and deduce the operating principles of the magic elements. Moreover, the effect stacked. With more beast statues collected, not only would one get to perceive more magic elements, but the intensity of the granted perception would also increase. In the past, a super guild had discovered an ancient god's treasury, and after working together with several superpowers and incurring countless casualties, the super guild had successfully raided the treasury. They had discovered 3 of the 12 sacred beast statues inside the treasury, one of them a medium-sized statue at the fragmented legendary rank. Due to these 3 beast statues, the super guild that found the treasury had ended up one of the 12 great guilds within a short period. Now, Feng had merely killed a superior mythic-ranked realm lord, yet he had actually acquired a sacred beast statue. This was simply unbelievable. I really lucked out this time. Although not even one fragmented legendary item dropped, the boss actually dropped an intact legacy guidance crystal, besides one of the 12 sacred beast statues. If any of those superpowers in the past found out about this, they would most likely go crazy from envy. Feng inwardly grew ecstatic as he picked up a crimson memory crystal from the ground. Normally, the legacy guidances players could obtain in Forbidden Lands were only fragmented crystals. Due to the instability of the mana inside these fragments, they would disappear after one use. However, an intact legacy guidance crystal was a different story. As the mana inside an intact crystal was incredibly stable, players could use it several times. Moreover, each use cost only 100 magic crystals. However, as these legacy guidance crystals were quite ancient, even a complete one could be used only 9 times. Regardless, an intact legacy guidance crystal was as valuable as a legendary item because it recorded far more information than a fragmented crystal. A single use of an intact crystal was easily worth 10 uses of fragmented crystals. In the past, some superpowers were even willing to exchange a legendary item for an intact legacy guidance crystal. However, nobody had ever taken up the offer. This was especially true for guilds and adventurer teams. After all, the legacy guidance crystal could lead to the birth of a Tier 5 player, which was way more valuable than a legendary item. In God's domain, unless Tier 6 God-ranked experts made an appearance, Tier 5 players would stand at the pinnacle of the game. The resources a Tier 5 player could acquire with their strength far exceeded the value of a legendary item. Several minutes later, Feng finished storing all of the dropped items in his spatial bag. He then let everyone rest for an additional 10 minutes before leading them toward the Earthfall secret land. Feng had no choice but to position the still weakened members at the center of the team. He also had Froboro open up the path for them, clearing out the level 125 plus Great Lords and Grand Lords that assaulted their team on the way. He had no intention of resting whatsoever. "Commander, aren't we in too much of a hurry?" Solitary 9 asked in a whisper as he looked at Feng, who still had a deathly pale complexion. The fight with Tedelia left everyone's concentration below the 10% threshold. They could fall unconscious at any time. Feng was no exception. Yet, after resting for just a short while, Feng had led them deeper into the ruined mountain range without hesitation. At this point, they had already been running for close to 2 hours, and everyone had constantly been fighting throughout this period. Moreover, the monsters they fought all had considerably high combat standards and high basic attributes. Although Froboro took on most of the monsters for them, the occasional monster still slipped by. And if they weren't careful, they would be easily overwhelmed by these monsters. "I know, but we don't have much time left," Feng said while controlling Froboro. Smiling bitterly, he continued, "At this point, I can no longer summon a second demon prince. If the duration of this one lapses before we reach our destination, we'll die a miserable death." Upon hearing Feng's words, Solitary 9 looked at the endless monsters around them and got goosebumps. At the same time, he subconsciously raised his shield and stood closer to Feng. If not for the demon prince, they would definitely be doomed. In fact, they wouldn't be able to cope with all these monsters, even with several Tier 4 experts on the team. After all, fighting in the ruined mountain range cost a lot of stamina and concentration. It was impossible for players to fight endlessly. "Move faster. We're almost there." Feng urged everyone through the team chat after taking a look at his map. At Feng's words, everyone hurriedly closed the distance to Froborough. The team then broke out in a mad dash while blocking the attacks coming from the surrounding monsters. After frantically advancing for another dozen minutes or so, the team finally discovered a huge cave in the valley, with an entrance several dozen meters high. The cave exerted a mental influence that rivaled Tedelia's, making everyone feel discomfortable. Guild leader Black Flame, is this the place you were talking about? Illusory Words asked anxiously. When she looked at the nearby cave, she got a sense of depression and uncertainty. A hint of fear had even appeared in her heart. If she was already experiencing such feelings even before entering the cave, it wasn't hard to imagine how dangerous it would be inside. Looking at the God Slayer's map, Feng said with certainty, it should be here. But that mental influence, unyielding heart had goosebumps as he looked at the cave. If another monster like Tedelia emerged from the cave, they really would be on their way to the underworld. The mental influence is indeed considerable, but we went to great lengths to get here. We can't possibly give up now, can we? Feng also understood unyielding heart's worries. If they died now, it would indeed be a big loss. However, he had to obtain the God Slayer's treasure no matter what. In the worst-case scenario, he was even willing to use his final trump card. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. EU okay, let's go in and take a look. Unyielding Heart nodded. He, too, thought that Feng's words were correct. They had already gotten this far. It would be a pity if they abandoned the expedition. Not to mention, they still had the Demon Prince to guard them. If further progress was truly impossible, they could still escape. Following which, Feng and the others made their way to the cave. However, when the team walked through the cave entrance, a startling scene suddenly occurred. The instant Froborough stepped into the cave, a red beam shot out from the cave's depths. Before Feng could even have Froborough execute evasive maneuvers, the red beam had already pierced through the Demon Prince's body. After getting struck, the Lord of the Dead, who had been invincible up to this point, burst into a bundle of flames and vanished without a trace. Chapter 2763, God. He died. Feng was dumbfounded at the sight of Froborough one-shotted. Not only was that red beam unbelievably fast, but it even packed enough power to kill a demon prince instantly. Although the Bible of Darkness summoned only a weak clone of Froborough's true body, this clone still possessed the physique of a bona fide half-step demon king. Even true Tier 5 demon kings couldn't slay a half-step demon king in one hit. As for the red beam originating from a barrier trap or magic circle, the likelihood of that was low. Any barrier trap or magic array would require its user to be present to display its greatest power. Without the user, barrier traps and magic arrays could, at most, trap someone. They definitely did not have the ability to kill the clone of a half-step demon king instantly. Not to mention, the beam just now didn't look like it originated from a magic array or barrier but more like an offensive spell. Everyone else present was also stunned by this situation, and chills spread all over their body instantly. What happened? That's a half-step demon king we are talking about. The demon prince that they believed was invincible had actually gotten killed instantly. If they took a similar attack on their Tier 3 bodies, they, too, wouldn't last a second. However, this still wasn't the crucial point. The fact that the other party could one-shot a half-step demon king meant that the other party was among the most horrifying existences they had come across. Meanwhile, none of these horrifying existences were things players dared to offend because the possible consequences in doing so included the annihilation of their souls. If that happened, they would really have to start all over again. However, before anyone could snap out of their daze, a terrifying mental pressure assaulted them. As if time had stopped, everyone froze in place. In fact, even their thoughts had fallen into a torpor. They simply stood still, not knowing what to do. While everyone stagnated, Feng clearly sensed something, and his heart immediately grew cold at this discovery. It's over. In his previous life, he had seen this time-stopping phenomenon only once in a video of a group of Tier 6 God-ranked experts clashing against an ancient evil god. The fight back then had been earth-shattering. However, aside from the Tier 6 God-ranked experts and a few Tier 5 experts, The other players present had no idea what exactly had happened. By the time everyone recovered, the battle was already over. For most of the players present, the battle had basically started and ended in an instant. To them, it felt as if nothing had happened whatsoever. However, that had been far from being the case. By the time everyone recovered from their stupor, 1/10 of a kingdom had disappeared from God's domain, leaving behind an endless wasteland littered with shattered space. Now that this scene was replaying before Feng's eyes, this meant that the other party was no weaker than that ancient evil god in the past. Just when the flow of time was slowing and Feng's thoughts were about to stagnate, a crimson glow suddenly bloomed from his spatial bag. The appearance of the crimson glow immediately dispelled the power enveloping him. Afterward, a shabby yet dazzling broken blade flew out of the spatial bag and hovered quietly in front of him. This is the Ash Blade. Feng was shocked when he saw this broken blade. Various legends were circulating in God's domain regarding the Ash Blade, which was rumored to be the Godslayer's weapon. A weapon named the Ash Blade had also appeared in Feng's previous life. Back then, the owner of this weapon had been a mysterious expert nobody knew. However, what everyone did know was this mysterious person's heaven-defying feat with the Ash Blade in hand. This mysterious expert had single-handedly annihilated a superguild's main city. Moreover, the Ash Blade this person wielded was incredibly powerful. Even epic weapons would break after suffering 3 or 4 hits from the Ash Blade. Only fragmented legendary weapons could barely withstand its power. For this reason, everyone had suspected that the Ash Blade was a legendary weapon. Hence, Feng had kept the Ash Blade all this time instead of discarding it. After all, there might be a day when he could recast it. Of course, there was another legend regarding the Ash Blade, which stated that the Ash Blade was a clue to the Godslayer's legacy. However, according to historical materials in the libraries of the various kingdoms and empires, nobody had ever found the Ash Blade. Only after that mysterious expert had appeared and thoroughly shattered the status quo of God's domain did everyone start paying attention to the Ash Blade. How interesting. Out of the people that arrived this time, someone actually brought that item. It seems you are quite lucky. While Feng was surprised by the Ash Blade, a deep and indifferent voice came from the depths of the cave. It used not the human language but divine language instead. Similar to the demonic language, despite Feng having no knowledge of the divine language, his brain still understood the meaning conveyed by the words. Before Feng could react to the divine words, an elderly man clad in a grey robe appeared before him. This elderly man's body was in a translucent soul state. Moreover, it was incredibly unstable, as if it would disappear at any moment. However, Feng could still feel great power coming from the old man, which awoke in Feng the urge to submit. The old man's information was thoroughly hidden. It was impossible to glean any information about him at all. Esteemed elder, we came here purely by mistake. We did not come here with any purpose. I hope you can forgive us, Feng said apologetically to the old man. He dared not display any disrespect to the elder before him. Although Feng wasn't aware of the old man's true identity, the fact that the old man could stop time meant that he was undoubtedly at the Tier 6 standard. Even if the old man was only a remnant soul now, he still wasn't an existence Feng could afford to offend. You don't have to lie. I know why you came here, the old man said as he looked at Feng quietly, his deep gaze seemingly seeing through Feng's soul. Not only did you acquire that map, but you even hold the Ash Blade. In that case, you qualify to enter this place and know its secret. How much you can gain from this secret will depend entirely on yourself. I am only an observer and the protector of this place. I won't do anything to interfere with your progress. Feng felt deeply relieved when he heard the old man's words. As for whether the old man was lying to him or not, Feng didn't care. After all, even if the old man was lying to him, Feng couldn't do anything about it. Esteemed elder, may I know what will happen to my friends? Feng asked worriedly. Although he himself was no longer in any immediate danger, he couldn't say the same for his teammates. It was entirely possible for the old man to erase their existences permanently to keep this place a secret. Don't worry. I won't kill them, the old man said, chuckling as he glanced at Feng's teammates. After all, they are individuals blessed by heaven. They won't die even if they are killed, right? Feng couldn't help growing slightly nervous at the old man's question. For some reason, he had a feeling that this old man knew a lot of things. In fact, he might even understand the true existence of players. Otherwise, he wouldn't have asked such a question. This was the first time Feng had met such an NPC. Alright, I'll stop messing with you. Since Feng didn't dare respond to his question, the old man dropped the topic. He then said, "You hold the ash blade, which means you are the chosen one. Hence, you may enter the cave. As for the others, they will be teleported out of this place. Of course, as you have been lucky enough to get selected, you can also bring 9 people with you. However, you'd best think about who to bring with you. The secret of this place isn't something heaven-blessed individuals like yourselves can imagine. A single mistake might even result in a true death for you." When the old man said the words true death, he even placed emphasis on them. It sounded as if he was warning Feng, yet it also sounded as if he was teasing him. His behavior made it impossible for Feng to guess his thoughts. Nonetheless, Feng did not pay too much heed to the old man's warning. His goal in visiting the ruined mountain range was the Earthfall secret land. Although he did not know what kind of secret the secret land contained, from what he heard, the 3 superguilds that monopolized the secret land had acquired a lot of benefits. This meant that the secret land shouldn't be a very dangerous place. "I've decided to bring the 4 of them. May I know if that is okay?" Feng asked as he pointed at Lifeless Thorn, Solitary 9, Yang Ya, and Cleansing Whistle. "Only 4. After taking a glance at Lifeless Thorn and the others, the old man looked at Feng in surprise and asked, "Are you sure you don't want to bring more? You should know that the cost of entering that place is extraordinary. The amount of time you can stay there is also very limited." "I'm sure." Feng nodded. Initially, he had considered bringing more people with him. However, with the possibility of this secret being much greater than he imagined, every additional person he brought along would be an additional risk. Hence, he decided to bring only Lifeless Thorn's group of 4. After all, the 4 of them had long since known many of his secrets. They could truly be considered his people already. However, the Azura Adventurer team's other members were not as reliable. "Alright, this is your decision." The old man no longer pursued the matter and waved his hand at the 4 selected people. Apart from Lifeless Thorn, Solitary 9, Yang Ya, and Cleansing Whistle, all the others immediately transformed into streaks of light and flew out of the cave. The streaks of light then left the ruined mountain range, dodging the purple lightning decorating the neutral map's sky. Meanwhile, Lifeless Thorn and the others suddenly jumped up in surprise. "What's going on?" When Lifeless Thorn and the others saw their current situation, they fell into a daze. Just a moment ago, there had been nobody standing before them. In fact, even Feng had been behind them. However, in the blink of an eye, not only did Feng appear in front of them, but the rest of their team also disappeared without a trace. It was obvious that there was a blank in their memories. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. EUE was now, a scary old man stood before them. And they couldn't read any information about this old man. "Alright, stop looking around randomly. Your gazes are very annoying. Do you really think I can't sense them?" The old man suddenly shouted at Lifeless Thorn and the others, the brief pressure he exuded nearly making their knees buckle. "I'll let you off this time, but if you behave like this to anyone else, they won't be as easy on you as I am." Upon hearing the old man's words, Lifeless Thorn and the others hurriedly nodded and promptly stopped using their identification skills on the old man and their surroundings. "That's more like it. Now, follow me." The old man nodded when he saw Lifeless Thorn and the others turn obedient. He then began walking into the depths of the cave. Chapter 2764, Land of Fallen Gods. Outside of the ruined mountain range, devouring swamp, dozens of streaks of lights descended onto a swampy woodland as Unyielding Heart and the others were transported out of the ruined mountain range. "Were we resurrected?" Unyielding Heart looked at his surroundings with some confusion. "Why did we get resurrected here? Where's Brother Black Flame?" The devouring swamp was a neutral map adjacent to the ruined mountain range. However, the map was very high level, with monsters at level 130 or above. It wasn't suitable for them to travel across. Hence, they had previously traveled through a level 120 neutral map to enter the ruined mountain range. I don't think we got resurrected, Illusory Words said, shaking her head. We were most likely teleported here, probably the doing of that horrifying existence we came across just now. Although she didn't know what had happened, the most likely possibility was that they were banished from the cave since none of them had lost any levels. Big Sis Illusory, aside from Black Flame, Azura's side seems to be missing 4 people too, Blue Gown said strangely after carefully inspecting the team. At Blue Gown's words, everyone else noticed that Lifeless Thorn and 3 others of the Azura Adventurer team were indeed missing. At this discovery, Azura's members couldn't help becoming anxious. Did they get left behind? Unyielding Heart subconsciously muttered a guess. At Unyielding Heart's words, everyone present felt chills crawling down their backs. Before they lost consciousness, they had clearly felt a frightening mental influence from the depths of the cave. If not for them losing consciousness a moment later, they might have dropped to their knees the next second. Without a doubt, the source of the mental influence was the most terrifying existence they had come across since entering God's domain. They found it truly hard to imagine the consequences of being targeted by such an existence. If that's true, this is bad. Illusory Words also frowned at this possibility. Against that kind of frightening existence, even a Tier 4 player like Feng would be no different from an ant. In fact, the said existence might even be able to obliterate their souls. After all, a few of the many frightening existences she knew of possessed this kind of horrifying ability. Not to mention, the existence they just met was many times stronger than any of those frightening existences. Let's reorganize the team and go back to take a look. Simply standing around and doing nothing isn't a solution, Unyielding Heart suggested. No, we cannot go back in, Illusory Words countered, shaking her head. Since that existence chose to keep them there should be a reason for this. Otherwise, why could we safely leave that place, whereas they couldn't? Moreover, we don't have the time to enter the ruined mountain range again. How so? Unyielding Heart asked strangely. Although Illusory Words' deduction might be correct, they couldn't just abandon Feng and the others without doing anything. After all, they didn't even know whether they had accomplished their task. If the task wasn't completed, their 3 guilds would be in big trouble afterward. I just received news that not only did the number of NPCs increase again, but the various powers members are also facing greater difficulties in leveling up. Shortly after we started sending our members into the Secret Covenant Tower, the superpowers began having designs over it. They think that the tower is an excellent leveling spot, and they've already clashed with us outside Sky Spring City several times, Illusory Words explained. We need to head back as soon as possible to preside over the situation. Otherwise, it'll be impossible to seal off Sky Spring City with just a bunch of Tier 3 experts. They're taking action already? Unyielding Heart was surprised by this revelation. Initially, he thought that the various superpowers wouldn't pay as much attention to the Secret Covenant Tower just for the sake of leveling. Hence, he hadn't anticipated such a development. However, the massive increase in the NPC population had undoubtedly increased the various powers' urgency and difficulty in leveling up. This made excellent leveling spots even more valuable than before. Now, just for the sake of leveling up quickly, many superpowers had already started targeting the Secret Covenant Tower. If these superpowers entered the tower and discovered the Tier 3 legacies inside, the situation would definitely become even more troublesome. So, we need to return quickly to ensure nobody sneaks into Sky Spring City and the Secret Covenant Tower. Otherwise, the various superpowers would have already occupied the tower before Black Flame completes his task. If that happens, we'll end up even more passive, Illusory Words said. She then took out a transfer scroll and immediately teleported to Crimson Emperor's residence in Silverwing City. After Illusory Words teleported away, the other Crimson Emperor members took out transfer scrolls and teleported to Silverwing City one after another. What should we do? Mu Lingshaw asked Unyielding Heart as Crimson Emperor's members left. Do we return too? That's the only thing we can do. Let's just hope Brother Black Flame's side is safe. Otherwise, we'll have a difficult road to walk down the line, Unyielding Heart said, sighing as he took out a transfer scroll himself. Unyielding souls, other members immediately followed suit one after another. As for Azura's members, they planned to remain in the devouring swamp and level up while waiting for their vice commanders to contact them before taking further action. During the time Illusory Words and Unyielding Heart had returned to Silverwing City to control the overall situation, Feng and the others in the distant ruined mountain range had arrived at the deepest part of the cave. Is this the secret of this cave? Shock and surprise filled lifeless Thorn as he stared at the icy cavern before him. The icy cavern was over a dozen kilometers wide. Its interior was a snowy white world, with ice sculptures in the shape of humans, elves, half-orcs, giants, dwarfs, and other races erected all over. Every one of these ice sculptures radiated an aura that was stronger than the demon Prince Frobero's. Meanwhile, these statues numbered in the tens of thousands. Moreover, the dozen or so ice sculptures at the cavern's center radiated an aura that was much stronger than that of the other ice sculptures. Despite standing so far away, lifeless Thorn still felt awe and fear in his heart when he looked at these statues. He dared not approach any of them. At this moment, let alone lifeless Thorn, even Feng was astounded by this scene. Feng had a much clearer idea than lifeless Thorn did of what kind of existence those central ice sculptures were. Indeed. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. Those dozen or so ice sculptures were bona fide Tier 6 gods. He had even read about a few of them in libraries. From the scene in the cavern, he could tell that these gods and people of various races had been going up against something. Only, the end result was that every one of them got frozen into eternal ice sculptures. What the hell happened here? Feng was greatly puzzled as he looked at this horrific scene. Tier 6 gods were existences that stood at the apex of God's domain. A force of over a dozen gods could devastate the continent. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that such a force could even sweep through the dark abyss. In fact, even if all of the Tier 6 god-ranked experts that existed in his previous life joined hands, they could just barely manage to contend with a force of a dozen or so Tier 6 gods. Yet, these Tier 6 gods had actually been annihilated in a single move, by the looks of. Chapter 2765, Godslayer's Legacy. After a brief silence inside the cave, a deep, emotional voice entered Feng's ears. You had best not ask or think about what happened in the past and what caused the deaths of so many of the world's powerful people and even gods. You also must not look into these matters. The consequences of doing so are not something even heaven-blessed individuals like yourselves can bear. You might even lose your minds as a result, the old man warned when he saw the curiosity on the faces of Feng and the others. Although the old man's voice did not carry any mental influence or coercion, the certainty in his tone made Feng shudder involuntarily. As for Lifeless Thorn, Solitary 9, Yang Ya, and Cleansing Whistle, although they reacted fearfully to the old man's warning, the curiosity on their faces was clear for all to see. It was evident that they did not take the old man's words seriously. After all, this was a matter related to gods. Players who were new to God's domain treated the word God as merely a noun. At best, gods were a type of powerful monster to them. However, those who truly ventured around God's domain and studied the historical materials in the libraries of the various kingdoms and empires would realize that gods weren't just powerful existences. Simultaneously, they represented a kind of extreme, a road leading to the top of God's domain. Hence, anything related to gods represented a massive opportunity for players. This was especially true for Tier 3 players like themselves. They were quite aware that they could no longer advance on their own. If they wished to get to the next level, they would have to follow in the footsteps of their predecessors. Meanwhile, the footsteps of gods were undoubtedly the best to follow. None of you should look deeper into this matter, at least not now, Feng suddenly said to Lifeless Thorn and the others. He knew very well how attractive gods were to Tier 3 experts. They wouldn't hesitate to look into matters related to gods, even if the risks were big. After all, the road to promotion was simply too difficult. Normally, players could already improve significantly with the ruins left behind by Tier 5 existences, let alone those of Tier 6 gods. However, the disappearance of some peak experts and apex experts from both the game world and the real world most likely had something to do with Tier 6 gods. Anyone who tried to get involved with Tier 6 gods as Tier 3 and Tier 4 players would die before achieving anything. If they were lucky, they would have their accounts destroyed and need to start all over again. If they were unlucky, they might disappear like those experts in the past. Upon hearing Feng's words, Lifeless Thorn and the others eyed him curiously. They never thought that Feng would actively stop them from looking into this matter. "It seems you know your limits, kid," the old man said, gazing at Feng with warm approval. "That's right. Only people who know the limits of their strength and abilities can live long lives. Even you heaven-blessed individuals are no exception." At the old man's words, Lifeless Thorn and the others promptly awakened from their greed. "Thanks, Commander. I never thought I would get seduced by the benefits in front of me," Lifeless Thorn said in gratitude, a hint of fear in his voice. God's domain had always emphasized balance. All gains came with losses. If one tried to secure an opportunity despite lacking the necessary strength, they would only wind up dead. Currently, they hadn't even reached Tier 4, yet they were actually thinking of looking into the secrets of Tier 6. That was simply suicide. That is normal. After all, not many people in God's domain can remain calm when faced with matters related to gods, Feng said, shaking his head. If not for him having a wealth of experience adventuring in God's domain, he wouldn't have fared any better than Lifeless Thorn. In fact, he might have reacted even more crazily. In the current era where the gods had withdrawn from the world, even the various superpowers would go nuts over a clue related to Tier 6 gods. In fact, even Tier 5 NPCs would fight desperately to secure this clue. "Alright, that's enough talking." After seeing that Feng and the others had calmed down, the old man beckoned to them and said, "Come here. Next up is the moment you have all been waiting for. It is also the final wealth and treasure that person left behind for you heaven-blessed individuals." A treasure left behind by the God Slayer? Feng grew a little excited at the old man's words. The God Slayer was a mythical figure in God's domain. Although it wasn't certain whether the God Slayer had become a god or not, it was certain that he was born a human. Meanwhile, the God Slayer was an existence that even gods feared. In fact, the number of gods the God Slayer had slain exceeded 10. However, for reasons unknown, the God Slayer had suddenly vanished into God's domain's history, leaving behind only a few clues pertaining to his existence. Normally, these clues were acquired from ancient ruins. It was almost impossible to find any records of the God Slayer in the various kingdoms and empires' libraries, as if the God Slayer's existence had been wiped out by history. Future generations couldn't look into the God Slayer's existence, even if they wanted to. However, there were a lot of negative comments about the God Slayer. Some people said that the God Slayer was a great sinner of God's domain, and others said that the God Slayer was the culprit behind the twilight of the gods. Shortly afterward, the old man led Feng's group of 5 to the cavern center, where the dozen or so frozen gods stood. Upon arriving there, Feng and the others noticed a space-time crack there, as small as a fingernail, undetectable from a distance. Only after moving within 30 yards of the crack did they barely notice it. Directly underneath this space-time crack was an incomparably complicated magic array. It was so complicated that even Feng, who was an advanced magician, felt dizzy after just one glance at it. Needless to say, he couldn't even begin to decipher it. "This is the treasure." Solitary 9 was stunned when he saw this tiny space-time crack. For a moment, he even felt that the old man had duped them. What possible use could they have for a fingernail-sized space-time crack? Even if this space-time crack led to somewhere, with how small it was, players couldn't enter it. "That's right. This is the treasure," the old man said, chuckling. "You might think that such a small space-time crack is no big deal, but what if I say that it connects to the past?" "Connects to the past?" Solitary 9 was again stunned. Crossing timelines was simply impossible. It should still be impossible even in a virtual reality game like God's Domain. "Esteemed Elder, are you perhaps saying that this space-time crack can allow us to travel to another world?" Lifeless Thorn asked, thinking that the old man did not understand what the words "connects to the past" meant. In fact, even Feng suspected that what the old man truly meant was that the space-time crack allowed people to travel to a different space. After all, There were plenty of foreign spaces and other worlds in God's domain. No, it is really linked to the past. It isn't linked to another world or a different space, the old man insisted, shaking his head. He could tell what Feng and the others were thinking, and he said in a determined tone, "I know you don't believe me. There is no way you can believe me, either. After all, time travel is something even ancient gods are incapable of accomplishing. However, it is true. Moreover, this spacetime crack is connected to the ancient era of God's domain. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World." The old man's words dumbfounded everyone present. Connected to the ancient era of God's domain? Feng felt his worldview crumbling, shocked beyond words. Could this be the Earthfall secret land's true secret? The ancient era of God's domain was an era of wonders. Various supercivilizations were intertwined during this era when gods still roamed the world. And because the twilight of the gods had yet to occur, the world of God's domain was incredibly rich in resources. The present era of God's domain couldn't hold a candle to the ancient era in this regard. I won't say anything more. Since this is your first time, you can enter it without any cost. However, you can only spend a limited amount of time inside. Moreover, the stronger you become and the greater your impact during the ancient era, the easier it will be for the world to notice your presence. If that happens, the world will reject your existence and expel you. What you can obtain during the ancient era will all depend on your own abilities, the old man said slowly. However, I have to warn you that the ancient era is not the paradise you imagine it to be. You will die a permanent death if you aren't careful. Before Feng and his companions could ask any questions, the old man waved his hand. Immediately, Feng and the other four transformed into streaks of light that plunged into the spacetime crack, disappearing from the cavern. Chapter 2766, Ancient Era. In a valley amid some lofty mountains, a team of nearly 5,000 people frantically fought a group of demons. The battlefield was crazed and spectacular and looked just like a battlefield in ancient times. Both sides suffered severe casualties, their blood staining the valley red. The smell of blood carried for tens of thousands of yards. Even those inured to battle would find this situation uncomfortable and unbearable. However, neither side showed any intention of stopping, both prepared to fight to the bitter end. Of the two armies battering each other, the demon army was led by a level 135, Tier 4 great demon, while a woman led the human army. The woman in question possessed golden hair and crimson eyes. She wielded a silver sacred sword and was clad in a knight's blue sacred armor. As the woman contended against several dozen level 130+, Tier 3 demons, her HP continuously decreased. However, despite being at a complete disadvantage, the more she fought, the brighter the glow her sacred sword radiated. The power she exhibited also kept increasing. Damn it! You're actually using the aria of holy blood. Don't even think I will let you finish it. The Tier 4 great demon's expression turned solemn when he saw the glowing sacred sword. Immediately, he spread out his 4 wings and flew toward the crimson-eyed woman. Everyone, protect the commander. Do not let that great demon approach the commander, a tall man shouted before rushing at the great demon with his golden shield raised. Subsequently, several dozen other melee classes nearby also charged at the great demon, all of them ignoring the fact that they were merely at Tier 2. Scram! Seeing the crowd charging at him, the demon commander pulled out his crimson greatsword and slashed the space in front. Over 100 crimson beams shot forth, tearing apart space as they advanced. The power they carried simply wasn't something even Tier 3 existences could dream of withstanding. Boom! The next moment, the several dozen Tier 2 melee classes were instantly vaporized, while the shield-bearing man was sent smashing into the mountain. Damn it! I'll kill you. When a man standing nearby saw this scene, his eyes turned bloodshot, and he promptly charged at the great demon with his sword raised. However, before this man could even get near the great demon, the long-range spells of several Tier 3 demons had already killed him. In the meantime, blood had already dyed the body of the crimson-eyed woman fighting several dozen Tier 3 demons. Her complexion was also deathly pale. However, despite the state of her body, her gaze remained indescribably firm. Be punished, demons, the crimson-eyed female knight bellowed as she raised her sacred sword. The sacred sword released a beam of light that shot to the skies. Countless streaks of light then rained down on the valley like shooting stars, and the demons struck by these shooting stars immediately fell into a heavily injured state. The situation on the battlefield reversed in the blink of an eye. Kill. We cannot let these demons take even a step into human territory, the crimson-eyed knight shouted, her pale complexion showing no signs of fatigue. She then raised her sacred sword and charged at the demons who were still fighting. The female knight's words stimulated the surviving humans. They began madly fighting against the demons. However, after a few exchanges, the humans present were dumbfounded, staring at a distant pile of demon corpses in disbelief. The next moment, the great demon commander, who was over a dozen meters tall, emerged from this pile of corpses, a hint of mockery and contempt on his face. The aria of holy blood is indeed powerful. And for you to still be alive after using this desperate move, your mental willpower is truly astonishing. I'm certain you can rank among the top tier 4 powerhouses, the great demon said as he looked at the crimson-eyed knight. He then asked mockingly, but can you use it a second time? At this great demon's words, the complexions of the surviving humans instantly turned ashen. This was the aria of holy blood they were talking about. This was the sacred sword Blood Moon's unique spell. Most people would be able to use it only once before departing for the netherworld. This was because the consequent pain of the body and mind was not something ordinary people could bear. However, in return for the steep price, once the aria of holy blood was cast, it exerted astonishing power. Even a great demon would sustain heavy injuries and lose half of their HP after getting struck by this move. Moreover, without restoration items such as the Water of Life, it would be impossible to recover from the attack. Yet, now, needless to say, it would be impossible for the female knight to use aria of the holy blood again. However, with the humans' current combat power, they were no match for the great demon. After all, the great demon before them was a bona fide demon marquis. The purity of his bloodline was far superior to that of ordinary great demons. Since you no longer have any other moves to make, it's my turn now. When the great demon saw the silent humans before him, an indescribably excited and joyful expression appeared on his face. Don't even think about it. The female knight suddenly appeared above the great demon's head and brandished her sacred sword. 3 phantom swords appeared in the sky, the sight stunning everyone present. This is the sword Saint Lord Lox's personal technique, Sky Cleaver. The commander actually mastered it. When the surviving humans saw the 3 phantom swords in the sky, a look of awe and admiration appeared on their faces. You're already on your last breath, yet you're still putting up such boring resistance. When the great demon saw the 3 phantom swords, he did not reveal any awe or fear whatsoever. On the contrary, he nonchalantly brandished his great sword. Boom! The great sword and 3 phantom swords collided, the resulting shockwave sent both humans and demons stumbling backward. Large cracks formed on the ground the great demon stood on, and the great sword the great demon wielded let out a low hum. The great demon's arms were also trembling. Upon seeing this scene, the humans felt both encouraged and excited. Sure enough, a sword saint's personal technique was truly extraordinary. However, a moment later, everyone's joy turned into despair because the crimson-eyed knight hadn't fared too well, either. Not only was her complexion paler, but even her pupils had begun to fade. It was evident that she was on her last breath, she could no longer fight. Ha ha ha. Amazing. Amazing. This is the first time I, Neiman Carlo, have seen a powerful tier 4 human like you. The great demon burst out laughing as he looked at the female knight. However, it all ends here. Before you die, I will drag you all down to hell first. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. EU. After saying so, Neiman Carlo began chanting the incantation for the tier 4 spell Hell's Gate. Suddenly, the sky darkened. A huge door decorated with skulls appeared, the blood-red glow from the skull's eye sockets and the agonizing screams coming from the door seemingly telling everyone that their destiny was about to end. Even if the humans present wished to interrupt Neiman Carlo's spell, they couldn't do so, as the surviving demons were doing their best to stop them. However, just as the formation of the Hell's Gate was about to culminate, a spatial tear over 1,000 yards long suddenly split the sky. The resulting spatial storm not only disrupted the mana in the sky but even shattered the magic array summoning the Hell's Gate. Afterward, several figures fell out of the spatial tear and crashed onto the battlefield in the valley, their landing sending clouds of dust into the air. So, this is the ancient era? The man standing in the lead of the group muttered in amazement as he glanced at the world around him. Chapter 2767. You chose the wrong opponent. At the sudden appearance of Feng's group of 5, the whole battlefield immediately went silent. The humans and demons all stared at Feng's group with looks of surprise, confusion, or anger. Who are they? They came out of that large spatial tear, so they shouldn't be ordinary existences. Maybe they're guardians from the holy city? However, their auras seem weak. Those people are also only at tier 3. They shouldn't be the holy city's guardians. Moreover, judging by their looks, they seem to be heaven-blessed individuals. The humans began a hushed discussion among themselves as they scrutinized Feng's group. Initially, they had held hope that Feng's group could save them. However, after noticing the 5 players' auras, they immediately fell into despair. The crimson-eyed knight peered at Feng's group with her blurry sight. It was evident that she, too, felt surprised and puzzled by the sudden appearance of Feng's group. Humanity's heaven-blessed individuals? When the great demon Niemann Carlo saw Feng's group, he, too, was shocked. How is this possible? Niemann Carlo wasn't particularly surprised to see more heaven-blessed individuals of the human race appearing in this place. What shocked him was the spatial crack that these humans had arrived through. That massive spatial crack had carried an extraordinary amount of power, even he would lose his life if he accidentally came into contact with it. Yet, Feng's group had actually come out of it directly. Compared to the humans and demons originally fighting on this battlefield, however, the ones most surprised by the present situation were Feng's 5. How is this possible? Feng's heart surged with shock as he looked at a group of people standing among the human army. Why are there other players here? Aside from the many NPCs, the human army also had quite a number of players. Moreover, the average level of these players was incredibly high, even the lowest leveled among them was level 128, while some had even surpassed level 130. Feng was certain that he had arrived in the ancient era of God's domain. After all, the environment here simply couldn't be found anywhere in the modern God's domain. The mana in this land was so abundant that it was close to condensing into a liquid state. He could even clearly feel the magic elements in the air. Like sprites, some of the magic elements were cheerful and lively, some were cold and lonely, some were hot and angry, etc. He could sense all of this with exceptional clarity. Moreover, the NPCs on this battlefield wore significantly different gear compared to the NPCs of modern times. Their weapons and equipment were of much higher quality. In the modern God's domain, NPCs were mainly geared with epic weapons and equipment, very few possessed fragmented legendary items. After all, fragmented legendary items were incredibly rare and precious even to NPCs. However, that was far from the case for the NPCs here. Every NPC had at least 1 or 2 fragmented legendary items. The female knight leading the human army was even fully equipped in fragmented legendary items. The sword she wielded was also a top-tier fragmented legendary weapon. Moreover, what was even more incredible was that Feng had found someone he recognized. This person was none other than Yu Luo, a captain of the Heaven's Blade adventurer team, based on Dragonheart Island. Only, unlike the Yu Luo he had met on Dragonheart Island, the one he was looking at now was like a completely different person. Presently, not only had Yu Luo reached level 129 already, but she even sported an epic staff and a full suit of epic equipment. Although her epic equipment wasn't a set, her equipment standard was still ridiculously excellent. Unlike the last time Feng met Yu Luo, though, the cleric looked much more haggard. She did not possess the aura and spirit of a peak expert at all. Guild leader Black Flame. Meanwhile, at this time, Yu Luo, who stood amid the human army, also noticed the 5 new arrivals on the battlefield. And when she saw that the man leading this group was none other than Zero Wing's guild leader, Black Flame, her originally dispirited expression immediately became energetic. Do you know them, Yu Luo? the female oracle standing beside Yu Luo asked curiously upon seeing the latter's reaction. The female oracle was a level 131 player clad in a white dress, wearing a white priest's hat. Yes. Moreover, he's my fellow countryman, Yu Luo said, nodding excitedly. Fellow countryman? The female oracle scrutinized Feng's group. She soon noticed that the average level of Feng's group was quite low, and their appearances indeed resembled Yu Luo's a lot. Particularly, the feeling of incompatibility Feng's group had with the other players in God's domain was exactly the same as Yu Luo. The female oracle then shook her head and said, "What a pity. His luck is truly poor. He actually got teleported to this place." Upon hearing the female oracle's words, Yu Luo remembered the situation they were in, and her heart grew cold. The joy on her face promptly disappeared. The death penalty in the God's domain they were currently in was different from the God's domain on the other side. Players would not only lose 2 or more levels upon death but also fall into a mentally weakened state. Depending on the severity of the situation, players might even lose some of their memories. And worse, the use of resurrection spells could only mitigate the loss of EXP and not restore the lost memories. Moreover, even when resurrected using a resurrection spell, players wouldn't be resurrected on the spot but inside the life temple of a random main city run by humans. Of course, if players had registered themselves with a main city, they could get resurrected in the life temple of a fixed main city. However, Feng's group had just arrived in this world. They definitely hadn't registered themselves with a main city yet. If they died, they would get resurrected at a random main city. Meanwhile, a great distance separated the main cities run by humans, and there were no teleportation arrays in these cities. In other words, so long as Feng's group died, Yu Luo was unlikely to meet him again. After all, humans had many main cities, even in this world. Just the ones she knew already numbered over 500. As for the possibility of Feng's group coming out alive from this battlefield, that was simply impossible. In the original God's domain, a group of Tier 3 players could still put up a fight against a Tier 4 Great Demon. However, in this world, let alone putting up a fight, Tier 3 players would be considered capable if they could escape with their lives. The reason for this was the incredibly high average combat standard of the monsters here. Monsters of the caliber of Great Demons would possess combat standards rivaling peak experts. However, the combat system of monsters was completely different from the realms of refinement players relied on. In skill and spell utilization, monsters such as Great Demons could display combat standards at the spiritualization realm without having to exert themselves. Such monsters were not opponents Void Realm experts like herself could hope to match. However, before Yu Luo could snap out of her daze, the Great Demon Niemann Carlo stopped paying attention to Feng's group and shifted his gaze back to the Crimson-Eyed Knight. The Great Demon then looked at the dozen or so Tier 3 demons around him and commanded, "Go get rid of them. Please leave it to us, my lord." The heavily injured demons nodded and flapped their wings. They then flew toward Feng's group of 5, their speed greatly surpassing even Tier 3, agility-focused assassins. Not good. Those demon leaders are working together to target them. The level 131 female oracle was shocked by this development. She never thought that Niemann Carlo would have his trusted subordinates deal with Feng's group. Although these demon leaders had been heavily injured by the aria of holy blood, individually, they were still stronger than Tier 3 experts. In addition, if over a dozen of them worked together, they could form a demonic array that greatly increased their combat power. "Big Sis Cloud, let's go save them quickly," Yu Luo urged anxiously when she saw the demon leaders targeting Feng's group. She knew that Feng was incredibly strong. After all, he was someone the various superpowers on Dragonheart Island had labeled a peerless expert. His strength surpassed even that of domain realm monsters. However, not only did the demons of this world possess high combat standards, but their demonic arrays also operated like the humans' battle arrays. Even a peerless expert would fall in the face of such a group of demons. "Die, humans!" Runes suddenly lit up all over the demon leaders' bodies. The auras they radiated also intensified significantly until they were just short of rivaling ordinary great demons in terms of strength. Simultaneously, the weapons in their hands turned into brilliant rays of light. Tier 3 Combination Skill, Skyflower's Shadow. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. EU Immediately, countless red petals fell from the sky, heading toward Shifeng's group. Every flower petal tore space as they fluttered down, making it seem as if night was falling. You used a good skill, I'll give you that. Unfortunately, you chose the wrong opponent. Shifeng snorted when he saw the red flower petals descending toward him. He then unsheathed the abyssal blade and unleashed his aura. Simultaneously, a mana domain spread out from his body, instantly covering a 1,000-yard radius and enveloping the entire battlefield. The next moment, Yu Luo saw Shifeng execute an upward slash with the abyssal blade. Bronze Combat Technique, Swords Transmigration. Chapter 2768, Repelling Demons, Sacred Sword Blood Moon. As Shifeng swung his long sword, innumerable dazzling stars suddenly formed around him. Now that he had reached Tier 4 and had the assistance of a mana domain, this sword's transmigration was more than twice as strong as when he executed it at Tier 3. Boom! The next moment, the dazzling stars shattered the descending flower petals and attacked the demon leaders. Before the demon leaders could react, they were already flying back over 100 yards away, their HPs decreasing in large chunks. They even had difficulty standing up. He sent so many demon leaders flying with just one move. Could he really have been sent here from the Holy City? Tier 4. Crap. This aura definitely belongs to a Tier 4 class. He's a Tier 4 Sword Emperor. With that power, he's a powerhouse even among other Tier 4 classes. Everyone was momentarily stunned by this development. None of them thought that the seemingly ordinary Shifeng would send over a dozen demon leaders flying in one move. Moreover, he was even a bona fide Tier 4 Sword Emperor, an existence capable of rivaling Tier 4 Great Demons. Yu Luo, your fellow countryman is so strong. No wonder you were so excited to see him. I never thought he would be a Tier 4 Sword Emperor. With that kind of strength, he can definitely rank within the top 5, or maybe even top 3 in our city, the female oracle named Cooling Cloud exclaimed as she looked at Shifeng. She, too, had not expected Yu Luo's acquaintance to be so powerful. A Tier 4 player. This was a goal players like herself struggled toward desperately. Unfortunately, the Tier 4 promotion quest was simply too challenging. Her one attempt had failed. In the main city she resided in, there were only 3 known Tier 4 players. Every one of them was a big shot in the city. They were existences far beyond Tier 3 players like herself. However, at this moment, let alone Cooling Cloud, even Yu Luo, who was familiar with Shifeng, was wide-eyed in shock and incredulity. Tier 4. She had improved a lot after arriving in this world. However, Tier 4 remained a huge threshold to cross. Unless she could take one step further in her combat standard, she would be doomed to hover forever in the ranks of Tier 3. However, despite being at level 127, Shifeng had already become a Tier 4 Sword Emperor. Moreover, he had accomplished this feat even before entering this unbelievable world. Meanwhile, as the humans were goggling at Shifeng in shock, the great demon Niemann Carlo gazed at Shifeng with a solemn expression, as if he was looking at a monster. Who are you? Niemann Carlo asked, a hint of fear appearing in his eyes. A heaven-blessed individual can't possibly wield such power. After Shifeng unleashed his aura, let alone the demon leaders present, even a demon marquis like himself felt suppressed. In fact, even the mana flowing inside his body was significantly slower. Now, he could exhibit only 60% of his normal combat power, at most. Generally, suppressing a Tier 4 existence's strength by even 10% was already a difficult feat, what more 40%? Yet, Shifeng had done it. That's none of your business. Shifeng paid no heed to the great demon's question. Instead, he smiled and said, I will give you 2 options now. The first is for us to continue fighting and determine the victor through life and death. The second option is for you to get out of my sight, together with your people. As soon as Shifeng finished speaking, a deathly silence fell over the battlefield. Yu Luo and the other players, in particular, gaped, their wide-open mouths forming an O, is he crazy? Even if he's a Sword Emperor, Niemann Carlo won't spare him after being threatened in such a way. It's over. That Niemann Carlo will definitely go all out against us. Demons had always been arrogant in God's domain. They did not place other creatures in their eyes at all, even when dealing with the dragon race. Needless to say, the arrogance of a demon marquis was even greater. Even their commander, Angelica Teresa, would not dare utter such words to Niemann Carlo. After all, Niemann Carlo was truly powerful. His strength was outstanding even among Tier 4 demons. He had the potential to become a demon prince. Otherwise, he wouldn't have become the commander of a demon army. Sure enough, after the demon marquis heard Feng's words, Niemann Carlo's complexion turned indescribably ugly. Simultaneously, everyone felt the ambient mana grow violent. However, just when everyone thought a bloody battle was about to begin, "We're leaving," Niemann Carlo said, his mouth practically twisting. After giving Feng one last glare, he turned around with clenched fists and instantly disappeared, leaving behind only a group of demons exchanging stunned looks. What? He left? What's going on? Everyone in the human army was dumbfounded at Niemann Carlo's departure. After all, even with the assistance of a Tier 4 Sword Emperor like Feng, their army was still in dire straits. Yet, Niemann Carlo had actually left without saying another word. He behaved nothing like a demon at all. Angelica Teresa, the commander of the Night Legion present, couldn't help looking at Feng strangely. She never thought that Feng's words would carry such great deterrence for the demons. The great demons here are actually so smart. Cleansing Whistle was also surprised when she saw Niemann Carlo leaving. She knew that Feng possessed the Bible of Darkness, which could be used not only to summon demons but also to suppress hostile demons. This was why Feng could push back those demon leaders so easily. However, of those present, only Feng knew what exactly had happened. The Bible of Darkness held absolute control over demons. Although Niemann Carlo did not know Feng held the Bible of Darkness, the great demon still possessed an instinctive fear and dread of it. Moreover, Feng had repelled over a dozen demon leaders with a single move. This aggravated the fear in Niemann Carlo. Demons were very smart creatures. After the first major update took place, demons would almost never fight battles that they were not confident of winning. Even if Niemann Carlo were significantly stronger than Feng right now, the fear and dread he felt for the Bible of Darkness would deter him from casually starting a fight. After the demons left the battlefield, the surviving humans all breathed out a sigh of relief. They then began reorganizing their formation and treating the injured. A large number of people also gathered by Angelica Teresa's side with downcast and unreconciled expressions. This was because the female knight's mental state and soul had already reached the brink of collapse, despite her having a lot of HP remaining. This was clear even to the Tier 3 individuals present. "Commander, it's all our fault. If we weren't so useless, the commander wouldn't have had to use the aria of holy blood. Damn it. Someone in the city must have leaked information on our operation. Otherwise, Niemann Carlo couldn't have led an army to surround us." Both NPCs and players present expressed sadness when they saw Angelica's current state. It was evident the female knight was loved and respected by these people. Unlike players, it was incredibly difficult for NPCs to get resurrected. "Big Sis Cloud, what should we do now? The commander won't last at this rate," Luo said while frantically casting healing spells on Angelica. However, healing spells worked on only physical injuries. They had no effect on damage to one's mental state and soul. Commander Angelica Teresa was the only hope for their main city's survival. In this world, both NPCs and players had difficulty surviving because this world was several times crueler than the modern god's domain. It was also because of Angelica that Luo had managed to live well until this day. Yet, now, there's nothing we can do. The aria of Holy Blood's backlash is too powerful. The fact that the commander managed to cast it once is already plenty amazing. Yet, after using the spell, she even used a taboo skill that placed a huge burden on the mental state. Now, even a Tier 4 Great Divine Official can't save her, Cooling Cloud said as she shook her head, a gloomy expression appearing on her face. While the two Tier 3 healers, Luo and Cooling Cloud, were doing everything they could to save Angelica Teresa, Feng, who watched all of this from a distance, was filled with an indescribable sense of shock and surprise. "She's actually Angelica Teresa?" Feng couldn't help doubting his eyes for a moment as he gazed at the frail female knight. "What's the matter, Commander?" Solitary 9 asked curiously when he noticed Feng's surprise. In Solitary 9's opinion, there shouldn't be anything in God's domain capable of surprising Feng. Yet, now, the man actually evinced surprise because of an NPC. This was a truly strange situation. Have you never visited a library to read about God's domain's history during your free time? Feng rolled his eyes at Solitary 9. She is the Angelica Teresa. She holds the title of Valkyrie and is one of the 2 founding elders of the Fire Dragon Empire. She's a founding member of one of the 4 ancient countries. Solitary 9 did a double-take at Angelica Teresa when he heard Feng's words. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. EU. The 4 ancient countries of the modern God's domain were the only 4 human empires that had existed since the ancient era. According to legend, the founding emperors of these empires possessed incredible power. In the case of the Fire Dragon Empire, though, a large part of the reason it survived the ancient era was the contributions of its 2 founding elders, and even gods feared these 2 founding elders. However, by the looks of it, she seems to be dying, Lifeless Thorn said in a quiet tone. Maybe she just has the same name. No, she is definitely that person, Feng affirmed. The sacred sword Blood Moon is ranked 6th among God's domain's famed swords. It is said that this sword once belonged to Angelica Teresa, one of the Fire Dragon Empire's founding elders. While a person can have the same name, the chances are low that she would wield the same weapon. God's domain's 36 famed swords were unique existences, and their owners were all historical figures in God's domain. In other words, it was precisely because of the people wielding these swords that the swords became unique existences known throughout God's domain. What should we do now, then? If she dies, will it alter God's domain's history? Solitary 9 asked anxiously. At this point, he still couldn't tell whether they had arrived in the real ancient era of God's domain or just a replica. If it was a fake, then good. If it was real, then the results would be very bad. No sooner had Solitary 9 finished speaking than the system's cold, mechanical voice entered Feng's ears. Chapter 2769, Inferior Mythic Quest System. Warning. Warning. System. You have triggered an optional Inferior Mythic World quest. Quest content: assist Angelica Teresa to become Meteorite City's Lord. Rewards: 1 unknown item and God's Domain World Authority +2. Penalties unknown. System: you have 30 seconds to consider. Quest will be accepted by default if no response is made. An inferior mythic quest. Feng couldn't help doubting his ears when he heard the system. As far as he knew, legendary main storyline quests were already the most challenging quests players could pick up. However, there were quests of a higher grade than legendary main storyline quests, mythic quests, which had always been a mystery of God's domain. Despite the rumors of mythic quests, nobody had ever personally verified their existence. Yet, he had now triggered an inferior mythic quest. Do I accept it? Feng hesitated. This was most likely the only opportunity he would ever get to challenge such a quest. After all, he had never even heard of anybody receiving a quest of this rank. He had most likely triggered such a quest only because he happened to visit God's domain's ancient era and came across a key historical figure. Moreover, by the looks of it, the other players around him had not received this quest. This meant he had satisfied some unknown conditions to trigger this quest. Only, the penalty for failing a legendary quest was already more than enough to end a player's career in God's domain. The penalty for failing an inferior mythic quest would most likely be several times greater. If he failed to complete the quest after accepting it. However, when he saw the reward of God's domain's world authority +2, greed momentarily overwhelmed him. In the present God's domain, everyone else was probably unaware of God's domain's world authority, as it was simply far too difficult to obtain. Normally, players had to have achievements that affected the entirety of God's domain to acquire this world authority. Players who successfully obtained world authority, even if only 1 point of it, would receive unimaginable assistance in their progression in God's domain. Just like the name suggested, gaining world authority meant one would become an existence with special rights in God's domain. The various superpowers were willing to go all out and risk incurring massive losses just to obtain the special rights the war god's temple offered. After all, obtaining these rights meant one's guild could surpass other guilds by a large margin and solidify its position in God's domain. Individual players could also obtain special rights in God's domain. This was world authority. Obtaining even 1 point of world authority was equivalent to attaining God's domain's recognition. Players with world authority would then gain an unimaginable affinity with the world. On the surface, gaining an increased affinity with the world might not seem very useful. However, it would provide players with a clearer perception of the various magic elements and their operating principles. This was crucial for players aiming to reach Tier 6. In the past, for the sake of producing Tier 6 God-ranked players, the various superguilds were willing to do everything they could just to help a select few of their members gain world authority. However, even the 5 great superguilds had managed to gather only a handful of world authority points after struggling for 4 or 5 years. Nevertheless, it was also a fact that every player that obtained world authority points had reached Tier 6. Now that Feng had the opportunity to obtain 2 world authority points just by completing one quest, how could he not feel greedy? If he succeeded, let alone Tier 5, even getting promoted to Tier 6 would become a lot easier. Commander, are you alright? Yang Ya asked worriedly when she noticed Feng's strange expression. Did you consume too much concentration after using that combat technique just now? Previously, Feng had exhausted himself during the fight with Tedelia. Although they had taken a small break afterward, the amount of concentration he managed to recover was most likely limited. I'm fine, Feng said, shaking his head. He then looked toward Angelica Teresa, who currently lay weakly on the ground, and gritted his teeth. It seems I have no choice but to help her. Truthfully, he didn't wish to take part in this matter. After all, the old man from before had emphasized that if he overdid things here, the world would quickly discover his existence and forcibly return him to the modern world. If that happened, it would be a huge loss for him. After all, the environment here was truly wonderful. Moreover, God's domain's ancient era was far superior to the modern era in many aspects. The available legacies aside, just the materials, weapons, and equipment available here were already leaps and bounds superior to the modern God's domain. At this point, he had yet to find out how he could earn a large amount of resources from this ancient era, so he naturally couldn't recklessly take action. This was also why he had chosen to chase away Neiman Carlo instead of killing the great demon. Needless to say, he also wished to avoid saving the NPCs of this era if possible. This was especially true for a big shot like Angelica Teresa. Steady progression was the way to go in God's domain. However, the quest rewards were far too generous. Even if it meant taking a huge risk, Feng still planned to give it a try. After all, in his current state, he really wasn't confident of getting promoted to Tier 5. If he merely relied on legacy guidances, constructing even a completely new mana body would be tough, let alone constructing a mana body that matched the physique of Tier 5 monsters. Ultimately, Feng walked up to Angelica Teresa, his actions causing the other people present to grow alert. Although Feng had repelled the demon army for them, he was still a foreign powerhouse. Their wariness of him was only natural. After all, there were many insidious people in God's domain who were capable of stabbing others in the back with a smiling face. No one wouldn't be completely safe from such people, regardless of one's identity. The best example would be their commander. Their commander possessed a great reputation in their city. Most of the city's big shots respected and favored her, yet she still ended up getting stabbed in the back. Upon seeing Feng walk over, Yu Luo gritted her teeth and asked in a quiet tone, Guild leader Black Flame, do you have a way to save our commander? So long as you can save the commander, I will help you with whatever you want. Even if it means sacrificing myself. In reality, Yu Luo did not think Feng would have a way to save Commander Angelica Teresa. After all, even Cooling Cloud, who was both a skillful healer and advanced master alchemist, was helpless. I indeed have a way to save her. However, I don't need you to sacrifice yourself or anything of the sort. Feng smiled involuntarily when he saw the resolution on Yu Luo's face. I just need you to tell me about the situation here once afterward. Even if Yu Luo didn't ask for his help, he would still save Angelica Teresa. After all, a dead person couldn't become the overlord of Meteorite City. You have a way to save the commander, guild leader Black Flame? Yu Luo was momentarily stunned by Shifeng's reply. However, she quickly recollected herself and said excitedly, "No problem. So long as it is something I know, I will definitely tell you." On the other hand, Cooling Cloud, who stood at her side, was confused when she heard Shifeng's confident reply. She was an advanced master alchemist, yet even she was helpless about Angelica's situation. She found it truly hard to believe a fellow countryman of Yu Luo's had a way to save the commander. This wasn't because Cooling Cloud was belittling Shifeng and Yu Luo, but because the knowledge Yu Luo had shown regarding God's domain was simply too inadequate. Even her usage of skills and spells was crude. In addition, while it wasn't necessary for all healers to become a specialized master alchemist, it was still common sense for healers to know how to craft some potions. Yet, Yu Luo did not. Hence, Cooling Cloud concluded that Yu Luo and Shifeng came from some backwoods. Otherwise, they shouldn't lack such common sense. However, Shifeng did not respond to Yu Luo's question. He merely took out a translucent crystal from his bag and passed it to her. "Have her eat this. She'll gradually recover once she does," Shifeng said without further explanation. Yu Luo was confused when she received the translucent crystal from Shifeng, not understanding how such a crystal could save Commander Angelica. However, when Cooling Cloud saw the crystal in Yu Luo's hand, she was shocked. "A crystal of souls? How is this possible?" At Cooling Cloud's exclamation, the other healers present stared at Shifeng as if they were looking at a monster. "Big Sis Cloud, is this crystal of souls something amazing?" Yu Luo asked, bewildered. Realizing that she had lost her composure, Cooling Cloud quickly calmed herself, then explained, "The crystal of souls isn't just valuable. It is incomparably rare even on the scale of the entire God's domain. The Holy City's side can secure only a few of such crystals, as they are simply too rare. Normally, such crystals appear in places where souls gather, such as the Netherworld. These crystals can not only heal one's mental state but also strengthen the soul to a certain degree. It is impossible to purchase a crystal of souls on the market, and it is many times more valuable than even the water of life. It's such a rare item." Yu Luo was startled. She never thought Shifeng would actually use such a precious item to save someone. With this, she would owe him a massive favor. "All right, you'd best save her first," Shifeng said. When he saw the astonished looks everyone was giving him, he only shook his head and smiled. The crystal of souls was indeed precious. Under normal circumstances, he wouldn't be willing to use it. After all, he had to rely on himself to harvest the necessary monster souls to create crystals of souls. However, the crystals weren't so precious that he couldn't afford to waste them on others. After all, the soul orb was one of the 7 treasures that could easily produce crystals of souls. He merely needed to kill Great Lord-ranked monsters 5 levels higher than himself to obtain the necessary monster souls. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. EU At Shifeng's reminder, Yu Luo quickly snapped out of her daze and helped Angelica consume the crystal of souls. Shortly afterward, Angelica's complexion recovered significantly. Although she had fallen unconscious after consuming the crystal of souls, one could tell that her condition was no longer critical. Now, all they needed to do was wait. By the time Angelica woke up on her own, she would be thoroughly recovered. Meanwhile, after seeing that Angelica was saved, Cooling Cloud, as a captain in the Night Legion, took the initiative to invite Shifeng's party to rest in Meteorite City, the main city they resided in. Shifeng did not refuse the invitation, as he was curious to learn more about God's domain's ancient era. The human army walked for over a dozen hours before eventually arriving before a stalwart mountain range. A city that was more spectacular than even the royal capitals found in the modern God's domain appeared inside the valley of this mountain range. Chapter 2770, City of Riches. Meteorite City. Meteorite wasn't just a gathering place in the Meteorite mountain range for humans to live and conduct trade in. It was also the safest location for humans in the Meteorite mountain range. After the Night Legion registered the information of Shifeng's party with the city, Cooling Cloud led the 5 straight into the city. Meanwhile, as Feng and his party members were non-residents of Meteorite City, they each had to pay an entrance fee of 5 magic crystals. Let alone Lifeless Thorn and the others, even Feng was stunned by this fraudulent price. Meteorite City's entrance fee was more than 10 times greater than the various guild cities, not to mention that of modern NPC cities. At this point, the market value of magic crystals had already risen to 40 silver per crystal. 5 magic crystals was the equivalent of 2 gold. Unless the city's mana had condensed into a liquid state, only a fool would pay such an entrance fee. However, from the behavior of the NPCs and players here, it looked as if they had long since gotten used to this situation. Even Yu Luo paid the 5 magic crystals without hesitation. Guild leader Black Flame, this is the standard price here. Naturally, Yu Luo could tell what was going through the minds of Feng's party. Smiling, she whispered, "But please believe me that this price is absolutely reasonable." Initially, she, too, had been shocked by this price. After all, she wasn't the guild leader of a guild, unlike Feng, but merely a team leader in an adventurer team. The magic crystals she had on hand had only numbered 200 or so. Paying 5 magic crystals just to enter a city had been an extravagant expenditure for her. However, after entering Meteorite City, she quickly realized that this price was definitely reasonable. Compared to the NPC main cities in the modern God's Domain, Meteorite City could practically be considered a holy city. Of course, Feng wouldn't dwell on this matter. After all, 5 magic crystals was basically nothing to him. He was merely surprised by the absurd entrance fee. Afterward, Feng paid the entrance fee for his party of 5, then followed Cooling Cloud and Yu Luo through the magic array that enveloped Meteorite City. This is a main city of the ancient era. When Feng set foot in Meteorite City, a comfortable feeling immediately enveloped his body. This comfortable feeling was different from the kind of comfort he felt when entering a place with high mana density. Instead, entering this city allowed him to have a clearer perception of the world. Particularly, his perception of the various magic elements had sharpened over twofold. When he had first arrived in the ancient era, he had already sensed a significant improvement in his affinity with magic elements. If he could train in the environment here, he was confident that not only could he break through his mana body's 100% threshold, but his efficiency in learning magic arrays, skills, and spells would also double or triple. This was a wondrous place for development. Nonetheless, the environment inside Meteorite City was actually significantly better than the environment outside. In fact, Feng even had a hunch that if he used a legacy guidance here, he could exceed his mana body's 100% limit in just a few days. The magic array protecting the city is personally crafted by a human saint. Not only does it have strong defensive properties, but it even improves the mana perception of the city's inhabitants. However, operating this magic array requires a lot of magic crystals, hence the entrance fee, Yu Luo explained. Actually, Meteorite City's big trade market and huge population flow have already helped reduce the entrance fee. Some cities even charge 7 or 8 magic crystals. No wonder you managed to improve your control over mana so much, Feng said in realization as he looked at Yu Luo. Yu Luo had already unlocked her mana body's potential to 100%, and her control over mana had even reached the Master Magician standard. If her concentration standard reached Tier 4, she would be able to form her own mana domain and become top tier among Tier 3 peak experts. Most domain realm experts hadn't even reached the Master Magician standard at this stage of the game. And although Yu Luo was very talented, she was still far from comparable to Aqua Rose and Gentle Snow. Yet, even with his help, those two were still half a step away from becoming Master Magicians, so how could Yu Luo possibly overtake them? The only explanation was the environment here. I've improved a lot after arriving here, Yu Luo said as she nodded confidently. That's right. Yu Luo has been improving rapidly during this period. Now, she can already rank among the Night Legion's top 5 healers, Cooling Cloud said, nodding. Although she didn't have a high opinion of Yu Luo's initial strength, she very much acknowledged the cleric's talent. Actually, it is all thanks to Lady Angelica's teachings, Yu Luo said. At the mention of Angelica Teresa, an expression of gratitude and admiration appeared on her face. It's a pity that we failed to complete the quest this time. Had we succeeded, Lady Angelica might have become the Lord of Meteorite City. If the city comes under Lady Angelica's leadership, the city will prosper and possibly even rank up into an advanced main city. Become the Lord? What kind of quest is she trying to do? Feng asked curiously. His inferior mythic quest had stated that he needed to help Angelica Teresa become Meteorite City's Lord. Now that a clue on how he could do so had appeared, he naturally was curious. It's nothing. Everyone in the city already knows about it at this point. Since Feng expressed interest in this topic, Cooling Cloud explained slowly, Meteorite City has been developing for hundreds of years already, and its population and scale of operation have grown significantly. However, at this point, the city has reached a bottleneck. The old city lord also abdicated recently. As one of the candidates to replace the lord, Lady Angelica Teresa wishes to improve Meteorite City. Meanwhile, there are two ways to help Meteorite City develop further. The first is to expand the city. However, the city's magic array was personally established by the saint, and nobody in the city is capable of modifying it. The only way to modify the magic array is to go to the holy city and meet with the saint. The chances of success are dismal. Setting aside how far away the holy city is, just trying to meet with the saint is already an incredibly difficult task. Hence, Lady Angelica can only resort to the second method, strengthening the magic array's core, which would, in turn, upgrade the magic array. Recently, we received news that a Tier 4 infant dragon appeared over at the Ghostfire Hills. If we can hunt this infant dragon and secure its dragon eyes and dragon crystal, we can strengthen the magic array's core. Only, at this point, Cooling Cloud sighed. Let alone hunting that Tier 4 infant dragon, they had already fallen prey to a demon army's ambush shortly after leaving Meteorite City. What followed next was what Feng himself had witnessed. Travel to the holy city to meet with the saint or kill a Tier 4 infant dragon? Feng shook his head and smiled bitterly at Cooling Cloud's words. Although he didn't know where the holy city was, since the NPC cities here had no teleportation arrays linking them, the journey to the holy city could easily take several months. Moreover, even after arriving at the holy city, it wouldn't necessarily be possible to meet with the rumored saint. As for the other option of killing a Tier 4 infant dragon, that was even more ludicrous. A Tier 4 infant dragon was an existence above even demon princes. It was an existence that could truly match Tier 5 existences. When Feng was in his Tier 4 legacy land, even after reaching Tier 4 and gaining a Tier 4 legacy skill, he could only put up a fight against the Tier 3 infant dragons there. Even with the Heavenly Dragon Breath's help, he still couldn't kill those Tier 3 infant dragons. Now, Angelica Teresa actually had designs on a Tier 4 infant dragon despite being only at Tier 4 herself. Calling her actions suicidal would be an understatement. Moreover, killing the infant dragon probably had to be done as soon as possible. After all, dragons did not have the habit of living in a fixed location long term. If he couldn't help Angelica kill the infant dragon before it went elsewhere, he would have to look for the elusive saint. Sure enough, this isn't a quest that can be completed easily. However, Feng did not feel particularly surprised by this situation. A legendary quest was already monumentally difficult to complete, an inferior mythic quest would only be worse. He also had to admit that Angelica Teresa matched the legends, which portrayed her as a brave warrior who stood up against dragons. If Angelica succeeded in slaying a Tier 4 infant dragon despite being at Tier 4 herself, that would truly be a legendary feat. The only thing Feng could do now was look for opportunities to improve both his and his party's strength. Otherwise, he would be utterly helpless against the infant dragon. Under Cooling Cloud and Yu Luo's lead, Feng's party arrived at Meteorite City's trade market. When Lifeless Thorn and the others saw the dazzling items put up for sale, their eyes widened in shock. The basic currency used in the market here was actually the magic crystal. Coins did not exist here. However, they also had to acknowledge that the ancient era of God's domain was truly amazing. The NPCs here even sold epic weapons and equipment players could use. Only, the price was somewhat high. Even a random piece of level 150 epic equipment sold for 20,000 magic crystals. If converted to the gold coins used in the modern era, that would be equivalent to 8,000 gold per piece of level 150 epic equipment. While the various super guilds would kill to purchase level 150 epic equipment for 8,000 gold, it was a different story if the payment had to be in magic crystals. In addition to epic equipment, fragmented legendary weapons and equipment occasionally appeared in Meteorite City's auction house, which the various player forces in Meteorite City competed for. Only, one needed a minimum deposit of 300,000 magic crystals just to participate in the auction. Meanwhile, these fragmented legendary items usually ended up selling for over 400,000 magic crystals. Whether it was Lifeless Thorn or Feng, they couldn't help feeling like they had become beggars after entering Meteorite City. Although Feng carried some magic crystals with him, that number was only 50,000, just enough to purchase 2 pieces of epic equipment, at most, here. Of course, it was also much easier to earn magic crystals here than in the modern god's domain, since the magic crystal was the main currency used in the ancient era. Whether one completed quests or traded materials with NPCs, payment was in magic crystals. Hence, local players found the prices of the epic and fragmented legendary items reasonable. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. EU. After walking around for several hours, Cooling Cloud bid goodbye to Feng's party since she still had matters to deal with as a captain in the local Night Legion. As for Yu Luo, she stayed behind to serve as a tour guide for Feng's party. Inside a high-class hotel in Meteorite City, staying in one of the ordinary rooms here cost 50 magic crystals a day, while the high-end rooms cost 200 magic crystals per day. Feng chose to rent a high-end room without hesitation. Shortly afterward, Feng's party of 5 and Yu Luo sat quietly inside the room. Out with it. How long has it been since you arrived here? Feng asked seriously as he looked at Yu Luo. What's up with the players here? Chapter 2771, Alien-like players. At Feng's question, an exceptional silence filled the room. Lifeless Thorn and the others simultaneously focused their gaze on Yu Luo. Ever since they arrived in this place, they had come across too many unknown and surprising matters. However, the only thing they could do was remain silent and quietly observe everything, including the so-called NPCs and players here. In their opinion, be it the NPCs, monsters, or players here, they all felt alien. This was especially true for the players here. Despite being players, the players here gave them a completely different feeling than the members of their party. It felt as if the players here were not players at all, but rather the original inhabitants of this world. It was as if these players had already accepted this virtual world as their own. No. To be precise, these players treated the world of God's domain as a real world. Moreover, judging by these players' behavior, they had resided in this world for a considerably long period. Otherwise, the alien feeling they gave off wouldn't be so conspicuous. This alien feeling was especially familiar to Feng. Looking at the players in this ancient era felt like looking at Phoenix Rain back when he met her in Flame Dragon City. It was just that Phoenix Rain seemed more alien back then than these people. She felt as if she was a player yet not a player at the same time. In short, she gave off a very strange feeling. Now, the players here gave him a similar feeling. Hence, the shock he felt when he met these players initially was much greater compared to that of Lifeless Thorn and the others. However, he couldn't openly state his feelings. After all, the matter concerning Phoenix Rain was of great importance. Moreover, at the same time as their party was finding the players here alien, these players had similarly noticed the strangeness of their party. It was evident that these players were foreign to players like their party as well. In addition, through the previous conversation he had with Cooling Cloud, Feng got the impression that they lived in completely different worlds. The old man in the cave had already stated that this world was the ancient era of God's domain. Logically, there shouldn't be any other players in this world. Yet, not only were there players living in this world, but there were even a large number of them. Based on his initial estimates, there should be well over 5 million players residing in Meteorite City. This was already on the level of royal capitals in the modern era. Meanwhile, according to Cooling Cloud, there were at least 500 such main cities on the continent. If Meteorite City was representative of these main cities, there should be well over 2.5 billion players in the ancient era. Yet, none of the various powers in the real world had an inkling that there were players playing in the ancient era of God's domain. That's right. Everything is as you guys have guessed. When Yu Luo saw the look everyone was giving her, her originally light and happy expression instantly vanished, replaced by a solemn expression. Whether it is this God's domain or the players here, both come from a different world from ours. A different world? Solitary Nine's breathing grew heavy at Yu Luo's words. How is this possible? Although he had already had suspicions, he still found it unbelievable after hearing Yu Luo's confirmation. While it was indeed true that God's domain was a virtual reality game like no other, it was still far-fetched to say that people of a different world were playing the game with them. No, it would be somewhat incorrect to say that they're from a different world. Shaking her head, Yu Luo smiled and added, to be precise, they are people living in a different world. What do you mean? Feng asked curiously. You should know of the migration plan that took place 100 years ago, right? Of course, we know. Back then, due to a shortage of resources and the worsening environmental pollution, Earth had gradually become unsuitable for human life. Hence, a migration plan was executed. I heard that many people at that time were sent out to explore the universe for habitable planets, Solitary Nine answered, nodding. Could it be? Are you saying these players are the people who were sent out? Yes. They are the descendants of those explorers, Yu Luo said. Back then, Earth had already discovered several habitable planets. However, they were too distant from Earth, and the journey would take a long time. Hence, after gathering all of the world's power, several hundred interstellar spaceships with self-sustaining environments were constructed. These spaceships then set forth toward the selected habitable planets while carrying all sorts of resources and hundreds of millions of Earth's outstanding personnel. These people have been living on the interstellar spaceships for these past 100 years. However, these people experienced a much longer time than people on Earth during their journey. I heard that they've been living in space for over 600 years. Some spaceships have even experienced over 900 years of life. The population on these spaceships has also continued to grow over time, with the total population having exceeded 10 billion long ago. The original spaceships have also acquired resources from various planets on the way and modified and upgraded themselves. At this point, these spaceships can no longer be considered mere spaceships but more like interstellar continents. And they are still making their way to the habitable planets. However, as these interstellar continents had limited resources, the majority of their population can only reside in virtual worlds. Only a small minority has the privilege to roam the outside world. Hence, these people are accustomed to virtual worlds. The professional players of our worlds can't even compare to these people in this regard, as virtual worlds have long since become a part of these people's lives. After God's Domain's launch, the game became their everything. The understanding they have of God's domain far exceeds ours. When Yu Luo finished speaking, silence enveloped the room for a long time. Solitary Nine and the others even had their mouths hanging wide open. They never thought that they would actually be ignorant of such a huge matter happening outside Earth. They also couldn't even begin to imagine how it felt to live out in the open universe for several centuries. I see. After hearing Yu Luo's explanation, Feng came to another realization. During his previous life, right before he reincarnated, God's Domain had suddenly launched an expansion pack for seemingly no rhyme or reason. It was the most special expansion pack ever added to the game. Normally, the main God system would first implement a new expansion pack in the game before notifying players about it. However, news of this expansion pack had spread in the real world before its implementation. In fact, even its name had been revealed beforehand. War of Worlds. The description that came with this announcement also clearly stated that there would be several worlds attacking the main continent of God's Domain. For the sake of their own survival, these worlds would wage war with each other on an unprecedented scale. The winner would live, and the loser would die. This announcement had agitated countless people in God's Domain when it came out. After all, the territories on the main continent were basically fixed at that point, and few disputes occurred between the various powers. The game had been trending toward stability. With the sudden appearance of several new worlds, how could the players of God's Domain not feel excited? The various major powers, in particular, had immediately begun sharpening their blades after the announcement. So long as the new expansion pack took place, they would immediately invade these new worlds and start a new journey. However, as a consequence of the expansion pack, Feng found himself fired. Upon seeing the stunned expressions of the people around her, Yu Luo revealed a bitter smile and said, "My arrival here was a complete accident. While exploring an underground space in Dragonheart City by myself, I got caught in a space-time storm. By the time I woke up, I was already in this place. Currently, I have spent 20 days here already. Although I want to go back, I haven't been able to return even after dying or jumping into other space-time storms. What's most frustrating is that I can't log out of the game from here." "You can't log out?" At Yu Luo's words, Solitary 9 and the others hurriedly checked whether they could log out or not. If they couldn't, then it would be a huge problem. Nowadays, all virtual gaming cabins had a nutrient solution storage that could let players stay online for 1 or 2 months without any problem. The latest model could even let players stay online for 3 months. And in the event that players depleted their supply of nutrient solution and couldn't leave their gaming cabin for some reason, the cabin would issue a system alert, and professionals would come quickly to deal with the problem. Hence, players had no need to worry about starving to death. Even so, this wasn't good news. "No way. I really can't log out." Solitary 9 couldn't help growing anxious. It would be very inconvenient for them if they couldn't go offline. After all, there were many things they needed to do in the real world. Moreover, staying online long-term would affect their physical bodies to a certain degree. "They can't log out?" Looking at the logout button on his system interface, Feng found that it was still brightly lit, indicating that he could go offline whenever he wanted. "Is it because of that world stone in my bag?" After some thought, the only explanation Feng could come up with for this situation was the world stone. After all, this item could stabilize the principle of all things, which meant that he should be able to bypass the rules of this world. With this, it seems I don't need to be too anxious. While the ancient god's domain was indeed excellent, he also had many things he needed to do in the real world. He couldn't stay online long-term. With the world stone, he could now feel relieved. Feng then conversed with Yu Luo about the basic information of this world, particularly about information relating to legacies. After the conversation, Lifeless Thorn and the others sighed ruefully. The ancient god's domain was indeed different. Compared to the modern god's domain, the players living in the ancient god's domain had a much easier time getting promoted. With a reliable team, players had no problem at all securing a complete Tier 3 legacy. In fact, with enough rare materials, one could even seek out a Tier 3 instructor to exchange for a complete legacy. The only limitation of this method was that players could only exchange up to 3 legacies. As for the promotion to Tier 4, while it was significantly more difficult than that to Tier 3, it was still much easier compared to the process in the modern god's domain. At the very least, players didn't have to seek out a legacy land in the middle of nowhere. They could simply head to a Tier 4 instructor and choose to challenge their Tier 4 promotion quest. They would then be teleported to a Tier 4 legacy space. However, the cost of this method was high. Each challenge required the payment of 15,000 magic crystals. The difficulty of the promotion quest was the same as in modern times. Players still had to learn a Tier 4 legacy skill or spell during the allotted time. Failure meant having to wait 20 natural days before they could re-challenge it. At this time, only 3 players in Meteorite City had successfully reached Tier 4. At this point, Feng wished he could bring all of Zero Wing's Tier 4 Flowing Water Realm experts and above to this place. Even if it meant spending a lot of magic crystals, it would still be much better than searching for a legacy land. After all, searching for a legacy land was not only time-consuming, but success was also highly dependent on luck. If word of this matter got out in the modern god's domain, every power across the continent would most likely do everything they could to secure this opportunity. "Commander, can I borrow 10,000 magic crystals from you?" Lifeless Thorn asked as he looked at Feng. "I'll pay you back double as soon as we return." "Commander, you can't play favorites." Solitary 9 objected hurriedly, knowing that Feng did not bring a lot of magic crystals with him to the ancient god's domain. Every bit given away counted. Meanwhile, Yang Ya and Cleansing Whistle also stared at Feng with eloquent eyes. Relax. Feng smiled spontaneously when he saw everyone's reactions. Although I didn't bring a lot of magic crystals with me, I still have a way to let each of you challenge your promotion quests once. You can challenge yours as well, Yu Luo. Me? Yu Luo was stunned by Feng's words. But I don't have that many magic crystals. She, too, yearned to challenge her Tier 4 promotion quest. However, it wasn't easy to save up magic crystals while living in Meteorite City, as everything cost magic crystals here. Even until now, she had only around 4,000 magic crystals, still far off from the 15,000 required. So long as you help me with a matter, I'll pay you 15,000 magic crystals as remuneration. How about it? Feng asked as he looked at Yu Luo. The ancient god's domain was a massive treasure trove, its value easily billions of times greater than a Grade 1 or Vein. It was no wonder 3 of the 5 great superguilds had deemed it worthwhile to work together to seal off the Earthfall secret land. If such a secret became public, the consequences would be unimaginable. Of course, acquiring the various resources of the ancient god's domain wouldn't be an easy task, either, since the base currency used here was the magic crystal, something relatively rare in the modern god's domain. And while the ancient god's domain had an abundance of magic crystals, it would be nigh impossible for modern players to earn a large amount of magic crystals here. After all, the modern god's domain was inferior to the ancient god's domain in almost every aspect. For players living in the modern god's domain, visiting the ancient god's domain would be equivalent to Stone Age people visiting the modern era. Modern players would need to work hard to earn magic crystals here. Fortunately, it wasn't completely impossible for modern players to earn money in the ancient era. One way to do so would be to take advantage of the unskillful handling of problems relating to the mind and soul in the ancient god's domain, particularly when it came to healing one's mental state. The ancient god's domain was actually far weaker than the modern god's domain in this aspect. This point was obvious from the gap between the concentration recovery potions sold on the market and those made by Cooling Cloud, an advanced master alchemist. In short, there were very few methods available for players to recover their concentration. Moreover, the death penalty here even placed players in a mentally weakened state for long periods, which prevented them from exhibiting their full strength. This meant that methods that could help heal the soul and mind were incredibly valuable. Okay. Yu Luo agreed immediately, understanding that Feng was trying to help her. What do you need me to do? Taking out a crystal of souls from his bag, Feng said, take this crystal of souls and consign it to the auction house for now. You're a member of the local Knight Legion, so you should be able to spread information about it quickly. Just say that this is the crystal of souls that healed Angelica Teresa and that it has a minor soul-strengthening effect, which can increase one's chances of passing the Tier 4 promotion quest. Can you do that? No problem. If it is only publicizing the crystal, I can probably inform the whole city in just a few hours, Yu Luo said, nodding as she accepted the crystal of souls. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. She had personally witnessed the crystal of souls' effects, so she knew that Feng was indeed telling the truth. As for the aid the crystal could provide in the Tier 4 promotion quest, it was partly true. After all, if one's soul got strengthened, one's learning ability would improve as well. Hence, it couldn't be considered an outright lie. Meanwhile, spreading this news throughout the city was a piece of cake for her as a member of the local Knight Legion. Yu Luo left the hotel room to get the word out, while Lifeless Thorn and the others went to their respective rooms to sort out their thoughts and prepare themselves to challenge their Tier 4 promotion quests. Once Feng was alone in his room, he took out a memory crystal from his bag. This crystal was none other than the complete legacy guidance crystal he had obtained from killing Tedelia. The effects of this room sure are excellent. My perception is strengthened by a further 30% compared to the outside world. Now that I have some time to myself, I can give it a try. Immediately afterward, Feng took out 100 magic crystals and activated the legacy guidance crystal. Chapter 2772. Breakthrough inside the quiet and spacious living room. As Feng continuously poured mana into the legacy guidance crystal in his hand, divine runes and magic arrays began appearing all over the crystal one after another. A short moment later, the mana inside the room started surging toward the memory crystal. Afterward, the crystal radiated a dark blue glow that enveloped Feng. What a powerful legacy! Feng was astonished when the blue light engulfed him. This was because the owner of this legacy wasn't an ordinary person but someone known as the Saint of the Ice World. The quality of this legacy was far superior to that of ordinary legacies. In addition, the Ice World Saint's legacy explained a lot about the ice element's operating principles and described some basic methods to construct one's mana body using the ice element as the basis. This sort of legacy guidance was incredibly rare in God's domain. In most cases, legacy guidances only provided a demonstration of the manipulation of magic elements and some explanations of their operating principles. The chances of a legacy guidance containing a demonstration of how to construct a mana body from scratch were less than 0.1%, let alone a saint's guidance and demonstration. Existences holding the title of saint were either gods or existences approaching gods. Some saints were even existences that gods feared greatly because a saint represented the epitome of a certain aspect in God's domain. Not even gods could match a saint in their specialty. In other words, while a saint could be a god wouldn't necessarily be a saint. The requirement to become a Tier 6 god wasn't to achieve the extreme of a certain aspect. Instead, one only needed to reach a certain threshold. As to what that threshold was, only those who had actually reached Tier 6 would know. Meanwhile, the Ice World Saint had undoubtedly attained the ultimate in the manipulation of the ice element. Hence, the Ice World Saint's control over the ice element was undoubtedly superior to everyone else's. Even gods wouldn't be a match for the Ice World Saint. Following this, time passed by, second after second. As Feng injected more mana into the memory crystal, the Ice World Saint's demonstration sped up. The information the saint conveyed also became increasingly complicated. Half an hour later, the saint's demonstration ended. Feng, who had been focused on the demonstration the entire time, felt mesmerized by the information he learned. What a pity! The guidance barely talked about elements other than the ice element. If the guidance for the other elements were as detailed as the one for the ice element, my control over the magic elements would definitely reach the Grandmaster standard. At that time, I might even stand a chance against superior mythic monsters. Feng sighed ruefully when the demonstration video disappeared. He had to admit that the existences granted the title of saint were indeed powerful. Saints who had reached the ultimate in control of a specific magic element were especially amazing. Their understanding and explanation of magic elements were incredibly enlightening. However, the Ice World Saint's explanation became increasingly complicated as it progressed, and Feng found himself struggling to understand the lecture. It felt as if the saint's explanation had gone from talking about 1 dimension to 2 dimensions to 3 dimensions to 4 dimensions. He could still understand up to the 3rd dimension, but when the explanation progressed to the 4th dimension, his mind failed to comprehend the saint's thinking. Despite understanding the surface meaning of the saint's words, he couldn't understand how to apply them in practice. Hence, Feng could only treat the magic element usage methods explained at the end as gibberish. Nevertheless, he had still made massive gains. At the very least, he had made qualitative improvements in manipulating and understanding the ice element. Now, all he needed to do was experiment with his newfound knowledge. This Ice World Saint's legacy is truly extraordinary. I will have to get Violet Cloud and the others to study it earnestly. It would simply go to waste if given to someone without an affinity with the ice element. Feng now placed even greater importance on the legacy guidance crystal in his hand. He wouldn't have if it were any other legacy guidance, but this was a saint's guidance they were talking about. The Ice World Saint's guidance even provided such detailed information about the magic elements. Giving this legacy guidance to someone without an affinity with the magic elements would be a complete and utter waste. In fact, had he used this legacy guidance crystal in the modern god's domain instead of the ancient god's domain, he would have wasted a precious opportunity. If the information he absorbed from watching the legacy guidance here consisted of only 20% of the total information, then he probably would have failed to comprehend even 5% of the information had he watched it in the modern god's domain. After all, he didn't possess much affinity with the ice element, he was much more attuned to the fire element. Fortunately, the environment in the ancient god's domain was excellent, and it drastically improved his affinity with and perception of the ice element. Now, he could perceive the ice element much more clearly than he could the fire element when he was in the modern god's domain. After absorbing the Ice World Saint's legacy guidance, Feng took out a drop of soul water and drank it, boosting his concentration recovery and energizing his brain. Immediately afterward, he began attempting to break through his mana body's 100% threshold by constructing a new and simpler control array to link and control the various magic arrays all over his mana body. Previously, I insisted on using only one mana manipulation method to control the magic arrays of my body. On the other hand, the Ice World Saint constructed his mana body with the ice element and used several mana manipulation methods to gather and manipulate the ice element. For now, I should follow his example and try using two manipulation methods to control my mana body's magic arrays. After thinking up to this point, Feng began experimenting. Previously, he had been controlling the magic arrays on his mana body according to the mana body's construction because he believed this was the only way to manipulate the mana in his mana body. However, his thoughts changed after seeing the Ice World Saint using multiple mana manipulation methods to control the magic elements in his mana body. Master magicians like Feng excelled in attacking from multiple fronts. Since he couldn't break through the 100% threshold by attacking from only a single front, he would try attacking from multiple fronts simultaneously, which would allow him to maximize the effects of every magic array. Subsequently, the intensity of the mana Feng's body radiated fluctuated repeatedly. Sometimes, his mana didn't even reach the standard of ordinary Tier 3 players. Sometimes, it would far surpass the times he had fully exerted himself. He experimented for 3 consecutive hours and tested several dozen mana manipulation methods. From his experimentation, he concluded that using multiple methods simultaneously to manipulate his mana body was incredibly difficult. Even with his current concentration standard, he could just barely implement 3 at a time. However, the benefits of a threefold manipulation method were also evident. He had directly broken through the 100% threshold and reached the legendary 112% mark. Unfortunately, when implementing a threefold manipulation method, his mind would be so occupied that he couldn't execute a bronze combat technique, much less a mana technique. Hence, to maintain his combat power, Feng had no choice but to abandon a threefold manipulation method for a twofold manipulation method. 87%. 102%. 99%. The completion rate of Feng's mana body changed constantly. At the same time, the rate at which he expended his concentration also increased. This is the last option that suits me. I'll be satisfied so long as it goes beyond 103%. Of the various twofold manipulation methods Feng had tried, the best one produced a result of 103%. However, he wasn't particularly satisfied with it. After all, he had already experienced what having a mana body with 112% of its potential unlocked felt like, and it was a truly amazing experience. Meanwhile, after combining the manipulation method of Light Shadow, the mana technique he frequently used, with his original mana manipulation method and continuously refining the combination, he had produced what he deemed to be the best combination currently possible. If this one still didn't work, he would have no choice but to settle for the 103% manipulation method. Taking a deep breath, Feng opened his eyes abruptly and began manipulating the magic arrays inside his mana body. Immediately, the magic arrays began operating one after another, drawing upon the ambient mana in the room. The mana density around him increased steadily. 120%. 134%. 157%. As the density of the mana surrounding Feng increased, the sensitivity of his 5 senses also improved slightly. Although the improvement was minor, there was no doubt that they had improved. The next moment, the numerous magic arrays all over Feng's mana body began combining into a super-large magic array. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. EU boom. Suddenly, a ripple of mana spread from Feng's body and surged toward the surrounding walls. The mana inside the living room then stilled. However, a moment later, every bit of mana inside the room converged around Feng, a faint layer of mist forming around him. If one did not possess an acute sensitivity to mana, they would most likely have difficulty noticing this layer of condensed mana flowing over Shifeng's body. System. Congratulations. You have successfully surpassed the mana body's 100% threshold and achieved a 110% completion rate. Chapter 2773, Mana Beyond the Limit. Upon hearing the system's voice ringing by his ears, Shifeng revealed a rare expression of joy. A 110% completion rate. Sure enough, integrating the mana manipulation method of mana techniques is the way to go. The mana manipulation method of Light Shadow was much more refined than the methods he had thought up by himself, especially in the aspect of manipulating magic elements. His own manipulation methods utilized only the 4 major elements, while Light Shadow utilized both the 4 major elements and the 7 supreme elements. Due to this difference, he had managed to unlock his mana body's potential to 110% with just a twofold manipulation method. And although there was only a 7% difference between this twofold manipulation method and his previous best method, past the 100% threshold, every 1% increase provided significant improvements to the mana body. The difference between a 103% mana body and 110% mana body was like the difference between heaven and earth. Subsequently, Shifeng punched at the empty space before him. Boom! All of a sudden, the living room's stable space shattered, spatial cracks forming one after another. Only after extending to the living room's wall and coming into contact with the magic barrier there did this phenomenon stop. What an amazing result! Shifeng was astonished as he looked at the fractured space before him. His mana body had truly undergone a qualitative transformation after reaching a 110% completion rate. Now, even his normal punches carried a hint of a mana technique's power. Moreover, he didn't even need to manipulate his mana actively to gain such an effect. Afterward, Shifeng closed his eyes and felt his surroundings. Even with his eyes closed, he could still perceive the entire room within his mind. Not even a speck of dust escaped his perception. Not only has my physique improved by at least 30%, but even my 5 senses have risen to the next level. In my present state, my perception is just slightly inferior to a demon prince's. Shifeng opened his eyes, an ecstatic look appearing on his face. Although he still wasn't Frobro's equal in terms of physique and 5 senses, he was much closer to matching the demon prince than before. This was undoubtedly joyous news for him. Originally, he felt that a Tier 4 player needed a legendary weapon to contend with a Tier 4 demon prince. After all, the difference in physique between the two was massive. However, Shifeng now felt that it might just be possible for players to gain the astonishing physique of a demon prince while still at Tier 4. After all, his current mana body was only at a 110% completion rate, yet he was already close to matching a demon prince's physique. If he could push his mana body to the rumored 120% completion rate, his physique then might match that of a demon prince. Shifeng was relatively confident of pushing his mana body to a 120% completion rate. After all, he had already proven that utilizing multiple manipulation methods to control his mana body was the way to go. At the very least, he wouldn't be utterly clueless about how to develop his mana body, unlike before. All he needed to do was figure out how to improve on this aspect. Now that I've reached the limits of twofold manipulation, I'll need to raise my concentration standard so that I can execute threefold manipulation fluidly. This way, I'll have a high chance of achieving a 120% completion rate. At that time, whether it is that divine dragon's trial or that mysterious NPC, I won't be utterly helpless. At this point, confidence welled up within Shifeng. However, for safety's sake, I should first gather the Solomon's sword fragments. If I have the complete Solomon's sword, I won't have to fear going up against even true Tier 5 existences. After thinking up to this point, Shifeng felt that he needed to resolve his matters in the ancient era quickly and return to the modern era to secure the remaining 2 fragments of Solomon's sword. Previously, he still hadn't been particularly confident of securing the 2 remaining fragments. However, now that his epic mana body had reached a 110% completion rate, he could probably solo even superior mythic monsters of the same level. The reason for his confidence was the qualitative transformation his mana had undergone. Originally, the mana flowing inside his mana body was merely gaseous, albeit of incredibly high density. However, after his epic mana body had reached a 110% completion rate, the mana flowing within it had thoroughly condensed into a mist. Moreover, it had achieved this state without him needing to manipulate external mana. Since God's Domain's foundation was mana, the strength of a player's mana had a huge impact on their combat power, especially when using skills and spells. A skill powered with mist-like mana wouldn't just be 30% or 50% stronger than a skill powered with gaseous mana. Instead, the two would be on completely different levels. Why were superior mythic monsters so much more powerful than mythic monsters of the same level? It was because their physique and the quality of the mana inside their bodies were superior to ordinary mythic monsters. Currently, although Feng's physique still wasn't a match for superior mythic monsters, the quality of his mana was already on par with theirs. That, combined with the weapons and equipment he possessed, made it entirely possible for him to offset the difference and fight against superior mythic monsters on an equal footing. As Feng was immersing himself in the effects of his improved mana, Yu Luo suddenly contacted him. Guild leader Black Flame, information on the Crystal of Souls has already spread across Meteorite City. Many player forces and even NPC forces have expressed interest in the crystal. All of them are requesting to purchase it at a high price, Yu Luo said excitedly. The Skyflare Adventurer team, one of the top 3 player forces in the city, contacted me, saying they are willing to purchase the crystal for 150,000 magic crystals. If it were in the modern God's Domain, 150,000 magic crystals would be equivalent to 60,000 gold. That was already enough money to arm a 100-man team to the teeth. In Meteorite City, 150,000 magic crystals could still fully gear a player in level 150 epic equipment. That won't be necessary. Since we said we would auction it, we will do just that. If they wish to buy it, they can buy it through the auction, Feng said, shaking his head. The offer of 150,000 magic crystals was indeed incredibly high. If the Crystal of Souls were to be auctioned in the modern God's Domain, it definitely wouldn't sell for such a high price. In fact, it would be a miracle if he could sell it for 50,000 magic crystals. However, it was a different story in the ancient God's Domain, where methods to recover from a mentally weakened state were incomparably rare. In fact, the streets of Meteorite City were littered with players in mentally weakened states. All of these players could only rely on the city's dense mana to slowly recover. After players fell into a mentally weakened state, a full recovery would take a very long time, even with the help of dense mana. If these players were willing to stay cooped up in Meteorite City without leaving to grind even once, they would still need around 2 weeks to recover. Yet, it was simply impossible for expert players to stay inactive for such a long period. A period of 2 weeks was already enough to create a huge gap between expert players. In fact, even dying twice wouldn't cost as much as remaining inactive for 2 weeks. Hence, an excellent recovery item like the Crystal of Souls was considerably precious to the ancient God's Domain's players and NPCs. Meanwhile, his purpose in holding the auction this time was simply to find out the market price for the Crystal of Souls. Only after doing so could he maximize his profits. After all, he didn't have a lot of Crystals of Souls on hand since he didn't kill a lot of monsters that were 5 levels higher than himself and at the Great Lord rank or above. Not to mention, he would also use some of the crystals normally. As a result, he only had 43 Crystals of Souls saved up. On the other hand, he had plenty of soul water. At this time, he already had 2,764 drops accumulated. This was the fruit of long-term accumulation. Although he had given out a lot of soul water to the guild members using the bronze and silver legacy tablets, he still had a lot remaining. However, the soul water's effects were significantly inferior to those of the Crystal of Souls. If the Crystal of Souls couldn't sell for a high price, then the soul water naturally wouldn't sell for much, either. But now that Skyflare is also competing for the Crystal of Soul, both player and NPC forces will most likely step aside out of respect for Skyflare. After all, aside from Skyflare's commander, one of Skyflare's vice-commanders is rumored to have also reached Tier 4 already, Yu Luo explained. She naturally understood Feng's thoughts. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. The various powers won't pick a fight with Skyflare just for one crystal of souls. If you go through with the auction, I'm afraid it won't go for a high price. This world was different from the world they came from. The NPC cities here were separated by great distances. Only after reaching Tier 4 would players be able to travel between NPC cities without worry. Tier 3 players could only roam the vicinity of the main city they belonged to. This meant that players residing in the same city would often come across each other. Meanwhile, Tier 4 combatants were considered true powerhouses in God's domain. Even NPCs feared them greatly, all the more the player forces. If one angered the Skyflare adventurer team, one shouldn't even think about leaving the city to grind for levels anymore. A player force is suspected to have 2 Tier 4 players. Feng was surprised by this revelation. He never thought that the player forces in the ancient God's domain would be so powerful to actually have 2 Tier 4 players, one more than what Silverwing had. Although the search for legacy lands played a huge factor in this disparity, it wasn't so easy for players to complete their Tier 4 promotion quest, either. Immediately, he said, "How about this? I'll rent a hall at the auction house, and we'll organize a small auction of our own. Announce that we will be selling a total of 5 crystals of souls, in addition to 50 drops of soul water, which is a slightly inferior version of the crystals. If we do that Skyflare adventurer team will have difficulty monopolizing everything." Feng's words surprised Yu Luo. She never thought he would actually have other concentration recovery treasures besides the Crystal of Souls. He was practically a walking treasure trove. Moreover, if Feng were to sell so many crystals of souls and soul water, Skyflare would indeed have difficulty monopolizing everything. There was no way the various powers in the city would step aside in the face of such numbers. After all, aside from being useful for healing the mind, these treasures could also increase by a small margin one's odds of completing the Tier 4 promotion quest. Not to mention, Skyflare wasn't the only power in the city with Tier 4 combatants. "Okay. I'll spread this information right away." Yu Luo nodded, then promptly disconnected the call. Feng notified Lifeless Thorn and the others of his plans before making his way toward Meteorite City's auction hall by himself. In the meantime, Yu Luo also spread the news regarding the crystals of souls and soul water, instantly causing a sensation throughout the city. Chapter 2774, Ancient Legacy Inheritor Meteorite City, Skyflare Hotel. The Skyflare adventurer team was one of the top 3 powers of Meteorite City, and the Skyflare hotel it owned was one of the city's landmarks. Not only did the hotel boast 19 floors, but it even occupied the largest plot of land in the city's business district, with roughly the footprint of a sports stadium. The Skyflare Hotel also had the best resting environment in Meteorite City. Due to its relatively reasonable prices, it had become the first choice of many players and NPCs for lodging. The hotel was so popular that it ranked within the top 10 most profitable businesses of Meteorite City. At this time, a level 131 female assassin clad in pitch-black epic equipment walked into the Skyflare Hotel's top-floor lounge. She then stopped before an imposing man sorting documents behind an office table. This imposing, middle-aged man was none other than the Skyflare adventurer team's commander, Lionheart, nicknamed Raging Lion. "Commander, I've already looked into the person you mentioned. She's Yu Luo, a cleric from the Night Legion. She's the one responsible for spreading the information across the city. Not long ago, she made another announcement stating that her side will be hosting a small auction at the auction house. They will be selling 5 crystals of souls and 50 drops of soul water, which is an inferior version of the Crystal of Souls," the black-clad assassin reported. She then passed a memory crystal to Lionheart and continued, "There is a record of her image in there. From what I found out, she seems to be a proxy. The real seller should be the party of 5 people that entered Meteorite City with the Night Legion. I included a record of their appearances in the crystal. Of the 5, the cloaked man walking in the lead is verified to be a Tier 4 Sword Emperor. However, I did not find any records of him appearing within Meteorite City's vicinity." "Good job," said the crimson light armor-clad Lionheart, who had reached level 133. After glancing at the images recorded in the memory crystal, he nodded and looked toward the several vice commanders inside the lounge. He then asked calmly, "What do you guys think of this matter?" They're simply picking a fight with Skyflare. We've already shown a lot of respect to that Sword Emperor by offering such a high price, yet they still refuse to reciprocate, sneered a gloomy man standing beside the French window. I think we need to teach these outsiders a lesson. If they wish to mingle in Meteorite City, they need to know their limit. The treasure in question can increase the success rate of completing the Tier 4 promotion quest. We absolutely cannot let the other powers in the city get their hands on it. The 3 other vice commanders present nodded in agreement with the gloomy man, Wind Chaser. Although Wind Chaser was a cold and ruthless person, he was incredibly loyal to the Skyflare adventurer team. Most importantly, Wind Chaser was a Tier 4 Nightwalker. When it came to assassination, he was undoubtedly the best player in Meteorite City. In terms of top combatants, the Skyflare adventurer team was already the strongest player force in Meteorite City. Simply put, this was the best opportunity for the Skyflare adventurer team to consolidate its grip on Meteorite City. Hence, how could they let other player forces gain an opportunity to rise up? Now that the several outsiders were showing no respect to their adventurer team, they definitely needed to teach these outsiders a lesson. It didn't matter even if the other party had a Tier 4 Sword Emperor on its side. After all, not only did Wind Chaser hold a peak hidden class, but he had even inherited a special mana technique. So long as he was hidden in the darkness, he could potentially one-shot even Tier 4 MTS, let alone a Tier 4 Sword Emperor. Well, let's go over and talk to him first. If we can agree on a good price, everybody can be happy. If not, it won't be too late to take action, Lionheart said after giving the matter some thought. Lionheart, too, agreed with Wind Chaser's opinion, especially about the Crystal of Souls, which could strengthen a player's soul by a small margin. After all, the strength of a player's soul would greatly affect their learning ability. Even a small boost to the soul would be a great help to players learning a Tier 4 skill or spell during their promotion quest. Hence, Skyflare had to obtain the Crystal of Souls. The 4 vice commanders present all nodded in agreement with Lionheart's decision. Below, find out that Sword Emperor's current location. I need to know right away, Lionheart ordered the black-clad assassin. Commander, don't you know how I operate? Smiling, the petite assassin named Crimson Billow added, as soon as you told me to look into this matter, I set my sights on that Sword Emperor. Hence, I had people keep track of his every move. Currently, that Sword Emperor is at the auction house. By the looks of it, he plans to rent an auction hall to host a small auction. Good. Lionheart nodded in satisfaction as he looked at Crimson Billow. Billow, you and Chaser will follow me in secret. I'll meet with that Sword Emperor in person and find out his origins and purpose. Truthfully, he felt very curious about the Sword Emperor mentioned. Tier 4 players were still incredibly rare in the current God's domain. According to Skyflare's information network, most main cities had only one Tier 4 player. The main cities with 2 or 3 Tier 4 players were all cities with massive populations. Logically, after a player reached Tier 4, the first thing they should do was expand their influence in their city as much as possible, capitalizing on their advantage. However, this foreign Sword Emperor had actually chosen to visit another city. It was simply inconceivable. Understood. Crimson Billow and Wind Chaser responded respectfully. Meteorite City, Auction House. Meteorite City was a large trade city, and the auction house could be said to be the most prosperous place here. Not only was the local auction house much larger than the ones found in the modern God's domain's royal capitals, but its visitor traffic was also massive. A huge variety of products was on sale, including mana ore, which was quite rare in the modern God's domain, sold by the stack at dastardly cheap prices. One stack of 200 mana ores cost only 49 magic crystals. If sold in the modern God's domain, it would be bought out instantly. After all, mana ore was a byproduct of certain ores, and the chances of acquiring it were low. Hence, the price of mana ore in the modern world was already close to 30 silver coins per piece. Even then, supply was still tight. It's a pity I can't travel freely between the two worlds. Otherwise, I could definitely make a killing, and Zero Wing wouldn't have to worry about lacking funds and resources anymore, Feng sighed ruefully as he looked at the available items in the auction house. According to the old man's words, only 10 people could visit the ancient God's domain at a time. Moreover, while first-time visitors could get in for free, the second visit onward had a price. It might be fine if the price was reasonable, but if it was exorbitant, his visits to the ancient era would be limited. Although he could leave the visits to other people, the importance of the ancient god's domain was too significant. If the Earthfall secret land's secret got out, every superpower on the continent would either try to annihilate Zero Wing or compete for the secret land. Feng spent 500 magic crystals to rent a small auction hall that could fit 200 people, at most. For Meteorite City's various powers, this number was already more than enough. After Feng finished making the necessary arrangements, an imposing and mighty man suddenly approached him. The man was clad in crimson light armor and carried a knight's shield with crimson runes. At the appearance of this imposing man, silence descended momentarily on the entire auction house. Everyone looked at this man in surprise, a hint of awe and admiration gleaming in the eyes of both players and NPCs. Crap. It's Lionheart. He looks so handsome. He looks much better than the photo on Skyflare's promotional posters. But, why is a big shot like him here? Could it be because of the news of that small auction? A discussion over Lionheart promptly broke out in the auction hall. Everyone couldn't help wondering why a VIP like Lionheart would personally visit the auction house. Skyflare's commander? He actually came in person? Yu Luo, who had just arrived in the auction house, gaped in shock and doubted her eyes when she saw Lionheart enter the building. Lionheart was an amazing individual. Despite having started with nothing in this ruthless world, the adventurer team he established had grown to the point where it managed to defeat several large guilds and become one of the top 3 powers in Meteorite City. In terms of achievements, the Skyflare adventurer team easily eclipsed the Heaven's Blade adventurer team. On the interstellar continent, living resources were incredibly scarce. Ordinary civilians couldn't hope to compare with large guilds in terms of the resources they could acquire. This was because large guilds generally had high-level authorities as backers. These authorities boasted resources and influence far greater than those of the large guilds on Earth. Just one word from these high-level authorities would be enough to allow a civilian who could barely feed themselves to move to the interstellar continent's core area. In the core area, one would be able to not only eat like a king but also enjoy recreational activities in the real world and appreciate the beauty of the vast universe. Just this point alone allowed large guilds to walk over civilian players with no background. Meanwhile, Lionheart was only a civilian on the interstellar continent. His development of Skyflare to such an extent was a remarkable feat. He was practically a legend among the civilians there. If he were in the modern god's domain, he would definitely become a noteworthy existence known throughout the mainland. The next moment, Lionheart stopped before Feng. Immediately, everyone in the auction house focused on Feng curiously, the stares making him feel very uncomfortable. "You're the person selling the crystals of souls, right?" Looking at Feng, Lionheart went straight to the point, saying, "I am Lionheart, the Skyflare adventurer team's commander. You should have heard of me already." "Of course, I've heard of you. In fact, I've heard a lot about you." Feng did not deny Lionheart's statement. Calmly, he asked, "May I know what business you have with me? Read latest chapters at Wuxia World." Feng had gained plenty of information regarding Lionheart. The man was undoubtedly a powerhouse. Not only did he reach the domain realm, but he had even set foot onto the second step, the upper domain realm. The amount of time he had spent immersed in virtual reality games was much greater than that of the modern God's Domain's players. Rumor had it that Lionheart's control over mana had already reached the advanced Master Magician standard and that he was only half a step away from becoming a Grandmaster. In addition, Lionheart also possessed an ancient hidden class called the Blood Knight, which gave him the strongest defense among players. At this point, he was a complete monster when it came to defense. His terrifying defense was why the Skyflare adventurer team had managed to conquer plenty of powerful bosses. The adventurer team had even killed quite a few level 120 superior mythic bosses. Hence, Lionheart was also known as Meteorite's Wall by Meteorite City's players. "This isn't a place to talk. Why don't we find a place to sit down and have a proper conversation?" Lionheart suggested as he scrutinized Feng. When he saw Feng's special state, he was surprised and confused. However, He quickly set aside his surprise and treated Feng with the respect due a foreign Tier 4 expert. Sure. Feng nodded. He then turned to the empty space a short distance behind Lionheart and asked, "Are those two coming along too?" Chapter 2775, Astronomical Transaction. Those two? Yu Luo was confused when she followed Feng's gaze. After all, there was nobody there. Even when she pushed her perception as a Void Realm expert to the limit, she still couldn't sense any aura or presence of a living being. She didn't notice any unusual fluctuations in space, either. Experts at the Void Realm would be aware of even the slightest disturbances around them. At the end of the day, an assassin's stealth only turned them invisible to the naked eye. They remained physically present in the world. So long as they moved, no matter how slow, they would cause some air turbulence. Such unnatural changes wouldn't escape the perception of a Void Realm expert. Hence, even a Void Realm assassin generally couldn't get within 30 yards of other Void Realm experts undetected. Normally, they could operate only outside the 30-yard radius. As for assassins at the Domain Realm, while they could perform better, they still wouldn't be able to get within 20 yards of Void Realm experts undetected. And even if they did manage this feat, they would be able to maintain it for only a matter of seconds. However, the spot Feng was currently looking at was within 20 yards of himself. Moreover, the conversation between Feng and Lionheart had lasted more than a few seconds already. Even a Domain Realm expert wouldn't be able to stay hidden for so long. Upon hearing Feng's words, Lionheart was slightly surprised. Simultaneously, a hint of alertness and admiration appeared in his eyes. Amazing. As expected of a Tier 4 expert capable of moving between main cities, part of the reason Lionheart had brought Wind Chaser and Crimson Billow with him this time was to test Feng's strength. Crimson Billow was ranked second in Skyflare in terms of stealth. Utilizing her advantages as a Domain Realm expert, she had created a unique concealment technique that allowed her to maintain a high degree of stealth despite being in motion. Meanwhile, after combining this technique with a potion that hid one's life aura, let alone Tier 3 Domain Realm experts, even Tier 4 Domain Realm experts wouldn't detect her even when she was within 20 yards of them. Of course, Tier 4 Domain Realm experts would definitely detect her once she got within 16 yards of them. Even so, being able to conceal herself to such an extent was already more than enough for her to rank at the top of Meteorite City and instill fear into Tier 4 experts. Wind Chaser was even more powerful. After reaching Tier 4, his stealth skill was no longer limited to just turning his physical body invisible and concealing his life aura. Instead, the skill would place his body in a shadow space. No matter what he did inside this space, it wouldn't affect the outside world. Naturally, others wouldn't be able to detect his movements while he was inside this shadow space. In fact, despite knowing about Wind Chaser's ability, Lionheart hadn't realized that Wind Chaser was already standing within 20 yards of him. Nevertheless, Feng had stated that there were two people behind Lionheart. This meant that he had detected both Crimson Billow and Wind Chaser. "Chaser, Billow, you two can show yourselves now," Lionheart said, smiling as he looked at the empty space Feng indicated. "No need to hide anymore." As soon as Lionheart finished speaking, two figures gradually appeared in that empty space. They were none other than Wind Chaser and Crimson Billow. The two assassins were looking at Feng with eyes brimming with surprise and confusion. "Commander, did I show some irregularities just now?" Crimson Billow quietly asked Lionheart through the team chat. Afraid that she would get detected, she had deliberately maintained a 21-yard distance between herself and Feng. After all, she hardly knew anything about Feng, apart from the fact that he was a Tier 4 expert, and she didn't wish to ruin Lionheart's attempt at probing Feng's strength. Yet, despite the 21-yard distance, he still detected her. Excluding Lionheart, this was the first time a Tier 4 individual perceived her from beyond 20 yards. "You didn't. It's just that this person is much stronger than we thought," Lionheart responded, shaking his head. "Don't act rashly against him afterward." Feng had discovered not only Crimson Billow but also Wind Chaser. While defeating a Tier 4 expert like Feng would be simple for the current Skyflare, killing him would be incredibly difficult. Unless absolutely necessary, they had best not offend this Sword Emperor. In response, Both Crimson Billow and Wind Chaser nodded silently. The trio had conversed for only 2 or 3 seconds, so outsiders did not find anything wrong with the situation. They merely saw Wind Chaser and Crimson Billow approaching Lionheart slowly after making their appearance. When Yu Luo, who stood beside Feng, saw the 2 assassins walking over, her eyes widened in shock. There really are 2 people. Despite the 2 assassins being so close to her, she actually failed to notice either of them. This overturned her understanding of the assassin class. Meanwhile, when Feng saw the 2 assassins, a hint of wariness also appeared in his eyes. The 2 assassins were astonishingly strong. This was especially true for Wind Chaser. If not for the recent breakthrough Feng achieved with his mana body, which granted him a physique and perception far superior to ordinary Tier 4 individuals, he would have most likely failed to notice Wind Chaser's presence. If Wind Chaser really were intent on targeting a specific player, it would be a nightmare for the said player. After all, the Tier 4 assassin was capable of suddenly appearing within 20 yards of his target without giving off any indications a distance that any Tier 4 combatant could cross in the blink of an eye. If Feng was not careful, even he might end up falling prey to Wind Chaser's ambush. Let's head to a reception room to continue our conversation, Lionheart suggested to Feng. Sure. Feng did not object to the proposal. His original goal in coming to the ancient god's domain was to acquire a large amount of resources. Meanwhile, the best way to do so was by partnering with a local tyrant. He could gather resources much faster this way than if he did it by himself. In fact, he could even gain access to items that normally wouldn't appear on the market. Lionheart's taking the initiative to seek him out was naturally good news for Feng. Lionheart led Feng and Yu Luo to the top-floor reception room he had reserved beforehand. Commander Lionheart. After taking his seat, Feng went straight to the point, saying, "Please just say what you have to say. There is no need for us to waste both our time by playing around with words. You really are a straightforward person, Brother Black Flame." Lionheart smiled at Feng's words. "I was thinking the same thing. In that case, I'll be blunt with you. Skyflare wishes to purchase all of the crystals of souls and soul water you are selling. It seems you are very ambitious, Commander Lionheart. You actually plan to monopolize Meteorite City." Feng didn't feel particularly surprised at Lionheart's declaration. Calmly, he said, "Of course, we can go with such an arrangement as well. Only, I have quite a number of these items, and I'm afraid your adventurer team can't swallow them all." As soon as Feng finished speaking, Wind Chaser, who stood behind Lionheart, laughed. "What a joke. There is nothing in Meteorite City that our adventurer team cannot swallow." Looking at Feng, Wind Chaser sneered, "Of course, that is under the premise that your price is fair." At Wind Chaser's provocation, Feng simply shook his head and smiled. Truthfully, even at 150,000 magic crystals per crystal of souls, you won't be able to afford everything. Not to mention, there is still the soul water. He had a total of 43 crystals of souls. If he sold each for 150,000 magic crystals, that would equate to 6.45 million magic crystals. Even though the ancient god's domain was rich in resources, a player force with a sphere of activity limited to just one city couldn't take out such an amount. At Feng's words, Wind Chaser, who initially planned to probe Feng further, fell silent. There was no way a Tier 4 expert like Feng wouldn't know about the Skyflare adventurer team's status and general wealth in Meteorite City. For Feng to say such words meant he had absolute confidence backing him. Meanwhile, after hearing Feng's response, both Yu Luo and Crimson Billow couldn't help gasping. They never thought that Feng would actually be so wealthy. They had already investigated the Crystal of Souls, so they knew it was a precious treasure that wasn't obtained easily. Yet, Feng had just declared that Skyflare couldn't afford to purchase all his stock. This proved that Feng had a lot of crystals of souls on hand. Who knew how many Tier 4 experts one could create with so many crystals of souls? "You truly are extraordinary, Brother Black Flame." Lionheart immediately broke into a smile. Moreover, this was a very sincere smile. "I apologize to you on behalf of my brother. At the same time, I also hope that the Skyflare adventurer team can form a long-term partnership with you. What do you think? I admit that Skyflare cannot take out the necessary magic crystals to purchase all your crystals of souls. However, our adventurer team still ranks within the top 3 of Meteorite City's player forces in daily income. We might not be able to swallow everything in one bite, but I'm sure we can do so after several or a dozen bites. Furthermore, I can assure you that not only will we purchase each crystal of souls for 200,000 magic crystals, but we will also ensure a weekly transaction of 3 million magic crystals at a minimum. May I know what you think of this, Brother Black Flame? Yu Luo gaped in shock at Lionheart's words despite herself. She never imagined that the Skyflare adventurer team had such astonishing wealth. Even the superpowers in the modern god's domain were far from comparable to Skyflare in magic crystal acquisition. Moreover, Lionheart even raised the price of the Crystal of Souls to 200,000 magic crystals. Skyflare was probably the only power in Meteorite City capable of offering such a price. After all, a piece of fragmented legendary equipment cost only around 500,000 magic crystals, while fragmented legendary weapons cost around 1 million magic crystals. Lionheart's promise of a weekly transaction of 3 million magic crystals meant Skyflare was trading away 3 fragmented legendary weapons every week. Commander! At this time, even Wind Chaser was stunned by Lionheart's offer. The Skyflare adventurer team operated only in Meteorite City's vicinity, and there were only so many resources available in the area. If Skyflare really pushed through with this transaction, the adventurer team would have to tighten its belt and strictly limit its future expenditures. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. OK, I can agree to those conditions, Feng said, nodding. After giving the matter some thought, he felt that this price was probably the best he could get for the Crystals of Souls. Even if he could get a higher price at an auction, it wouldn't be much higher. However, before this, I wish to test you, Commander Lionheart. We can verify our transaction depending on your performance. What do you think? Test our commander? Feng's words infuriated Wind Chaser. Crimson Billow's complexion also darkened, a hint of hostility appearing in her eyes as she looked at Feng. Even super guilds would not dare say that they wished to test their commander's qualifications for cooperation, yet a person of unknown origin actually did so. Feng was utterly looking down on the Skyflare adventurer team. However, before Wind Chaser or Crimson Billow could say anything else, Lionheart extended a hand to stop them. He then looked at Feng with a glint of determination in his eyes as he asked, "May I know how you wish to conduct your test, Brother Black Flame?" "Simple. So long as you survive a hit from me, you'll pass," Feng said decisively. Chapter 2776. Duel between sword and shield. Survive a hit from you? Lionheart was momentarily stunned by Feng's words. Even Wind Chaser and Crimson Billow fell into a daze for a long time. They felt that Feng was simply toying with the Skyflare adventurer team. Looking at Feng, Wind Chaser asked to verify, "Are you sure this is your condition? Do you know what title our commander holds in Meteorite City?" Initially, Wind Chaser thought that Feng would make things difficult for them to invalidate this transaction. Yet, Feng's condition for partnership was simply for Lionheart to survive a hit from him. This test was beyond simple. Let alone Tier 4 players, even superior mythic monsters were incapable of one-shotting Lionheart. The Skyflare adventurer team had relied precisely on Lionheart's overwhelming defense to develop to its current extent. It would be a complete and utter joke to say that a Tier 4 player could one-shot Lionheart. For a moment, Wind Chaser even suspected that Feng had never bothered looking into Lionheart's information. Either that or the man thought that Lionheart's fame was exaggerated. "Of course. I'm very certain." Feng nodded earnestly. Yu Luo also couldn't help looking at Feng strangely. She simply couldn't understand why Feng would set such a meaningless condition. She knew that Feng was indeed very strong. This was evident from how he repelled over a dozen Tier 3 demon leaders with one move. However, Lionheart wasn't a pushover, either. The achievements he had today were piled up through innumerable battles. Wind Chaser and Crimson Billow turned to Lionheart. Although they didn't know what Lionheart thought of this matter, Feng's test presented no problem to them. It wouldn't even be an exaggeration to call it a free pass. Meanwhile, so long as their two sides entered into a partnership, the Skyflare adventurer team would be able to gain full control over Meteorite City easily. In fact, it wouldn't be long before they could start establishing branches in other NPC main cities. And even if the player forces of the other cities opposed Skyflare's intrusion, they would have difficulty doing so. After all, what truly mattered in a fight between powers were Tier 4 combatants. Although the saying one Tier 4 player could easily go up against a countless number of Tier 3 players was indeed exaggerated, it was still a fact that Tier 4 players could do many things that Tier 3 players couldn't. This was the difference between tiers and life ratings. No problem. I agree to your condition, Lionheart said. After giving the matter some thought, he couldn't find any problems with Feng's condition. However, are we going to hold the test here? In Lionheart's opinion, Feng probably wasn't aware of the strength of his Blood Knight class. As one of the incredibly rare ancient legacies in God's domain, the skills it offered were far superior to ordinary peak legacies. Not to mention, he currently had 3 fragmented legendary items on him: the Bulwark of Holy Blood, the Void Magic Armor, and the Windwall Ring. Even when he had only the fragmented legendary shield and armor, he could already fend off superior mythic monsters. In fact, if not for the high HP and defense of superior mythic monsters, he could even solo these monsters, given enough time. Now that he had the Windwall Ring, his defensive capabilities had soared even further. I'm afraid this place isn't sufficient. We'll need to rent an advanced combat room, Feng said, shaking his head. In that case, let's go to our adventurer team's Skyflare hotel. There's a special combat room there. It should be enough for us to display our strengths, Lionheart suggested. A special combat room? Feng was surprised at Lionheart's words. He never thought that special combat rooms already existed in the ancient god's domain. Special combat rooms were far superior to advanced combat rooms. They were perfect for practicing skill and spell usage. However, special combat rooms simply weren't something that could be acquired at this stage of the game. Let's go to the Skyflare Hotel, then. Feng and Yu Luo followed Lionheart's group to the Skyflare Hotel, which was only 1 block away from the auction house. The instant the group walked into the Skyflare Hotel, Yu Luo grew a little excited. The Skyflare Hotel wasn't a place just anyone could enter and rest at. Aside from Skyflare's members and the members of partnered powers, who received a 50% discount, visitors would be charged the full price when staying at the hotel. Meanwhile, even the most basic room here cost 400 magic crystals per day. Even a Tier 3 Void Realm expert like herself wouldn't dare stay here for no good reason. Only when she needed to verify some theories and techniques she thought of would she make an exception and stay here. As for Feng, he felt as if he had just walked into a sacred training ground. The density of the mana here was truly amazing, much more than even in Stone Forest City's Freedom Hotel. In fact, the boost he got for his perception of magic elements was roughly 20% higher than what he got from the hotel he was currently staying at. No wonder he's so confident of being able to take out 3 million magic crystals per week. At this time, Feng finally understood why Lionheart was so confident in the Skyflare adventurer team's abilities. Meanwhile, along with Feng and Yu Luo's arrival, an uproar occurred among Skyflare's executives. I heard that guy named Black Flame wants to test the commander. What? That guy must be crazy. He thinks the commander is someone he can test. Even if the commander just stands there and does nothing, he won't be able to injure the commander in the slightest. It's not a standard PvP, though. He only wants the commander to take a hit from him. It seems this person is trying to show his strength to our adventurer team. He must be worried that he can't beat the commander, so he came up with that kind of condition. At that time, even if he fails to injure the commander, he could still salvage his reputation somewhat. When Skyflare's several dozen executives looked at Feng, who had already entered the special combat room, they promptly conducted hushed discussions among themselves. They all felt that Feng was pulling such a stunt because he wished to gain respect yet was also worried about making a fool of himself. However, in their opinion, Feng's actions were pointless. After all, when Lionheart dueled against other players, he almost never used his full strength to achieve victory. Even Windchaser, who had reached Tier 4 as well, had been almost helpless against Meteorite's wall. And although Wind Chaser had eventually emerged victorious in his duel against Lionheart, he had done so by dragging out the fight and chipping away at Lionheart's HP. Not to mention, this was in a situation where Lionheart had not gone all out. Otherwise, even Wind Chaser shouldn't think of harming Lionheart in the slightest. Shortly afterward, all of Skyflare's executives packed the special combat room spectator stands. Some executives had even abandoned their quests to spectate this duel. Lionheart had never fought in a duel since Wind Chaser had gotten promoted to Tier 4. During this period, Lionheart had improved significantly. Not only did he gain a new Tier 4 legacy skill, but he had also obtained the fragmented legendary ranked Windwall ring, a defense-oriented ring. At this point, it wasn't an exaggeration to say that their commander's strength had already surpassed their imagination. While Skyflare's executives were eagerly waiting for the duel to begin, Feng and Lionheart were standing in the middle of the room's spacious battlefield. At this point, both fighters had already adjusted their conditions and were ready to take action at any time. "I'm ready. You can make your move whenever you want," Lionheart said as he raised his shield and long sword. From the crimson runes decorating the shield and long sword, it was evident the two were a set. Only, the mana gathered around the weapon was slightly inferior in quality compared to what was around the bulwark of the Holy Blood. At this time, Lionheart stopped concealing his statistics. Immediately, his HP of 16.6 million appeared for everyone to see, flaunting the high HP of a Tier 4 defensive class. It was evident that Lionheart planned to let Feng see his own strength. "He has 16.6 million HP? How is this possible?" Yu Luo gasped reflexively when she saw Lionheart's HP. As a defensive class player, Lionheart already possessed incredibly high defense, to begin with. Combined with his various defensive skills and HP, he was practically a boss monster. Yu Luo even doubted that Feng could one-shot Lionheart even if the latter did not defend himself. In fact, it would already be a miracle if Feng could remove 1/3 of Lionheart's HP in one hit. Amazing. Level 130 Tier 3 defensive classes usually have only 9 million HP on average, yet you have almost twice that, Feng said in admiration. "It's nothing. It's only because of my unique legacy." Lionheart didn't pay particular attention to Feng's words of appreciation. On the contrary, he wanted to use this opportunity to let Feng realize the Skyflare adventurer team's might. After all, Skyflare had already lost once to Feng before. He needed to reclaim this loss and level the playing field. "Since you're ready, I'll begin." Feng naturally understood what was going through Lionheart's mind. Unfortunately, Lionheart simply wasn't aware of Feng's aim. "Come." Lionheart readied his shield, a serious expression appearing on his face. Immediately afterward, not only did Lionheart's aura skyrocket in intensity, but a faint, blood-red barrier had also appeared around his body. "Crap. The commander is getting serious. He's actually going all out and fully exerting his mana body right off the bat," one of Skyflare's vice-commanders, a robust, level 132 shield warrior, said in astonishment. "Blood armor." This was the Tier 4 legacy skill Lionheart obtained after achieving a 100% completion rate with his mana body. Although the magic barrier appeared flimsy, it could absorb up to 5 million damage. Moreover, the barrier would replenish itself once every 40 seconds. In other words, if one failed to cause over 5 million damage to Lionheart within 40 seconds, one had no chance of slaying him. Had Lionheart used this move during his duel with Wind Chaser back then, Wind Chaser wouldn't have been able to harm him at all. However, before Skyflare's members were done admiring their commander's Tier 4 passive skill, they saw Feng unsheath the Abyssal Blade. Immediately afterward, everyone clearly sensed the mana in the room trembling and freezing momentarily. Before anyone could react to the unexpected development, Feng raised the Abyssal Blade with both hands and looked at Lionheart. The mana inside the special combat room then began to boil, the phenomenon causing everyone present to shudder involuntarily. Afterward, everyone felt a wave of scorching heat wash over their body. How is this possible? When Wind Chaser sensed the mana around him boiling, he was stunned. After all, the space inside the special combat room was massive, with a 1,000-yard radius. That was more than enough for 2 Tier 4 players to fight to their heart's content. Nevertheless, Feng caused all of the mana inside the combat room to boil just by entering a stance. This kind of thing was simply unheard of. At this time, Lionheart's gaze also changed. If entering a stance was enough to trigger such a phenomenon, Feng's strength was definitely far more extraordinary than he initially thought. However, before Lionheart could take any further action, the flow of time inside the combat room seemed to slow down. The only thing capable of moving was apparently the sword in Feng's hands. Second sword, Holy Devour. As the long sword descended, an overwhelming pressure fell upon the room. Afterward, space within the room ignited, as if it couldn't withstand the terrifying and violent pressure. The resulting flames threatened to burn everything in the room into nothing. Not good. Holy Blood Wall. Four Saints Descent. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. EU. Upon seeing the boundless flames approaching him, Lionheart hurriedly activated the defensive skill Holy Blood Wall, then stabbed his shield into the ground and activated his strongest Tier 4 defensive legacy skill. The next moment, a twofold magic array appeared before the bulwark of Holy Blood, which was followed by an illusory crimson shield that was over a dozen meters tall. Crimson runes flared all over Lionheart's body, solidifying the surrounding space until it was as sturdy as a steel wall. Meanwhile, the instant Lionheart used Four Saints Descent, the endless sea of flames devoured him like a giant beast. Boom! Accompanied by a thunderous explosion, the space within the special combat room transformed into a dark, empty void. Chapter 2777, Shocking Skyflare. A dark void enveloped the battlefield. Let alone Tier 3 players, even Tier 4 players couldn't survive in this space. Meanwhile, when Skyflare's executives, seated in the spectator stands, saw this scene, they were dumbfounded. How can one carry such destructive power? Even those Tier 4 NPCs aren't capable of exhibiting such power. Is he really just a Tier 4 player? He has such terrifying strength, yet we actually failed to find any information on him. Just who is he? After a moment of silence, Skyflare's executives began a heated discussion among themselves as they goggled at the battlefield's shattered space. At this time, they no longer underestimated Feng in the slightest. Now, only shock and fear filled their hearts. With such terrifying combat power, Feng was no longer an opponent vulnerable to Zerg tactics. Only powerful Tier 4 NPCs could match him. He was actually so strong. Tarzu Luo's eyes were also wide with disbelief as she looked at the shattered space. Even Angelica Teresa's strongest attack would fall short of Feng's from what she could tell. Angelica Teresa was a peak-rank Tier 4 existence and one of the top 5 powerhouses of Meteorite City. In addition, as an NPC, the items and basic attributes she possessed were also far superior to players. Yet, Feng had actually executed an attack way stronger than even Angelica Teresa's strongest attack. Commander. The commander couldn't have fallen, right? After a while, Wind Chaser and the others snapped out of their daze and searched hurriedly for Lionheart's figure in the dark void. Out of the player attacks they had seen thus far, Feng's was undoubtedly the strongest. Even Tier 4 NPCs were unlikely to be capable of executing such an attack. Hence, although they knew that Lionheart possessed a heaven-defying defense, they couldn't help doubting his ability to survive Feng's attack. After everyone had searched for some time, the shattered space gradually recovered. Two vague figures appeared, standing in the recovering space, with one of them looking incredibly miserable. This is great. The commander is still alive. I knew the commander could withstand it. He is Meteorite's wall, after all. There's no way he can be one-shotted by a player. When Skyflare's members saw Lionheart's figure, they immediately grew excited. However, unlike his colleagues, Lionheart did not feel happy or excited at all. Instead, his heart pounded with fear and relief. That was too close. If not for the Windwall ring, I would have definitely been one-shotted. Lionheart smiled bitterly when he looked at his remaining HP. Currently, he had less than 6 million HP remaining. While this might seem like a lot, he had only managed to retain this amount of HP thanks to the Windwall ring's passive skill. The Windwall ring's passive skill, Wind's Protection, was capable of reducing all the damage he received by 35%. Even if he received a Tier 5 attack, its damage would still be reduced by a full 35%. Wind's Protection was also the Windwall Ring's only skill. The Windwall Ring was different from other equipment with passive damage reduction skills. Although the alternatives might even have skills offering much greater reductions than Wind's Protection on paper, there were hidden limits to these skills. Generally, their upper limit was Tier 4. Once an attack reached the Tier 4 standard, their effect would be significantly weaker. And against Tier 5 attacks, their effect was practically negligible. However, that was not the case for the Windwall Ring's Wind's Protection. The skill's description clearly stated that it could reduce the damage of even Tier 5 attacks by 35% and not 1% less. On the other side, after Feng executed Holy Devour, his complexion had paled significantly. Is it still too much to execute this move? When Feng sensed that more than half of his concentration had disappeared, he was shocked. He had already developed his epic mana body to 110% completion rate, yet he still had trouble gathering and condensing the mana required to execute Holy Devour. For a moment, he couldn't help imagining what kind of power he could exhibit if he successfully executed the third sword, Holy Annihilation. Tier 5. Tier 6. Regardless, this is a good result. At the very least, I can now use the complete Holy Devour. Now, I should be able to cope, even against a half-step Demon King. As Feng sheathed the Abyssal Blade, he was satisfied with his previous attack. Although his mana had undergone a qualitative transformation, thanks to the improvement of his mana body, the improvement this change brought to his skills and spells was limited. It wasn't enough for them to undergo a qualitative transformation. However, it was a different story for mana techniques, whose power was highly dependent on the quality of the mana used. Now, if he went all out, he could execute an attack at the Tier 5 standard. The only drawback of Holy Devour was the huge burden it placed on his concentration. Even at peak condition, he could execute the complete Holy Devour only once. Nevertheless, it was already more than enough as a trump card. As Feng was savoring the experience of executing Holy Devour, Lionheart approached him. "Brother Black Flame, that move of yours really is ruthless. If I hadn't gained some improvements recently, I would have really died," Lionheart said jocularly. At this moment, Lionheart no longer underestimated or looked at Feng with contempt, only respect was present in his eyes. The fact that Feng had managed to execute such a move as a player meant that he already stood at the apex of the entire God's domain. Just this point alone was already more than enough to earn him everyone's respect. In God's domain, strength was everything. It was also something that could not be faked. For Feng to have developed himself to this extent, he must have experienced countless trials and hardships. "You're too humble, Commander Lionheart. The fact that you managed to block my attack is all due to your own ability, not luck." Looking at Lionheart, Feng added, "Now that our one-hit agreement is complete, according to our previous arrangement, I will supply the Crystals of Souls and Soul Water to only the Skyflare Adventurer team for Meteorite City's side. Thank you. As for the matter of magic crystals, please rest assured. The Skyflare Adventurer team definitely won't let you down, Brother Black Flame." Lionheart couldn't help feeling a little happy at Feng's words. With Feng willing to partner with Skyflare, Skyflare would be able to take full control of Meteorite City easily. Next, let's talk about the specifics of our transaction. Going straight to the point, Feng said, "Like I said before, so long as you manage to withstand one hit from me, I will agree to partner with you, Commander Lionheart. However, after we start our cooperation, I'll need your help with something. Of course, I won't have you help me for nothing. In exchange, I'll sell the Crystals of Souls at 150,000 magic crystals each to Skyflare. How about it? 150,000 each." Lionheart was slightly tempted. "May I know what you need help with?" Previously, when he offered to purchase the Crystals of Souls at 200,000 magic crystals each, the price was actually a little too high for Skyflare to bear. However, the Crystals of Souls were far too important. They would also play a crucial role when Skyflare attempted to conquer other main cities. Hence, he had gone through with the price. Lowering the price to 150,000 magic crystals each would definitely alleviate a lot of Skyflare's burden. Help me kill a boss, Feng said, smiling. The reason Feng wanted to test Lionheart wasn't just to experiment with the power of his upgraded mana body. He had also wished to see whether Lionheart could withstand the attack of a Tier 4 infant dragon. After all, if he didn't have anyone capable of tanking a hit from a Tier 4 infant dragon, slaying it would be utterly impossible. Since Lionheart clearly met this requirement, combined with the effects of the Heavenly Dragon's breath, challenging an unrestrained Tier 4 infant dragon was entirely feasible. Kill a boss. Lionheart was a little puzzled. He never thought Feng's request would be so simple. Is this boss very strong? Very strong. Not bothering to hide the truth, Feng said, it's a Tier 4 infant dragon. A Tier 4 infant dragon? Lionheart gasped at Feng's words. Immediately, he thought of something and asked, are you referring to the one Lady Angelica is trying to challenge? That's right. It's that one. Feng nodded. Actually, this matter is also beneficial to you as well, Commander Lionheart. After all, Meteorite City's promotion will attract more players and resources to the city. At that time, Skyflare can grow stronger together with the city. Lionheart nodded in agreement. In reality, he, too, wished for Meteorite City to grow stronger and become an advanced main city. However, the incredibly high difficulty of challenging a Tier 4 infant dragon made him decide to have Skyflare opt out of Angelica Teresa's expedition. After all, Skyflare already had 2 Tier 4 players under its command, and it had yet to stabilize its advantages. If Skyflare eagerly participated in the risky expedition and failed, the adventurer team would definitely lose a lot of its advantages. What do you think, Commander Lionheart? Feng asked. Previously, he didn't hold much hope for slaying the Tier 4 infant dragon. After all, a Tier 4 infant dragon was comparable to Tier 5 existences. It was much stronger than even a demon prince. Even though he could use the complete Holy Devour now, it wouldn't make any difference since he couldn't use the technique indefinitely. However, the story would change if Lionheart was present. The fact that Lionheart could survive a Tier 5 attack meant that he could defend against a Tier 4 infant dragon's attack. Okay. After thinking for a while, Lionheart gritted his teeth and agreed to Feng's condition. However, Brother Black Flame, as Skyflare has just gained some advantages, we cannot afford to invest everything into helping you. We can send only a 100-man team, at most. In response to Lionheart's worries, Feng simply chuckled and said, that's already more than enough. In fact, it's fine so long as Skyflare can dispatch its 2 Tier 4 players, let alone a 100-man team. May I know when we will begin the operation? Lionheart asked. Raiding a Tier 4 infant dragon was an important matter. Preparing the necessary manpower and supplies would take a lot of time. We're not in a rush right now. I'm afraid it will still take several days before we can set out, Feng said, shaking his head. I'll notify you when the time comes, Commander Lionheart. Challenging a Tier 4 infant dragon with just 3 Tier 4 players would be outright suicide. It wouldn't matter even if they had a large number of Tier 3 players supporting them. Fortunately, the ancient god's domain did not require players to search for their legacy lands to challenge their Tier 4 promotion quests. So long as he had Lifeless Thorn and the others challenge their promotion quests and some of them succeeded, he would have a much greater chance of success. All right. If that's the case, I can make more preparations on my side. Lionheart breathed out a sigh of relief at Feng's words. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. EU. Afterward, Feng signed a partnership contract with Lionheart to the effect that Skyflare would purchase crystals of souls from Feng at 150,000 magic crystals per crystal and soul water at 30,000 magic crystals per drop. For the first transaction, Skyflare purchased a total of 20 crystals of souls and 50 drops of soul water, the total expenditure amounting to 4.5 million magic crystals. When it came to magic crystals, Skyflare was wealthier than most superpowers operating in the modern god's domain. When the transaction was completed, Feng couldn't help his elation. After all, he now had the 8 million magic crystals required to construct the small mobile fortress. Afterward, all he needed to do was collect 2 million pieces of mana ore and 30,000 mana stones. In addition, he also had a chance to raid the Tier 4 infant dragon. Leaving the Skyflare hotel, Feng looked at the additional 4.5 million magic crystals in his bag and smiled. Now that I have the money, it's about time to have Lifeless Thorn and the others undergo their promotion. Chapter 2778, Semi-finished Mana Body Meteorite City, Silver Hotel. After Feng received 4.5 million magic crystals from Skyflare, he returned to the Silver Hotel with Yu Luo. As for the small auction he initially planned to hold, Lionheart had announced to the public that Skyflare would monopolize all of the products. Hence, the commotion over the auction died down quickly. None of Meteorite City's various powers dared to voice their opinions on Skyflare's monopoly. After all, Skyflare was the sole power in the city with 2 Tier 4 combatants under its command. Previously, the powers with Tier 4 combatants still dared to stand up against Skyflare because Lionheart could not easily kill other Tier 4 combatants by himself. However, now that Skyflare's Wind Chaser was a Tier 4 assassin, it would be a piece of cake for Skyflare to kill any individual Tier 4 combatant. Hence, even the other 2 of the top 3 player forces in Meteorite City decided to tolerate the situation. Not to mention, while the Crystal of Souls could indeed strengthen an individual's soul, the amount of help this improvement could provide in the Tier 4 promotion quest was minuscule. Even if Skyflare obtained all 5 Crystals of Souls, the adventurer team would, at most, increase the number of Tier 4 combatants it had from 2 to 3. Meanwhile, back in his room, Feng promptly took out 75,000 magic crystals and distributed them to Lifeless Thorn, Solitary 9, Yang Ya, Cleansing Whistle, and Yu Luo. Right, each of you take a drop of soul water as well, Feng said as he took out 5 drops of soul water and distributed them. Once you are done collecting the legacy fragments, drink it immediately. Although it isn't as effective as the Crystal of Souls, it can still clear your mind. You should have an easier time learning your legacy skill. In response, Lifeless Thorn and the other Azura members nodded and accepted the soul water. Yu Luo, however, hesitated. She didn't know whether she should accept the soul water, which cost 30,000 magic crystals a drop. Guild leader Black Flame, this soul water is too valuable. I already feel very indebted to you just for letting me challenge my Tier 4 promotion quest this time. I really cannot accept this soul water, Yu Luo said, rejecting Feng's gift after giving the matter some thought. Heaven's Blade had cooperated with Zero Wing only once. The 2 organizations couldn't even be considered allies. If she accepted this soul water, she would owe Feng a huge favor. In that case, she would have a difficult time explaining herself to Zui once she returned. However, in response to Yu Luo's rejection, Feng shook his head and said, "Miss Yu Luo, you must have misunderstood me. I'm not giving you this soul water for free. I need you to help me with something in the near future. If you reach Tier 4, we'll have a higher chance of success." "Help you with something?" Yu Luo was a little dazed. "That's right. I plan to raid that Tier 4 infant dragon. However, Tier 3 players are useless against an infant dragon. Only Tier 4 players will matter. Meanwhile, as you've reached the Void Realm already, your control over mana should be excellent. Your concentration should also be only 1 step away from reaching the Tier 4 standard. With the Soul Water's help, you'll have a better chance of promoting to Tier 4, Feng said, nodding. Hence, this Soul Water is my investment in you. I'm not giving it to you for free, so you don't need to overthink things. The upcoming raid of the Tier 4 infant dragon wasn't something Tier 3 players could stick their hands into. Only Tier 4 players could be of help. A Tier 4 healer would be especially useful. Since Feng couldn't guarantee that Yang Ya would succeed in her Tier 4 promotion quest, having a backup plan would naturally be better. Not to mention, he currently had over 2,000 drops of soul water on hand. He could still afford such a small investment. I understand. If I don't get promoted to Tier 4 this time, I will find a way to pay you back for this soul water, Yu Luo said. With Feng's words, the burden she felt lightened considerably. Truthfully, she would be lying if she said that she did not want the soul water. After all, the Tier 4 promotion quest was no walk in the park. Meteorite City's peak experts demonstrated this point quite well. Among all the peak experts who had challenged their Tier 4 promotion quest, less than 10% succeeded. Not to mention, She was slightly weaker than them. However, if she had the soul water's mind-cleansing effect, she would most likely be able to stand on equal footing with the local peak experts. Yu Luo accepted the soul water, a glint of determination appearing in her eyes. This was because this drop of soul water represented not just hope but also a burden. If she completed her Tier 4 promotion quest, then she would be able to repay all of the favors she owed right away. After all, Tier 4 Great Clerics were incredibly rare even in the ancient gods' domain, let alone the modern gods' domain. You guys can go now. Whether you can get promoted or not will all depend on yourselves now, Feng said after Yu Luo accepted the soul water. He then instructed the group of 5, remember, act according to your strengths when choosing your respective Tier 4 skills. There is no need to learn the strongest one. Instead, learn the one you're most proficient at. He did not doubt the ability of the 5 people before him to collect the necessary number of legacy fragments. His only worry was their ability to learn a Tier 4 legacy skill within the allotted time. Afterward, under Yu Luo's lead, Lifeless Thorn and the others departed for Meteorite City's Tier 4 instructors. Now, only Feng remained inside the hotel room. Let's hope a few of them can reach Tier 4. If that's the case, we'll have an easier time dealing with that infant dragon. Looking at the group of 5's departing figures, Feng inwardly celebrated the fact that he managed to get through his Tier 4 promotion quest previously. Immediately afterward, he sensed the state of his mana body and smiled. It's about time I grinded for some levels. If I don't get used to this mana body, I might cause the quest to fail. After unlocking his mana body to a 110% completion rate, he had not had an opportunity to get used to it properly. His duel with Lionheart didn't prove anything. After all, mana bodies provided all-around improvements to players. There was no way he could determine all of these improvements just by putting all his strength into one attack. In fact, he couldn't even tell if his overall combat power had improved or not through his duel with Lionheart. This was because the mana body's improvement mainly led to subtle improvements in various aspects. On the surface, it was impossible to tell if his improved mana body had brought any changes to his overall combat power. After all, his basic attributes remained the same as before. Right now, the only obvious improvements were in the density of his mana, his control over mana, his physique, and his 5 senses. During his fight with Lionheart, he had only proven that the improvement of his mana body had positive effects on his mana techniques. Even then, he still wasn't clear how the improvement had triggered such a change. Needless to say, he was even more clueless about the other benefits his improved mana body had to offer. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. EU. If he wished to fully utilize his new mana body and maximize his combat power, he would need to readapt to his mana body. It was akin to learning a new skill or spell. He would need to put in a lot of time and effort into adapting and training. Only after he could make use of his mana body at an instinctive level could he be considered to have truly adapted to it. At this point, his mana body could only be considered a semi-finished product. Next, he would have to explore his mana body thoroughly. Feng drank a drop of soul water, recovering some of the concentration he had expended executing Holy Devour. He then put on his black cloak and silently departed from Meteorite City. After taking a look at the system map, he took to the skies and made his way toward the Antimagic Volcano, a level 135 neutral map located a distance from Meteorite City. From start to end, nobody in Meteorite City was aware that he had left the city.